Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Unpredictable things happen. Just as Sato had filled 2/3 of the pot with boiling water, the sky suddenly darkened. In the nearby sky, a dark cloud was rapidly expanding. At the same time, the nearby river showed signs of unusual activity, becoming much more turbulent. The waves crashing along the shore were nearly reaching the edge of the forest. Gloom, sensitive to weather changes, immediately rushed to Sato's side and pointed to the quickly gathering dark clouds in the sky, trying to tell him that rain was imminent. "I see. We need to find a place to shelter from the rain." "Come back, Nidoran," Sato said, nodding to Gloom, who had come to warn him. He then used a pokeball to recall the shivering Nidoran, who had been trembling in his arms. The sudden weather shift made Sato believe that a battle between powerful water-type Pokémon was taking place nearby. Only exceptionally strong water-type Pokémon could create such a large-scale downpour so quickly. Because Gloom knew the move's secret power, which could create secret bases in trees, grass, and caves, Sato took advantage of this and quickly approached a nearby tree. The tree was so large it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it. Its diameter was about 5 or 6 meters. Thanks to the mysterious protective force within Viridian Forest, it remained untouched by human destruction, and most of the forest remained in its original, untouched state. "Please, Gloom, use secret power on this tree," Sato requested, once he climbed onto a thick branch of the large tree. Following Sato's command, Gloom immediately placed her small blue hands on the tree trunk. A white light began to radiate from her body. The next second, a soft rustling sound echoed from within the tree. This sound continued for about 10 seconds before fading, and the white light on Gloom's hands also dimmed. Once the glow had completely faded, Gloom easily peeled away an oval-shaped piece of bark from the trunk. After removing the bark, a large amount of foam-like wood shavings poured out from the inside. After about 10 seconds of clearing, a hollow space of about 5 or 6 square meters appeared in front of Sato. Gloom had created the tree hollow with great care, leaving the outer bark intact and only clearing out the interior of the trunk. As a result, there was no need to worry about the tree losing structural support and toppling over. Amazing power. Well done, Gloom. You deserve a good rest. Return to your Pokeball, Sato praised Gloom and then recalled her into the Pokeball. He and Zubat then entered the tree hollow and replaced the oval-shaped bark piece back into place seamlessly. To keep the air flowing, Sato used a hunting knife to create several small ventilation holes in the still thick trunk, which he eventually shaped into a small window. With a door, the oval bark, a window, and space, a little treehouse was born. Since the tree was near the river and Sato's treehouse was high enough, he could see the river and its banks through the small window. By this time, a strong wind had started to blow outside, and the rustling of the leaves was very loud. A minute later, the rain, which had been falling in the distance, finally reached them. A torrential downpour immediately began to fall from the dark clouds above. As the rain fell heavily from the sky, the river's water level rose quickly, and the flow became even more rapid. Soon, the riverbanks, covered with pebbles, were submerged by the rising water, and the floodwaters began to creep toward the edge of the forest. Due to the sudden rainfall, many fish and water-type Pokémon living in the river began to surface because of a lack of oxygen. From inside the treehouse, Sato could clearly see the river's situation using the infrared camera on his laptop, which displayed the image on the screen. Magikarp, Goldeen, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Seaking, Kingler, Wooper, Quagsire, and many other common water-type Pokémon of the Kanto region appeared in front of Sato, opening his eyes to the variety. However, one Pokémon that suddenly appeared in the image caught Sato's attention. What an unexpected discovery! There's a wild Squirtle living in this river. Wait, is that a Mudkip? There are wild Mudkip here too. Sato's heart filled with joy when he saw the Squirtle in the still image on his laptop screen, but he was utterly shocked when he saw the Mudkip. Squirtle is one of the Kanto region's starter Pokemon, so Sato wasn't surprised to see it in the river within Viridian Forest. But Mudkip, a starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region, separated by an ocean from Kanto, was a surprising discovery. Unfortunately, the Mudkip seemed to be incredibly rare in this river. Sato had only seen it appear once on his laptop screen, while the Squirtle had appeared no less than a dozen times, indicating that there were quite a few Squirtle living in the river. The torrential downpour had been going on for more than an hour, but the dark clouds above showed no sign of dispersing. The sky was still ominously black, and intermittent thunder began rumbling. Watching the harsh conditions outside through his laptop, Sato's expression turned serious. He knew that without Gloom's secret power to help him create this temporary shelter from the rain, he might have been soaked to the bone and in great danger. In the rain, Zubat's combat power was severely weakened. If Sato encountered any malicious grass or water-type Pokemon during this weather, the consequences could be dire. Boom! A loud clap of thunder echoed, momentarily illuminating the entire landscape. At that moment, Sato's pupils shrank as he stared at the laptop screen. A raging Gyarados and a Poliwrath, its entire body covered in a flowing current, had appeared on Sato's screen. The two powerful Pokemon had fought their way downstream to this area. From the looks of it, the massive Gyarados was being overpowered by the smaller Poliwrath. In the rain, the speed of the Poliwrath was unbelievable. It could walk and accelerate on the surface of the turbulent river as if it were flat ground. Every punch from its iron fists, as large as sandbags, sent the Gyarados flying a short distance, causing it to roar in pain and fury. The enraged Gyarados had almost completely lost its mind. Its crazed red eyes glowed like blood as it continuously fired hyper beams and hydro pumps from its mouth. However, due to Poliwrath's agility, these attacks missed entirely and instead wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment. For a while, the wild Pokemon in the area, whether they had been sheltering from the rain or just moving around, either trembled in place or fled in panic in the opposite direction, not daring to interrupt the fierce battle. Only a few powerful Pokemon dared to watch from the riverbank, including a massive Ursaring standing about 4 to 5 meters tall, its body covered with scars, not far from Sato. "This is incredible." "Such a high-level battle," Sato muttered, his face showing a hint of yearning as he watched the intense fight on the screen. The battle between the two powerful water-type Pokemon was both fierce and spectacular. The only regret Sato had was that he couldn't witness the entire battle, as the Poliwrath was fighting while retreating, seemingly intentionally leading the enraged Gyarados downstream. As a result, the two powerful water-type Pokemon didn't stay in the section of the river Sato could observe with his laptop for long and soon disappeared from the screen. In fact, besides the many water-type Pokemon stranded on the drying riverbank, there were also numerous ordinary fish. Sato had originally planned to return all the water Pokemon to the river and then gather the easy-to-obtain food. But with such a terrifying group of uninvited guests arriving, he had no choice but to retreat. Sato didn't need to think twice to know that these Ursaring had come for the easy feast before them. If he continued helping the remaining water Pokemon, it would be nothing short of provoking these formidable creatures, and at that point, he might become their next snack. The Ursaring, who were contentedly feasting on the riverbank, didn't bother to stop Sato from leaving. Their keen sense of smell told them that Sato was covered in a pungent odor. Compared to the sweet, fishy aroma of the easy-to-catch meals before them, Sato and his companions were like unpleasant distractions to their appetites. Seeing those unappetizing distractions choose to leave on their own, the Ursaring were more than happy to let them go, too lazy to chase after something that would spoil their meal. However, as the leader of the Ursaring pack, the massive Ursaring still did his duty. He kept a close watch on Sato and his Pokemon as they made their escape. Then, just as they were about to disappear into the forest, a chilling glint appeared in the eyes of the Ursaring leader. Without warning, a massive orange hyper beam shot from its gaping jaws. The orange hyper beam had almost no charging time. It was fired directly from the Ursaring's mouth, showing just how well-practiced the creature was with the move. Its target was clearly Sato and his Pokemon. Sato, who had been keeping most of his attention on the Ursaring, reacted immediately when he saw the leader make a move. He dove into the bushes to his left, rolling across the ground just in time to avoid the devastating attack. The hyper beam unleashed by the Ursaring leader was incredibly powerful. The spot where Sato had been just moments before was blown apart in a massive explosion. Several nearby trees were destroyed, and a huge scar stretched forward for more than 10 meters, ending in a crater with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. The force of the explosion generated a powerful shockwave that also hit Sato and his Pokémon, sending them flying a short distance before they crashed heavily into the trunk of a large tree. The Ursaring leader didn't seem to care that Sato had survived. After seeing that his hyper beam had obliterated the pest, he joined the rest of his pack in their feast, happily munching on the fish the mother bears had brought to him. While the Ursaring were enjoying their meal, Sato was hiding inside his treehouse, watching the situation unfold on the riverbank through the infrared camera on his laptop. That was close. I almost got killed. That Ursaring must be the ruler of this forest. To be level 43. No wonder Arbok doesn't dare to venture into its territory. The difference in strength is just too vast, Sato muttered, his eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness as he observed the screen. Beneath that seriousness, however, a strong desire for revenge simmered. He had barely escaped the Ursaring leader's hyper beam with his life. Although his vigilance had saved him, he could only run away like a helpless rat. The Ursaring leader watched everything with disdain, and the enemy's casual attitude filled Sato with immense humiliation, further igniting the fury within him. Sato truly loved Pokémon, and unless they attacked him intentionally, he usually wouldn't be too hard on them. But for those Pokémon that attacked maliciously, especially those that tried to take his life without reason, he harbored a deep resentment. He would never forgive them easily. In the Pokémon world, humans can't survive on love and friendship alone. Necessary force is the key to ensuring safety. If no one offends me, I won't offend them. But if anyone crosses me, I will definitely retaliate. Weakness may be the original sin, but since you attacked me for no reason and made the mistake of letting me live, you'd better be ready to face my wrath, Sato thought darkly, his expression grim. He wasn't the only one feeling humiliated. Zubat, who had a strong sense of pride, felt the same way. Quietly perched on Sato's shoulder, Zubat focused intently on the direction of the Ursaring leader outside the treehouse, using echolocation to keep track. As for Gloom, she had grown up in the forest and was well aware of the Ursaring leader's existence. She considered it a stroke of luck to have escaped with her life. Gloom didn't dare to harbor any thoughts of revenge because she knew just how powerful the Ursaring leader was. The idea that he was invincible had long been ingrained in her mind. Nevertheless, Gloom was sensitive and could clearly sense the hatred Sato and Zubat harbored toward the Ursaring leader. Not wanting to be left out, she followed their lead in resenting the Ursaring, though in her mind, being alone was far scarier than facing the terrifying Pokémon. The Ursaring pack didn't linger on the riverbank for long. After spending 7 or 8 minutes devouring the food around them, they continued downstream, clearly still hungry and eager to find more along the river. 5 or 6 minutes after the Ursaring left, Sato came down from the treehouse and returned to the riverbank. He then decided to move in the opposite direction, upstream, hoping to find more water-type Pokémon. However, after walking just a few dozen meters along the riverbank, he decided to turn back. He realized that there were no water-type Pokémon left in this part of the riverbank, or at least no living ones. Because of the terrain, the upstream riverbank had already dried out, and the pebbles on the ground had been scorched by the midday sun. The bodies of dead fish, dried out by the heat, were now emitting a putrid stench. On the way back, Sato and his team were attacked by various wild Pokémon drawn to the smell of the dead fish. They encountered a group of Meowth led by a Persian, some Murkrow who usually only appeared at night, and even some cautious Rattata. So, you really think we're easy prey? Let's teach them a lesson. Get ready for battle, Zubat, Gloom, Sato said coldly, his blue eyes flashing as he looked at the Persian, which was eyeing him maliciously, and the swarm of Meowths surrounding them. Glancing at the fresh scratch on his left arm from the Persian's earlier attack, Sato's expression hardened further. Faced with the sudden ambush by these wild Pokémon, Sato wasn't intimidated at all when he saw that their average level was only around 16. Since he'd obtained Gloom, Sato had been wanting to try out a new strategy, but hadn't had the opportunity. Now was the perfect time. Besides, the humiliation he and Zubat had suffered earlier from the Ursaring leader's attack and disdain still lingered. They were still seething with anger and now had a chance to release it on these clearly hostile wild Pokémon. The level 43 Ursaring might be out of their league, but there was nothing to fear when it came to this group of Meowth, whose average level was only 16. Zubat, use Gust to form a whirlwind shield. Gloom, spread sleep powder into Zubat's whirlwind, Sato ordered, his eyes flashing blue as he analyzed the Meowth group blocking their path. Upon hearing Sato's command, Zubat instantly created 2 small, white gusts of whirlwinds. At the same time, Gloom sprayed a large amount of green powder from her butt. The light powder was immediately sucked into the whirlwinds created by Zubat. In no time, the 2 white gusts of whirlwinds had turned green. Just as Sato issued his orders, the Meowth, under Persian's leadership, launched a swift, close-range attack. A swarm of sharp-clawed Meowth targeted Sato, thinking he would be the easiest prey to handle. Unfortunately for them, Zubat had deliberately controlled the 2 green whirlwinds to form a protective barrier around Sato, with Gloom at the center. As a result, most of the Meowth couldn't even get close before being intercepted by Zubat's whirlwinds, which were still infused with sleep powder. Soon, those who made contact with the green whirlwinds began to feel drowsy and fell asleep one by one. Seeing the impressive effects of Gloom's sleep powder combined with Zubat's whirlwind shield, Sato smiled. After driving back a Meowth with his hunting knife, he seized the opportunity to continue the offensive, ordering Zubat and Gloom to repeat the same strategy against the remaining Persian and Meowth. With most of their members now asleep, the Meowth's advantage in numbers quickly disappeared. Before long, the wounded Persian and the remaining battered Meowth fled into the forest in a panic, disappearing from Sato's view. Gloom's stench ability, combined with her 3 powders, made her a formidable partner alongside the flying-type Zubat. Their synergy was strong, and they had no fear of battling groups. Gloom's sleep powder, when paired with Zubat's gust, was an especially powerful combination. In battle, any wild Pokémon caught in the attack would inevitably fall into a forced sleep, allowing Zubat and Gloom to take them down one by one. Of course, when faced with flying types like Murkrow, the combo wasn't as effective. However, using their advantage of striking first, Zubat and Gloom's mixed techniques still worked wonders, successfully driving off the cowardly Murkrow flock. After displaying their formidable strength, the other wild Pokémon that arrived from the forest to scavenge food didn't dare attack Sato and his team. Seeing that they weren't interested in the dead fish on the riverbank, the wild Pokémon allowed them to leave unchallenged. As Sato and his group moved a good distance away, a brawl broke out among the wild Pokémon over the limited food. By this time, Sato was already nursing several injuries. He quickly took out disinfectant, medicine, and bandages to treat himself. Meanwhile, Zubat and Gloom used Leech Life and Synthesis, respectively, to heal most of their wounds. Now, as they nibbled on the poke block Sato gave them, they were rapidly recovering their energy. After a few tough group battles, Zubat's level finally rose to 19, and it learned the flying-type ranged special attack, Air Cutter. Meanwhile, Gloom, being a higher level, remained at level 22, but thanks to their repeated teamwork, the 2 Pokémon's synergy improved significantly. Note, Air Cutter is a flying-type ranged special attack with 60 power. It attacks the opponent with sharp winds and has a high critical hit ratio. It's also a multi-target move. It's worth mentioning that Zubat's level up and learning of Air Cutter, a move with stronger attack power and a wider range than Gust, made the subsequent battles much less difficult for Sato and his team. Air Cutter, combined with Gloom's 3 powder moves, not only inflicted area damage on enemies, but also caused widespread status effects, making it an excellent combo with Gloom's powders. However, this combo had its weakness. When facing Flying-type Pokémon, if Zubat's wind generated by its Flying-type energy couldn't overpower the opponents, the move would backfire. In less than half a day, Zubat had already leveled up 4 times. It was so fast it felt like rocket-level speed, almost making Sato feel like this was a game. Of course, in a game, leveling up from 15 to 19 in half an hour is pretty normal. But then again, realizing this was real life where the Pokémon could get injured or even lose their lives in battles made Sato accept it. After all, the multiple injuries on his own body were no joke, they still hurt like hell. Not long ago, he had almost had his heart ripped out by Persian, whose speed was astonishing. If it hadn't been for Gloom's quick reaction and a well-timed stench attack that caused Persian to make a serious mistake, Sato would likely have been dead by now. After experiencing so many life-or-death battles, it would be unreasonable not to grow quickly. Due to his injuries, Sato decided to abandon his plan of continuing to explore the forest. He also started to seriously consider training his own body. During the previous battles, his physical limitations caused several near-fatal situations. Even though he had the bullet-time ability, his body often couldn't keep up with his mind. This was clearly due to his poor physical fitness. After returning to the base of the tree where the treehouse was located, and noticing there was still some time before dusk, Sato decided to make the most of it and begin training the abilities of his Pokémon. Now that Zubat had reached level 19 and learned 2 new moves, Confuse Ray and Air Cutter, it was crucial to train them. Especially Air Cutter, since Zubat had only just learned it from leveling up, it clearly wasn't skilled in using it yet. In the previous battle, it had done little more than create strong gusts of wind, which proved it wasn't fully mastered. From what Sato remembered, Air Cutter was supposed to create sharp wind blades, like those of a scythe, to attack. But so far, Zubat could only produce sudden gusts of wind without any wind blades. Although even this incomplete version of Air Cutter worked well with Gloom's powders and produced good results, it wasn't the outcome Sato was hoping for. After all, if an attack move couldn't deal damage to the opponent, it would lose its purpose. Zubat, use Air Cutter again on that big tree ahead, Sato instructed while pulling out his laptop. Hearing Sato's command, Zubat nodded and immediately unleashed the newly learned Air Cutter on the tree in front of it. In an instant, Zubat's wings, covered in flying-type energy, flapped forcefully, creating a gust of wind comparable to level 7 winds. In a flash, a small area of trees ahead was blown into disarray, with some dead branches and leaves being sent flying several meters away. The large tree, which was the primary target of Zubat's Air Cutter, now had several shallow scratch marks along its sturdy trunk. Did you see the power of your move? This level of attack can only push the opponent back a little, but defeating them is still a long way off. Don't be discouraged, this is just because you've only just learned it. Keep training, and as your move's power increases, you and Gloom will be able to defeat even stronger opponents, Sato said as he recorded some data on Zubat's Air Cutter. Upon hearing Sato's words, especially the part about being able to defeat stronger opponents, Zubat felt its fighting spirit ignite. Even now, the scornful gaze of Ursaring still fueled its anger. However, Zubat understood that its current strength was nowhere near enough to take on Ursaring, so it had to train seriously to gain the power needed to defeat it. Whoosh! The sound of the strong wind whipping around echoed continuously. With Ursaring now a target for pursuit, Zubat trained hard on Air Cutter, pushing itself to extract every bit of strength, practicing relentlessly to improve its proficiency with the move. Thanks to the previous training with Whirlwind and the stamina-building exercises against strong winds, Zubat's control over flying-type energy had significantly improved compared to a week ago. As a flying-type move, Air Cutter also required good control of flying-type energy. Therefore, after repeatedly using the move and gradually familiarizing itself with the steps to control it, Zubat showed noticeable progress. After 2 hours of skill training, Zubat finally managed to produce some white wind blades with Air Cutter. However, The maximum number it achieved was only 6, but these blades had impressive attack power, leaving deep cuts on the trunk of the tree that was their target. At the same time, due to Zubat's still low proficiency with this move, it couldn't yet effectively control these wind blades to target specific enemies, resulting in random dispersal attacks within a certain range in front of it. While Zubat was training, Sato also began training Gloom. Currently, Gloom's attack moves were Absorb, Acid, Mega Drain, Hidden Power, and Nature Power. Among them, Absorb and Mega Drain required a target for training, so without any living creatures available, Sato had to set those aside. Of the remaining moves, Acid, Hidden Power, and Nature Power, Sato was particularly interested in Nature Power. Nature Power, as the name suggests, allows the Pokémon to use energy from the environment to attack. Interestingly, this move automatically changes to a different type of attack based on the strongest energy attribute present in the surroundings. Note: Nature Power has different transformations depending on the environment. In building complexes and roads, it becomes Tri-Attack. In graveyards, it becomes Shadow Ball. In sandy and rocky areas, it becomes Earth Power. In volcanoes, it becomes Lava Plume. In caves, it becomes Power Gem. On ice, it becomes Ice Beam. In snow, it becomes Blizzard/Frost Breath. In grassy areas, it becomes Energy Ball. In swamps, it becomes Mud Bomb. On water, it becomes Hydro Pump. In the sky, it becomes Air Slash. In electric fields, it becomes Thunderbolt. In misty fields, it becomes Moonblast. And in psychic terrain, it becomes Psychic. For example, since Gloom was currently in a forest when she used Nature Power, the following would automatically change to Energy Ball. Sato's goal now was to help Gloom become familiar with the use of Energy Ball so she could truly learn this special ranged attack that she was capable of. Energy Ball has a power of 90 and is a special grass-type ranged attack that releases life energy collected from nature and sometimes lowers the opponent's special defense. Gloom was eager to follow Sato's training. She stood in a small patch of grass and used Nature Power to create energy balls aimed at another large tree for practice. In fact, due to Gloom's own foul odor characteristic, along with being a grass-type Pokémon and choosing to isolate herself, her activity range since evolving into Gloom had been limited to that small patch of slightly smelly grassland that Sato had visited not long ago. As a result, Gloom had hardly battled any wild Pokémon. The battles she participated in alongside Zubat were more than all the battles she had engaged in since her evolution combined. Therefore, the prolonged self-isolation and comfort led to Gloom neglecting her move training, with her proficiency in each attack move barely reaching the beginner level. Currently, the energy balls that Gloom created through Nature Power were not much better than when Zubat had just practiced Shadow Ball, but because Energy Ball matched Gloom's grass-type attributes, its power was a bit stronger. At first, the energy ball Gloom produced was only about 35 centimeters in diameter, with a range of about 10 meters, and it could only leave a shallow spiral dent on the trunk of the large tree. However, this was merely a small beginning. Gloom was a grass-type Pokémon that had lived in the nearby forest for years. During the long and lonely times, her only way to alleviate boredom was perhaps sleeping and manipulating the dense grass-type energy in the forest. For Gloom, these grass-type energies that made her feel exceptionally comfortable wouldn't dislike or avoid her because of her foul odor like other wild Pokémon would. Moreover, she was delighted to occasionally hear a special voice responding to her during her communication with this grass-type energy. In order to communicate with this special voice, Gloom eagerly engaged with the dense grass-type energy in the forest. It was precisely because of her loneliness that Gloom often used this method to pass the time, gradually developing an unparalleled control over grass-type energy. After only 2 or 3 uses of Energy Ball created through Nature Power, Gloom leveraged her powerful control over grass-type energy to grasp the technique of Energy Ball, effortlessly executing a genuine energy ball with skilled proficiency right from the start. Then, as if she had activated a cheat code, the energy balls she created grew larger and more powerful each time. Ultimately, in a state of astonishment from Sato and Zubat, Gloom easily produced a vivid green energy ball with a diameter of a full meter. The stability of this energy ball was frighteningly strong, showing not a hint of energy leakage. This was also Gloom's limit of control at the moment. With a loud bang, the large tree that served as the training target could no longer withstand the tremendous attack from Gloom's energy ball, letting out a wail before crashing heavily to the ground. Is this what they call a genius? Sato swallowed hard, feeling utterly astonished as he watched Gloom quickly learn Energy Ball and rapidly improve her proficiency with it. As Gloom continued to display her terrifying talent in mastering grass-type moves, Sato felt not only shocked but also immense joy. Without a doubt, he had truly found a treasure this time. Gloom's true potential far exceeded his expectations. Gloom, well done. It seems like your control over grass-type energy is incredibly strong. Congratulations! This is a rare ability. Next, try rapid-firing energy balls. You don't need to make them as large as the one earlier. Here, drink some water and eat this poke block. Rest a bit before continuing your training. Sato smiled as he spoke to Gloom, handing her a bowl of fresh water and a high-quality poke block. Upon hearing Sato's praise, Gloom nodded shyly. After finishing every last drop of water from the bowl, she quickly ate the poke block that Sato had offered her. After resting under the sunlight for about 10 minutes, Gloom fully regained her energy. She came back to Sato's side and, with her hands outstretched, skillfully began to gather grass-type energy between them, energy that was as obedient as sheep to her. In an instant, a bright green energy ball quickly formed between Gloom's hands. Within less than a second, it expanded to a diameter of 0.5 meters. Great! Keep it at this size. Now, try rapid firing at this level. As soon as Gloom created the energy ball of the desired size, Sato immediately instructed her. Gloom nodded and followed Sato's instructions, ceasing to channel more energy into the energy ball. She then launched the ball toward a large tree about 10 meters away. In the following 20 seconds, Gloom unleashed a flurry of 25 energy balls, each 0.5 meters in diameter, with consistent accuracy. The targeted tree now had a large hole in its trunk from the repeated attacks. Perfect! It took about 0.8 seconds to create a regular powered energy ball, and she was able to fire 25 in one go without breaking much of a sweat. This is truly amazing. Gloom has now taken over Zubat's role as the primary attacker. Sato marveled, jotting down the data from Gloom's performance on his laptop. From what he observed, Gloom had completely mastered Energy Ball, starting from scratch and perfecting her control over the move. With this powerful grass-type long-range attack in her arsenal, Gloom had undoubtedly transformed from a support Pokémon into a main offensive force. After confirming that Gloom had fully grasped Energy Ball, Sato began having her practice other long-range attacks, such as Acid, a poison-type move that suited her secondary type. However, to Sato's surprise, Gloom did not display the same talent when training with Acid. In fact, she seemed a bit clumsy and even appeared disinterested in the poison-type move. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Sato decided to halt her training on Acid and refocused on improving her Energy Ball technique. It was clear now, Gloom's talent for move proficiency was limited to grass-type techniques. Instead of forcing her to train poison-type moves that she wasn't fond of, Sato figured it was better to let her continue improving the grass-type moves that she loved and excelled at. From Sato's current understanding, Gloom had already reached the expert level in Energy Ball, but she had hit a bottleneck. She was still far from achieving the next level of proficiency, which would be Mastery. Of course, for Gloom to reach Mastery in Energy Ball, the training time she had put in so far was nowhere near enough. She needed to deepen her understanding of the move to progress further. At this point, Gloom's training advantages seemed to be focused on grass-type moves. Her excellent control over grass-type energy is likely the result of her long-term effort. Watching Gloom happily training with Energy Ball, Sato mused to himself. At the same time, Sato carefully reconsidered Gloom's future role within the team. Initially, he had thought of her as a support Pokémon. But after witnessing her incredible control over grass-type energy, he was now considering making her a primary special attacker. However, after realizing that Gloom had weak control over Poison-type energy and little interest in Poison-type moves, Sato reconsidered her role as a support Pokémon for the team. Gloom had two potential evolutionary paths. She could evolve into Vileplume with a Leaf Stone or into Bellossom with a Sunstone. Due to Gloom's hidden ability, if she evolves into Vileplume, she will gain the Effect Spore ability, whereas if she evolves into Bellossom, she will acquire the Healer ability. The Healer ability has a chance to cure a teammate's status condition. Of course, this is just how it works in the games. Comparing the two abilities, it's clear that Bellossom with the Healer ability would be an excellent team medic. Moreover, Bellossom can learn more Grass-type moves compared to Vileplume and also comes with the powerful stat-boosting move, Quiver Dance. The most important reason Sato was leaning towards Bellossom, though, was that he wanted to help Gloom overcome her deep-seated insecurity caused by years of rejection. Transforming from an awkward Gloom into the beautiful Bellossom would be a perfect way to restore her confidence, much like a beautiful swan emerging from an ugly duckling. Meanwhile, while Sato was busy guiding Zubat and Gloom in their training, the young Nidoran was also working hard on the training regimen Sato had assigned him. His task was to run a total of 2 kilometers on a specialized running wheel. The running wheel, which Sato had specially purchased for Nidoran, looked like a hamster wheel but enlarged many times over. Nidoran, though small, still found the wheel a bit spacious, making it a tough workout for him. The wheel was equipped with an automatic distance tracker, and after about an hour of on and off running, Nidoran finally completed the task Sato had set for him. Originally, Nidoran had planned to crawl back into his Pokeball for a nap after finishing the training. However, seeing that Zubat and Gloom were still diligently working on their own training, he got motivated and trotted over to Sato, asking for his next task. "You lazy little guy, suddenly so eager to work, huh? Fine. Your next task is to lift this small stone with confusion 10 times. Remember, don't go any lower than this height," Sato chuckled as he picked up a small stone, weighing about 50 grams, and showed Nidoran the height. "Neato. Neato." Nidoran responded with determination, his eyes lighting up with blue psychic energy. The stone that Sato had placed in front of him quickly became enveloped in a blue psychic aura and started lifting off the ground, rising to about 20 centimeters. But once the stone reached that height, Nidoran lost focus and the blue glow in his eyes faded. He collapsed onto the ground, panting, while the stone immediately dropped back to the ground as well. "Good job. Keep going. You've got 9 more reps to go. Once you're done, I'll give you your favorite candy poke block as a reward," Sato encouraged, using food as motivation. Nidoran, being a simple-minded Pokémon and a true foodie, had no resistance to delicious treats. The moment he heard that he'd get his beloved candy after completing the task, his eyes lit up with renewed energy. He focused again and used confusion on the small stone. Motivated by the promise of a treat, Nidoran soon completed all 10 reps, successfully lifting the stone. As a reward, he received a high-quality poke block from Sato, and after savoring it, he quickly dozed off, completely exhausted from the training. Rest well. Right now, your job is to grow up healthy and strong. Leave the rest to your teammates for now. In the future, you'll be their strongest protector, Sato said softly as he gently placed the sleeping Nidoran back into his Pokeball. The sun slowly set behind the distant mountains in the west, and as the last rays of sunlight disappeared, Viridian Forest began to embrace the coming night. At this moment, Sato had built a fire under a large tree where he had already constructed a treehouse. Over the fire, a thick leg of venison was roasting. Under Sato's careful cooking, the venison leg, sprinkled with salt, had turned a beautiful golden brown, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. In addition to being rich in wild Pokémon, Viridian Forest also had an abundance of wild animals. With Zubat's echolocation helping him, Sato easily located a herd of deer, and with Gloom's stun spore, he successfully captured a strong stag. Sato made sure to use as much of the deer as possible. The nutrient-rich deer blood was carefully stored in a glass bottle, previously used to store blood, while the deer hide was meticulously skinned, washed, and hung on a tree branch to dry. As for the venison, Sato only took the most valuable 4 thick legs, leaving the rest of the deer meat to the carnivorous wild Pokémon lurking nearby. Naturally, Sato didn't miss out on harvesting the precious deer antlers either. Looking at the perfectly roasted venison leg, Sato's mouth watered, and he eagerly cut off a piece with his hunting knife to taste. The rest of his team had already eaten dinner, but Sato had put a lot of effort into preparing this meal for himself. While Sato was savoring the venison, the firelight and enticing smell of the meat attracted quite a few wild Pokémon. Around the large tree where Sato sat, pairs of red and green eyes could be seen glowing in the darkness, all fixed on him. Despite these wild Pokémon being drawn by the fire and the aroma of the meat, Sato, with Zubat's superior detection abilities, had already been aware of them. However, aside from staying alert, he didn't stop what he was doing. Over time, Sato had come to realize an important truth during his journey through the depths of Viridian Forest. Running away wasn't an option. If he truly wanted to establish himself in the forest, it was essential to occasionally display his strength. The incident by the riverside, where defeating numerous wild Pokémon had deterred others from attacking, was a perfect example. In fact, if the remaining wild Pokémon had continued pursuing them after that battle, Zubat and Gloom, who were both almost exhausted, would certainly have been defeated, and Sato wouldn't have escaped unscathed either. However, those wild Pokémon didn't continue their pursuit. Upon seeing the fallen Pokémon surrounding Sato and his team, they felt a strong sense of threat from him. Wild Pokémon that have spent their lives in the wilderness rely heavily on their instincts, and from harsh experience, they understand that a cornered beast is the most dangerous. Using the system's scanning function, Sato discovered that none of the nearby wild Pokémon were above level 30, meaning the situation was still manageable. Plus, these wild Pokémon weren't united, so the level of threat was considerably reduced. The most important thing was that after teaming up to defeat so many wild Pokémon, Zubat and Gloom had gained newfound confidence, emanating an aura of strength. It was precisely this aura that Zubat and Gloom exuded, which kept the wild Pokémon hesitating and circling from a distance, wary of approaching Sato too closely. At the same time, the wild Pokémon around had incredibly sharp instincts. They could all feel the murderous intent radiating from the humans sitting by the fire. If any of them dared to make a move, they might be killed instantly to serve as a warning to the others. Indeed, Sato was now fully prepared to kill if necessary. The law of the forest was survival of the fittest. Since these wild Pokémon harbored thoughts of killing and eating him, they had to be ready to face the consequences, being killed by him instead. Sitting idly and allowing himself to be killed was not Sato's way. He had to steel himself for what was necessary. There was a clear distinction between Pokémon. Some were peaceful, and living in harmony with them was ideal. But others were aggressive, and even if he didn't provoke them, they would come looking for trouble. In those cases, he couldn't afford to show mercy. As Sato slowly enjoyed the roasted venison leg in his hand, he kept a sharp eye on his surroundings. Just as he was about halfway through his meal, a wild Persian could no longer resist the temptation of food and made the first move. Persian was incredibly fast and silent, and at some point, it had climbed up to the branches above Sato without him noticing. Suddenly, it pounced down from the branch, descending like a white shadow in the night. Its sharp claws were extended, aiming directly at Sato's head in a merciless, lethal strike. Unfortunately for Persian, every move it made had already been noticed by Zubat, who was perched on Sato's shoulder. The moment Persian acted, Zubat immediately took action. He gathered flying-type energy from the air, and a centripetal gust of white whirlwind appeared above Sato's head, trapping Persian as if it had fallen right into a net. No! At the same time, Gloom, who had been carefully watching the surroundings, launched its attack on the ambusher. Within the few seconds that Persian was trapped in the white whirlwind, 5 or 6 green energy balls shot out from Gloom's hands, hitting Persian precisely. As the energy orbs made contact with Persian, they exploded, causing a chain of blasts. With a thud, a severely wounded Persian collapsed onto the grass in front of Sato. Though Persian hadn't completely lost its ability to fight, it struggled to rise and escape. But before it could do so, it saw Sato approaching with his hunting knife. In its final moments, as Persian's consciousness faded into darkness, the last thing it saw was a pair of eyes filled with reluctant but unyielding determination. With one swift and clean strike, Sato ended the Persian's suffering. He then returned to his spot by the fire and resumed eating the remaining venison, bit by bit. Zubat and Gloom also returned to their original positions. By now, most of the eyes that had been watching from the nearby bushes had disappeared. The few that remained, upon seeing the now cold corpse lying in the grass, silently withdrew as well. Soon, the eerie silence that had enveloped the area was replaced by the soft sounds of night insects and the wind rustling the leaves. "I'm sorry, but I can't afford to die just yet, so you had to die in my place," Sato muttered to himself quietly, so softly that only he could hear, as he gazed at the now blood-dried corpse in front of him. After using the Persian as an example to intimidate the others, the entire night passed without any wild Pokémon disturbing Sato and his team, allowing them to get a good rest in their treehouse. Of course, Zubat diligently kept watch throughout the night, using his ultrasonic detection abilities to monitor everything nearby. As a nocturnal creature, he was most alert at night and could maintain his vigil in a half-asleep state. Time flew by, and before Sato knew it, the sun began to rise again from the eastern horizon. Sato woke from his dreams at precisely 6:30 a.m., thanks to the alarm on his Team Rocket-issued watch. The eastern sky was still dim, with only a faint glow, but much of the forest was already awake. As Sato pushed open the treehouse door and stepped outside, he startled a flock of unknown birds. Climbing down from the tree, Sato noticed that the now extinguished campfire bore signs of being trampled by some creature. The Persian's corpse, which had been lying in the grass, was also gone. Examining the chaotic footprints on the ground, Sato tried to discern what type of Pokémon or animal had taken the body, but after failing to identify the tracks, he decided to put the matter aside for now and headed toward the river. As Sato reached the river to wash up, the wild Pokémon and animals drinking by the water scattered at his arrival. The smaller, weaker creatures quickly fled and disappeared from sight. The stronger, solitary Pokémon, on the other hand, eyed Sato warily but, realizing he meant no harm, continued drinking before slowly walking away. After refreshing himself by washing his face and putting himself in an optimal state of mind, Sato began preparing breakfast for his 3 Pokémon. Zubat eagerly drank the deer blood collected the previous day. Nidoran enjoyed its usual meal of Miltank milk and high-quality poison-type food, while Gloom savored the morning sunlight, rich river mud, and clear water. Once the Pokémon finished their breakfast, Sato gave Zubat and Nidoran each a calcium supplement to promote their physical development. As for Sato's own breakfast, he ate the leftover roasted venison from the previous night along with a sweet pecha berry. After breakfast, Sato didn't immediately set out to explore the forest. Instead, he stayed by the riverbank and had his 3 Pokémon undergo their morning training. In the morning, the focus was on physical training. Zubat once again donned a weighted vest, this time a 10 kilograms one, and the goal was to fly back and forth across a small section of the river 20 times, one lap being roughly 500 meters. Gloom, still relatively small, wore a 5 kilograms weighted vest and used Nidoran's running wheel for endurance training, aiming to cover 5 kilometers. As for Nidoran, Sato didn't schedule any training for him. After ensuring he had eaten and rested well, Sato recalled him to his Pokeball to continue sleeping. After all, baby Pokémon tend to sleep a lot. While his Pokémon were busy with their training, Sato took the opportunity to unwrap the bandages on his body, disinfect his wounds again with antiseptic, apply fresh healing ointment, and rebandage them. Thanks to timely treatment and the effectiveness of the medicine, most of Sato's wounds had scabbed over after a night's rest. In a few more days, he would be fully recovered. However, Sato knew he needed to avoid any strenuous activity in the next 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, the scabs could easily reopen, worsening his injuries. About an hour later, with his Pokémon having regained their strength, Sato ventured back into the forest with them to continue their exploration from the previous day. As planned, Sato's exploration goal this time was naturally the territory of Beedrill. Previously, he had only ventured into the outskirts of their territory, but even the patrol Beedrill on the edges were formidable enough to force Sato and Zubat, newly arrived in Viridian Forest, to flee. However, now that Zubat's strength had improved and he had learned new area of effect moves, combined with the significant support from Gloom, Sato no longer feared the Beedrill's swarm tactics. If those patrolling grunts came again, they would simply become experience fodder for Zubat and Gloom. As the morning sunlight pierced through the layers of leaves, it gradually lit up the previously gloomy forest. Wild Pokémon and animals began moving about, busy with the hustle and bustle of a new day. Sato saw a group of butterfree gathering nectar from sunlit flowers, some Rattata carrying nut-like berries into small burrows, and a flock of Pidgey pecking at seeds and insects in the grass. With the arrival of morning, the forest came alive quickly, presenting a peaceful and harmonious scene before Sato. Unfortunately, this tranquility only existed among the lower ranks of the forest's food chain. Once more aggressive Pokémon like Beedrill, Spearow, or Ekin showed up, the peace would be shattered in an instant, turning into a constant game of hunting and being hunted. Perhaps the purpose of this wilderness survival trial is for us rookies to witness firsthand the law of the jungle, Sato thought seriously as he watched the calm scene before him break apart in a moment. The weak exist only as food for the strong. To avoid being eaten, we have no choice but to keep growing stronger. With that thought, Sato and his team, Zubat and Gloom, pressed onward into the forest, which was governed by the law of the jungle. Along the way, they encountered wild Pokémon, engaging in battles with attackers and sometimes challenging strong Pokémon they encountered on purpose. The path Sato tread was littered with wild Pokémon who had been defeated and temporarily incapacitated. Because Sato was the one intruding into these wild Pokémon's territories, he didn't deal any fatal blows to those who attacked. He merely defeated them until they temporarily lost their ability to fight. However, Sato wasn't always the one dishing out defeats. There were times when they had to flee from stronger wild Pokémon, such as now. Damn, these Pinsir are tough. Zubat, use Air Cutter on the Pinsir ahead. Gloom, follow up with Sleep Powder to support Zubat's attack. Sato commanded, watching as 5 Pinsir approached from different angles, closing in like bulldozers. While exploring the forest, Sato had stumbled upon a few Pecha berry trees. After Zubat had scouted the area and confirmed that no other wild Pokémon were around, Sato took the opportunity to gather some berries for future use. But just as Sato began directing Zubat to help pluck the berries from the tree, a Pinsir burst out of the ground nearby, launching a fierce attack. After Zubat and Gloom easily defeated the lone Pinsir, which was only level 25, they inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest. In the next moment, a dozen more Pinsir emerged from the ground around the Pecha berry trees. Facing such an overwhelming number of Pinsir, Sato knew better than to take them head-on, which led to the current chase. The Pinsir chasing after Sato were all at least level 20, and their strength was incredible. They could easily smash through large trees, the kind that would take several people to encircle, without any trouble. Their horns were terrifyingly sharp, capable of cutting small trees in half with one strike. Fortunately, these Pinsir had a major weakness. These bug-type Pokémon, perhaps due to their usual domineering nature, would never bother to go around obstacles if they could avoid it. Instead, they charged straight ahead in pursuit. Sato took advantage of this flaw, using various obstacles to delay their chase. He led them into the territories of other strong wild Pokémon, hoping to redirect the chaos towards those habitats. The overconfident Pinsir fell for it. They charged headlong into the wild Pokémon habitats Sato had lured them into, causing mayhem wherever they went. The wild Pokémon living in these territories didn't want to provoke the terrifying Pinsir, but when their homes were destroyed by these bulldozers, they had no choice. Enraged, They fought back against the destructive intruders, despite their initial reluctance. Thanks to the intervention of these unwilling allies, the pressure on Sato reduced significantly. After several successful attempts at leading the pincer into ambushes, he had managed to whittle their numbers down from 17 to just 5. Unfortunately, in his haste to escape, Sato had accidentally run into an area of the forest where the trees were sparser. The area was filled with small bushes and trees, most of which were low and bore bright red berries, with visible signs of them having been eaten. To the pincer, who were like living bulldozers, these small trees posed no obstacle at all. They barreled through, snapping the bushes and trees cleanly in half. By now, Sato, who wasn't used to such intense physical activity, was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red, clearly suffering from overexertion. Worse still, his frantic movements had caused the scabs on his previous wounds to reopen, leaving him in a miserable state. Realizing that if this continued, he'd collapse from exhaustion before the pincer even caught him, Sato decided it was time to stop running and face the remaining 5 pincer head-on in this small grove. Zubat's air cutter, combined with Gloom's sleep powder, worked like a charm. The pincer that had been chasing from the front took massive damage from the air cutter and was forced into a deep sleep by the sleep powder. However, this allowed the other 4 pincer, coming from different sides, to close in. They were now within 10 meters of Sato and his Pokémon, forming an encirclement around them. Among the 4 remaining pincer, one was noticeably larger. This larger pincer was the leader of the group, and it turned out that the pincer Sato had first defeated was the leader's offspring. This explained why the group had been so relentless in their pursuit. With the help of his system's detection ability, Sato quickly analyzed the information of the strongest pincer. Pincer leader information. Pokémon, pincer. Level, 32. Type, bug. Ability, Moxie. Gender, male. Moves known: Vice Grip, Focus Energy, Bind Seismic Toss, Harden, Revenge, Vital Throw, Double Hit, Brick Break, X Scissor, Close Combat, Egg Move, Knock Off, Tutor, Bulldoze, Tutor, Dig, Tutor. Seeing this data confirmed Sato's suspicions about the leader's strength. Now, a final battle in the small forest clearing seemed inevitable. The pincer leader's strength was clearly formidable, with a level of 32, far surpassing Zubat, who had only reached level 20 after the previous battles. The level difference alone gave the pincer a significant advantage, effectively neutralizing any type advantages Zubat had. Additionally, the remaining 3 pincer were among the elite of their group, each being at least level 25. Sato's team, consisting of his level 20 Zubat and level 22 Gloom, was significantly outmatched. Breakthrough. Zubat, use Air Cutter on the pincer at the top left. Gloom, use Stun Spore on the pincer at the bottom right. Sato commanded as the 4 pincer began to close in, unwilling to sit back and be surrounded. Both Zubat and Gloom understood the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the orders, they acted swiftly. A gust of wind picked up as Zubat unleashed a flurry of air blades toward the pincer, while Gloom scattered a cloud of green powder from her flower, sending it drifting toward the pincer leader. The pincer on the top left, which Sato had targeted as the weakest link, charged straight into the air cutter. Like the others, it didn't bother to dodge but instead pressed forward, taking the full brunt of the attack as it barreled towards Sato and his Pokémon. Meanwhile, the experienced pincer leader quickly recognized the Stun Spore attack from Gloom. Without hesitation, it dove underground using its dig move, easily avoiding the powder and burrowing rapidly toward Sato. Damn it. Charge forward. Zubat, use Gust. Gloom hit the pincer in the front with an energy ball. Sato shouted, realizing that their attacks hadn't gone as planned. Without missing a beat, Sato rushed forward, gripping his hunting knife as Zubat conjured up a gust of white whirlwind, clearing a path. Gloom followed closely behind, sending multiple green energy balls hurtling toward the pincer ahead. The pincer that had stubbornly endured Zubat's air cutter was now heavily injured. When it was hit by Zubat's gust and the 5 successive energy balls from Gloom, it couldn't withstand the assault any longer. It collapsed, losing its ability to fight. Sato and his Pokémon seized this opportunity to break free from the encirclement and dash toward an area with more obstacles. Furious at seeing another of their own fall, the remaining 3 Pinsir, especially the leader, roared in anger. The leader launched itself forward in a burst of speed, charging toward Sato like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the gap to within 3 meters. As it charged, the Pinsir leader's powerful horns clashed together with a loud metallic clang, 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 clearly intending to cut Sato and his Pokémon in half. Its path was littered with debris, reduced to nothing by its vicious horns as it carved through every obstacle in its way. The 2 other Pinsir followed closely behind their leader, charging through the path it had cleared. Just as they were about to catch up, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, engulfed entirely in flames. With a loud bang, the 2 Pinsir were knocked aside like bowling pins, instantly set ablaze. Their bodies ignited as they let out agonizing screams before crashing to the ground, their charred forms lying motionless, having lost the will to fight. The heart-wrenching cries of the 2 Pinsir naturally reached the ears of their leader and Sato. In an instant, the Pinsir leader, which was about to catch up to Sato, suddenly slammed to a halt and angrily turned to look back at the enemy who had defeated its subordinates. Meanwhile, Sato took advantage of this opportunity to retreat behind a rock where he could partially hide his body, using the moment to catch his breath and alleviate the overwhelming pressure in his chest. At this moment, Sato's physical condition was terrible. His wounds had reopened. The intense exertion had caused his blood to flow more rapidly, and his reopened wounds were bleeding profusely. Coupled with sweat soaking into these wounds, the pain was a constant, sharp torment. Despite this, Sato gritted his teeth and endured the pain coursing through his body. He quickly retrieved 2 bottles of water and 2 high-quality poke blocks from his pack, handing them to Zubat and Gloom, who were also exhausted from the battle. Then, Sato shifted his focus back to the situation behind him. When he peeked out from behind the rock, his pupils dilated in shock as he took in the scene before him. A fiery Growlithe was engaged in an intense battle with the Pinsir leader, and from what Sato could see, the Pinsir leader was clearly at a disadvantage against the fire-type Pokémon. This Growlithe was impressively strong and quite fierce. Its size was roughly equivalent to that of a normal adult dog, and it was utilizing the moves Flame Charge and Ember to deftly keep the Pinsir leader on its toes. Flame Charge had granted Growlithe a significant boost in mobility, leaving the Pinsir leader utterly unable to land a hit on the nimble Pokémon. Growlithe's guerrilla tactics were proving to be a significant nuisance for the Pinsir leader. Note: Flame Charge is a physical fire-type move with a power of 50. It engulfs the user in flames, attacking the opponent while also increasing the user's speed. Using the system's scanning feature, Sato examined the Growlithe that had suddenly come to their aid. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Growlithe. Level, 28. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Moves known: Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Flame Wheel, Fire Fong, Tackle, Flamethrower, Quick Attack, Egg Move, Flame Charge, Tutor. From the data, it was clear that there was a significant level difference between the Growlithe and the Pinsir leader, with a gap of 7 levels. This difference in level had a pronounced impact on their current battle. In the fight, Growlithe did not dare to engage the Pinsir leader head-on, and its few hits with Ember had not inflicted substantial damage on the Pinsir. However, Growlithe had plenty of battle experience, and its guerrilla tactics were its secret weapon for overcoming a stronger opponent. If the Pinsir leader couldn't find a way to turn the tide of this dire situation, despite its great power, failing to hit Growlithe would mean that defeat was only a matter of time. The searing flames engulfing the Pinsir leader were constantly stimulating its nerves, driving it to the brink of madness with intense pain. What infuriated it even more was the small creature before it, hopping around while it struggled to find a way to counterattack. Gah, seeing its own rock creation from the move Rock Throw effortlessly dodged by Growlithe, the enraged Pinsir let out a furious roar. It then slammed a large foot, wrapped in yellowish energy, heavily onto the ground. The pincer leader executed the move bulldoze, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to tremble violently. The ground-type energy it transmitted to the surrounding terrain erupted, dealing physical damage to other creatures nearby. Note: bulldoze is a physical ground-type move with a power of 60. It stomps the ground forcefully, attacking all nearby Pokémon and lowering their speed by 1 level. Unfortunately for the pincer leader, Growlithe did not give it a single opportunity to land a hit. As the pincer leader gathered ground-type energy in its foot, Growlithe sensed the impending attack. So, when the pincer leader unleashed the bulldoze move, Growlithe deftly leaped high into the air to evade the attack. However, the pincer leader was no novice either. With plenty of battle experience, it finally created an opportunity to defeat its opponent. As Growlithe leaped high into the air, the pincer leader's eyes gleamed with determination. It quickly gathered rock-type energy in its spare hands, and a stone the size of a grinding wheel formed instantly. As soon as the stone was created, the pincer leader, using its immense strength, tossed it effortlessly at the airborne Growlithe, executing a rock throw attack. Undoubtedly, if Growlithe were hit by the stone thrown by the pincer leader, the combination of the rock-type move and the pincer leader's furious force would severely injure Growlithe, potentially incapacitating it. In that case, Growlithe would likely be easily defeated by the enraged pincer leader. However, the pincer leader seemed to forget one crucial detail: its enemies weren't just Growlithe. The other opponents it had chased before were still very much alive. Just as the pincer leader triumphantly watched the rock soar toward Growlithe, 2 attacks, one green and one black, suddenly arrived from behind. To the pincer leader's shock, the 2 differently colored attacks combined to shatter the stone it had so painstakingly created. At that critical moment, Sato had quickly reached out to help Growlithe. The attacks from Gloom's energy ball and Zubat's shadow ball successfully destroyed the rock the pincer leader had thrown. Humph, you think you can turn this around? Not a chance. Zubat, Gloom, provide ranged support to help Growlithe take down that fucking pincer. Seeing Growlithe's crisis averted, Sato smiled and instructed the 2 Pokémon, who had regained some of their strength. Sato knew all too well that his fate was tied to Growlithe's. If this ally, capable of suppressing the pincer leader, fell, he would be the next target. Thus, he had to lend his support. Upon hearing Sato's command, Zubat and Gloom immediately complied. They unleashed shadow balls and energy balls, continuously bombarding the already disadvantaged pincer leader, worsening its situation. Especially since both moves had the effect of lowering the target's special defense, the pincer leader, having been struck several times, found itself in an even more dire predicament. Meanwhile, after receiving timely assistance from Sato and the others, Growlithe easily resolved its crisis. Having learned from this experience, Growlithe no longer gave the pincer leader any chance to counterattack. It worked seamlessly with Zubat and Gloom to toy with the pincer leader, overwhelming it almost effortlessly. Ultimately, the pincer leader, with no hope of victory in sight, chose to flee, diving underground to escape the battlefield using Dig. After the pincer leader was driven away, the small forest regained its peace. Unfortunately, the once lush area was now a shadow of its former self. Many trees bearing bright red berries had been knocked down by Pincer, and the intense battle between Growlithe and the pincer leader had caused severe damage. The high-temperature flames unleashed by Growlithe had set several trees on fire. At this moment, Sato cautiously approached the vigilant Growlithe. The Growlithe, utilizing its flash fire ability, was calmly absorbing the lingering flames in the forest into its body, effortlessly extinguishing all the fires. Once the flames were out, a smaller female Growlithe, accompanied by 2 tiny Growlithe pups, emerged from their hiding place and affectionately approached the male Growlithe. The 2 small pups gazed at him with admiration, circling around him excitedly. If Sato's guess was correct, this small forest filled with red berries was likely the Growlithe's territory. The reason the male Growlithe had fought the pincers was most likely to defend his home and protect his mate and pups. However, Sato was fully aware that the forest's current state was largely due to him leading the pincers here. As a result, He wasn't sure if Grolith might turn on them. From the earlier battle, it was clear to Sato that Grolith was incredibly strong, with vast combat experience. Even the higher-leveled pincer leader had been suppressed by Grolith initially. If Grolith decided to attack them, the crisis they faced would likely be more severe than their encounter with the pincers. Grolith was far more mobile than the pincer leader and seemed very intelligent. Apart from Zubat, none of Sato's team could hope to escape Grolith's pursuit. Fortunately, Grolith showed no signs of aggression towards Sato and his group, though it didn't seem inclined to give them any goodwill either. As soon as Sato approached within 10 meters of Grolith and his family, the male Grolith bared its teeth and let out a loud bark, warning Sato while adopting a ready-to-fight stance. In reality, the only reason Grolith refrained from attacking Sato and his companions, the ones who had inadvertently drawn the pincers into his territory, was that they had saved his life at a critical moment. In a way, they were even now. As for helping Sato any further, Grolith had no such intention. His earlier attack on the pincers was purely motivated by their destruction of his territory and the fear they caused his family, not out of any desire to assist Sato. Don't worry, Grolith, we mean no harm. We're truly grateful for your help earlier. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Sato said with a friendly smile, halting his approach. He then placed 2 golden, crispy roasted deer legs on the ground and stepped back to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing Sato stop and retreat, the male Grolith relaxed its aggressive posture. His attention turned to the roasted deer legs on the ground, his keen nose telling him they would taste amazing. At this point, the 2 small Groliths, lacking their father's self-control, immediately dashed toward the roasted deer legs upon catching the delicious scent, joyfully devouring one of the legs together. Meanwhile, Sato quickly used his system's detection ability to scan the 2 playful and adorable Grolith pups. The data for the 2 Grolith pups was as follows. Pokemon, Grolith number 1. Level 3. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Female. Moves, Bite, Howl. Pokemon, Grolith number 2. Level 3. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Moves, Bite, Howl. From the information available, the 2 young Grolith pups seemed fairly ordinary, without having inherited any special moves. However, based on the remarkable combat talent shown by the male Grolith, Sato believed that these pups, clearly his offspring, likely possessed great potential. In fact, after witnessing the male Grolith's impressive dominance over the pincer leader, Sato had already started thinking about capturing him. Having a fire-type Pokemon in a forest filled with grass and bug types would undoubtedly be a blessing. Especially a fire-type like Grolith, it was considered extremely lucky. Grolith were known throughout the Pokemon world as the police dog Pokemon used by the League, loyal to their trainers and equipped with excellent senses of smell and perception. They also made exceptional scouts. On top of that, Grolith had proven itself to be a formidable fighter, brave and clever in battle. The way it had held its own against the pincer leader was a testament to its strength and intelligence. Moreover, once Grolith evolves into Arcanine, it becomes an even more powerful Pokemon with a base stat total of 555, which is just 45 points shy of the pseudo-legendaries. Arcanine is also one of the rare Pokemon that can naturally learn the powerful move Extreme Speed by leveling up. One more thing worth noting is Arcanine's incredibly majestic appearance. With its large size and swift mobility, it's also one of the most beloved land transportation Pokemon among trainers. As a Pokemon enthusiast, Sato couldn't help but admire Arcanine's majestic form after evolution. There's just something about Pokemon with handsome appearances that naturally gives them an edge, right? And when a handsome Pokemon is also powerful and loyal to its trainer, it's easy to see why such Pokemon are so cherished by trainers. Arcanine embodies all these qualities. Despite his strong desire to capture the male Grolith, Sato immediately abandoned the idea after seeing the female Grolith and their 2 pups. Breaking up a happy family just felt wrong. Sato, with his strong moral compass, would never commit such an inhumane act. Family is precious, and Sato understood this better than most, having lost loved ones himself. Since capturing the male Growlithe was off the table, Sato shifted his attention to the two young Growlithe pups. As the offspring of the powerful male Growlithe, they were bound to have significant potential. In fact, Sato found the pups more appealing than the adult Growlithe. The male was already quite mature, with his own established battle techniques, which meant his growth potential was somewhat limited. The pups, on the other hand, were like blank slates, full of potential. Sato was confident that with his careful training, at least one of them could surpass their father's accomplishments. Although Sato couldn't capture the pups just yet, he knew that Pokémon typically grow quickly. These two pups, having already weaned, were clearly entering their growth phase. Sato believed that in time, once the pups had learned basic hunting skills from their father, the male Growlithe would eventually chase them out of his territory, allowing them to live independently in the forest. When that time came, Sato could confidently step in and capture one of the pups. For now, Sato had a simple goal: win the favor of these two young Growlithe pups. The actions of the two young Growlithe made the male Growlithe frown, but after hearing the gentle call of his mate, he gave up on scolding his children. Both the male and female Growlithe quickly ran up to their pups, gently picking them up in their mouths. With cautious eyes fixed on Sato and his companions, they carried the pups back to a hidden den nearby. Seeing the Growlithe couple acting as though guarding against intruders, Sato could only smile wryly. To avoid any further misunderstanding, he turned and left with Zubat and Gloom, knowing that his current state wasn't great. He needed to find a place to heal soon. After the male Growlithe scolded them, the two pups hung their heads in shame. However, the male pup would occasionally sneak glances at the den entrance, his eyes full of longing. The roasted venison from earlier had been tastier than anything he had eaten before. About 10 minutes later, after confirming that Sato, Zubat, and Gloom had moved a safe distance away, the male Growlithe hesitated before leaving the den. Amid the joyful barks of the pups, he dragged both roasted venison legs back to their home. Meanwhile, Sato had already left the small grove where the red berries grew and re-entered the dense forest. Using Gloom's secret power, he created another treehouse in a large tree near the grove. He was now resting inside. Damn, looks like I'll have to lay low for the next few days. If I keep pushing myself, I'll die from my injuries before any wild Pokémon get the chance, Sato muttered as he disinfected his wounds, wincing at how they had reopened and worsened. The pincer attack had been a harsh wake-up call for Sato. Clearly, with his current strength, moving freely through this forest was not an option. To survive, he needed to be much more cautious. Sato also realized he had been relying too heavily on Zubat's supersonic detection ability. While strong, it had its limitations, particularly with Pokémon that burrow deep underground, where Zubat's sonar couldn't reach. His earlier reckless entry into the pincer territory was partly due to his overconfidence in Zubat's detection and partly because he didn't fully understand pincer's behavior. Note: pincer dislike the cold and typically burrow underground where it stays warm during sleep. Now, with his injuries worsening, Sato estimated he'd need at least 4 or 5 days of rest before he could engage in any strenuous activity again. If he pushed himself too hard and reopened the wounds, he might die from a lack of medical treatment, even if no wild Pokémon got to him first. Faced with this grim situation, Sato had no choice but to abandon his plans of exploring the forest for the next few days and focus on recovering. By around 5 p.m. that day, with the help of Zubat's echolocation and Gloom's stench ability, they carefully avoided most wild Pokémon and safely returned to their original campsite by the water source. Over the next 5 days, Sato stayed put at the campsite to focus on healing. Of course, he didn't spend the time idly. He continued training Zubat and Gloom under a strict regimen, and both Pokémon saw noticeable improvements in their stamina and skill proficiency. Zubat, already proficient in manipulating flying-type energy, finally trained the air cutter move to the proficient level. He could now produce 10 small air blades or 30 miniature ones in a single attack and control their trajectory slightly. Additionally, with the help of a particularly reckless Raticate, Zubat managed to grasp the basics of hypnosis by learning how to emit hypnotic waves, hypnosis, beginner level. Meanwhile, Gloom, with the assistance of a Weepinbell skilled in Razor Leaf and Grass Knot, successfully learned both Grass-type moves. Thanks to Gloom's innate talent in controlling Grass-type energy, she quickly advanced to a proficient level with both moves. At the same time, during the last 3 days, after Sato felt his injuries had somewhat healed, he began actively seeking out wild Pokémon near his camp that were around the same level as Zubat and Gloom to battle. Thanks to the rapid recovery effects of the Pokeblocks he had on hand and the natural healing abilities of his Pokémon, Zubat's Leech Life and Gloom's Synthesis, Sato was able to have his Pokémon engage in nearly 100 battles with wild Pokémon each day. Of course, after the near-death experience of being chased by Pinsir, Sato was more cautious, focusing on finding evenly matched opponents to sharpen his Pokémon skills, allowing them to steadily accumulate battle experience, fighting smaller enemies to level up before tackling bigger bosses. Some of these opponents, having been repeatedly defeated by Zubat and Gloom, became so scared that they refused to come out of their dens no matter how much Sato provoked them. In the end, because suitable opponents were hard to find and Sato didn't dare venture too deep into the forest, he was forced to challenge the more aggressive wild Pokémon nearby. As a result, over the past few days, the number of injured Beedrill in the area skyrocketed, and many of their territories were lost. Knowing that they were living in a dangerous environment, Zubat and Gloom pushed themselves to their limits, training relentlessly to grow stronger and protect Sato. They used the skills they developed through training to battle wild Pokémon, pushing their potential to the maximum. Under Sato's careful guidance, Zubat and Gloom slowly grew stronger, their abilities improving bit by bit. Through their numerous battles with wild Pokémon, their levels increased rapidly. Zubat's level rose to 24, while Gloom's level reached 25. During these 5 days, aside from training and battling, a few things happened that made Sato extremely happy. The first good news was that Nidoran finally completed his 1-week infancy stage and officially entered the growth stage. Thanks to daily meals of Miltank's milk, premium poison-type Pokémon food, and high-quality calcium supplements, Nidoran, who had been growing rapidly during his infancy, thrived. Compared to 5 days ago, when Nidoran was only the size of a small rabbit, he had now grown to half the size of an adult dog. After Nidoran completed his infancy stage, Sato immediately began training him. With Sato's consistent efforts over the past 5 days to train Nidoran in the use of confusion, Nidoran's physical capabilities improved dramatically after the infancy stage, and he successfully mastered the basics of confusion, reaching an entry-level proficiency. The second piece of good news occurred during the last 2 days. Following the trail markers Sato had left on trees, he managed to return to the grove where the Growlithe family lived. There, using the aroma of roasted meat, Sato successfully lured out one of the food-loving Growlithe pups. Although the pup was quickly carried back by the male Growlithe, who nearly attacked Sato, the delicious roasted meat and a gem-level Pokeblock won over the little Growlithe's foodie heart. From then on, whenever Sato visited the grove, the pup, having memorized Sato's scent, would immediately come out looking for food. The male Growlithe, after several failed attempts to stop his pup and seeing that Sato meant no harm, eventually gave up. As a result, the little Growlithe grew increasingly fond of Sato, all thanks to the allure of delicious food. The third piece of good news had just unfolded before Sato's eyes. After Sato spent 3 continuous days using the Beedrill from the nearby forest as battle opponents for Zubat and Gloom, the Beedrill swarm finally couldn't bear the pressure of Sato's relentless hit-and-run tactics. They gave in, no longer as ferocious as they once were. During those 3 days, the Beedrill swarm, one of the dominant groups in the forest, took unprecedented measures against Sato. At their most extreme, they gathered over 30 elite Beedrill, averaging level 20 and above, and hundreds of regular Beedrill to sweep through the forest in an attempt to surround and annihilate Sato and his Pokémon. Unfortunately for the Beedrill, After battling them hundreds of times, Sato had already learned their habits well. Using Gloom's secret power to create hidden spaces and its grass-type liquid to mask their scent, Sato and his team evaded the Beedrill's search efforts entirely. In the end, after a long day of fruitless searching, the exhausted Beedrill were ambushed by Sato on their way back to their hive. Several Beedrill squads, each consisting of about 10 Beedrill, were defeated by Zubat and Gloom in a coordinated attack, further increasing the number of injured Beedrill. Now, whenever the Beedrill spotted Sato and his two Pokémon, instead of charging at them like before, they would flee at the first sight, trying to stay as far away as possible. While Sato found the Beedrill's sudden cowardice a bit frustrating, it left him with few wild Pokémon nearby that could serve as training opponents for Zubat and Gloom. The remaining wild Pokémon in the area were either too strong to challenge or not worth provoking at his current level. However, this also presented Sato with an opportunity to explore the Beedrill territory freely. Although the survival trial had already reached its halfway point, and while Sato was still alive, he had yet to collect any of the task items. Now he needed to focus on completing his mission as quickly as possible. After 3 days of exploration, only a portion of the forest, where the task items were rumored to be hidden, remained unsearched. These were areas Sato had not dared to explore yet, as they were home to extremely powerful Pokémon clans. For example, there was a Pinsir clan with more than 10 members, a Scyther clan of similar size, and a Teddiursa clan led by an Ursaring at level 43. While these groups were much smaller in number compared to the Beedrill, their individual members were far stronger. Sato wasn't particularly afraid of facing these Pokémon one-on-one. What concerned him was that they were social creatures. Provoking even one could draw out the whole group, and once overwhelmed by sheer numbers and strength, Sato and his team would be crushed. Thus, for now, Sato knew he had to avoid these 3 powerful and aggressive clans. Especially with the Scyther and Teddiursa clans, any attempt to challenge them could mean he wouldn't survive until the next day. Sato had seen the Scyther clan before. Their leader, a Scyther at level 40, had combat strength second only to the 43-level Ursaring, the absolute ruler of the forest. Over the past few days, aside from battling most of the capable wild Pokémon in the area, Sato had also managed to map out the general power distribution within the forest. Since the dominant force in the forest was the Ursaring, Sato temporarily named the forest Ursaring Forest. The Ursaring Forest was currently divided and occupied by 4 major Pokémon clans: the Ursaring clan, the Beedrill clan, the Pinsir clan, and the Scyther clan. The Ursaring clan occupied the central region of the forest, which was the most resource-rich area. According to Sato's exploration, the center of the forest featured a natural lake and a low hill. Around the lake was a vast flower field, home to several swarms of combi, while the hill was covered in fruit trees. The area surrounding the hill and lake was where the Ursaring clan typically operated. Under normal circumstances, they rarely left this self-sufficient territory. The Pinsir clan occupied the northwestern part of the forest, an area rich in pecha berries. The Pinsir usually stayed around the pecha trees, but it wasn't the berries they were interested in. Instead, they were attracted to the sweet sap that oozed from the trunks of the pecha trees. Note: pecha berries can cure poison and are also sweet in taste. The tree that produces them, the pecha berry tree, secretes sap from its trunk that is also sweet. This is a self-created interpretation. Feel free to imagine it as you like. The Scyther clan occupies the northeastern part of Ursaring Forest, where there is a small grove of orange trees that serves as their primary territory. Compared to the Pinsir clan, the Scyther are far more aggressive. However, these Pokémon are proud and arrogant. Unless provoked or they consider you a worthy opponent, they will not initiate an attack. One thing worth noting is that Scyther have a strong sense of territoriality. Any creature or Pokémon that dares to trespass into their domain without permission will face their merciless scythes. As for the Beedrill clan, it seems they enjoy special protection from the Ursaring clan. They haven't been encroached upon by the Pinsir or Scyther clans, as the Ursaring clan, based in the center of the forest, acts like a deadly anchor preventing these two clans from expanding further south, allowing the Beedrill to claim nearly half of Ursaring Forest. Although the Beedrill are large in number, they are still weaker compared to the Pinsir, Scyther, and Ursaring clans. Their swarm lacks a leader strong enough to rival the bosses of the Ursaring, Pinsir, or Scyther. Individually, wild Beedrill are much weaker compared to the other three Pokémon species. A single Pinsir can easily defeat an entire squad of Beedrill. Against Scyther, even two Beedrill squads would struggle to resist, and when it comes to Ursaring, it's no contest. Ursaring's thick, tough fur can almost entirely shrug off Beedrill's attacks, and one powerful swipe of its paws, enhanced by its brute strength, can crush dozens of Beedrill in one go. Despite their struggles against these three clans, the Beedrill still reign supreme over the other wild Pokémon living in Ursaring Forest. Using their overwhelming numbers, they often bully weaker, solitary wild Pokémon. However, in the past 3 days, the once peaceful and dominant Beedrill clan encountered a trio of demons. Constant harassment from these three has reduced the Beedrill clan's fighting strength by 2/3. Now, their once mighty hive is filled with injured members, and the clan is at its weakest point in history. The Beedrill had considered seeking reinforcements to deal with Sato and his team, but the Ursaring clan, which regularly takes large quantities of honey from their hive on a set schedule each month, completely ignored their request for help and rudely refused. Now, based on reports from their patrolling comrades, the three demons were approaching the hive once again. The Beedrill warriors sent to stop them had already been defeated, and fear spread throughout the entire Beedrill clan. So, I finally reached this point. Is that the Beedrill hive up ahead? Wow, it's massive. Could the task item be here? I never would have thought it would be in this place. I was expecting it to be in the most dangerous part of the Ursaring territory. I guess I was overthinking it, Sato thought with excitement as he gazed at the enormous hive before him. After Zubat and Gloom easily defeated yet another elite Beedrill squad, Sato had finally reached the heart of the Beedrill territory. The Beedrill hive was built on a towering tree so large that it would take at least a dozen adults holding hands to encircle it. The hive itself was constructed along the entire trunk of the tree, meaning it practically covered the entire giant tree. From a distance, the Beedrill hive looked like a small mountain, dotted with countless holes, enough to trigger anyone's trypophobia. However, the top of the hive, resembling the peak of a small mountain, had suffered some damage. Upon closer inspection, the markings left on the hive's top formed the shape of the letter R. Sato and his team's arrival didn't go unnoticed by the ever-vigilant Beedrill clan. As soon as they approached within 100 meters of the Beedrill hive, a squad of over a dozen elite Beedrill, all at least level 20, rushed forward to intercept them. Along with these elite Beedrill were more than 30 newly evolved Beedrill grunts and a number of Weedle. To prevent Sato from getting any closer to the hive, the Beedrill clan had brought out their reserve forces. In no time, Sato and his Pokémon were surrounded on all sides by Beedrill and Weedle. However, backed up against a giant tree, neither Sato nor his two Pokémon showed the slightest sign of fear. The Beedrill's battle strategy was simple: send in the grunts to wear down the enemy, then have the elites swoop in for the final blow. This time was no different. Under the command of the elite Beedrill, over 50 newly evolved Beedrill grunts and a horde of weak Weedle charged towards Sato and his team. Having faced large-scale assaults like this many times before, Zubat and Gloom remained unfazed. Without waiting for Sato's orders and drawing on their extensive experience from battling Beedrill, they instinctively executed the most effective counterattack. Zubat immediately unleashed Air Cutter at the incoming enemies. In an instant, flying-type energy gathered in the air, and under Zubat's skilled control, this energy transformed into a brief but powerful gale, filled with sharp blades of wind. The charging Beedrill grunts and Weedle were sent flying backward, many of them slashed by the wind blades. Several fragile Beedrill and Weedle were severely injured and collapsed, temporarily out of the fight. However, the impact of Zubat's Air Cutter on the battlefield was far from over. As Zubat's attack raged, Gloom scattered a cloud of green sleep powder from its flower bud, which was carried by Zubat's high-speed wind directly into the ranks of the Beedrill and Weedle. Those hit by the sleep powder, whether already injured or not, were overwhelmed with drowsiness. Before long, a large number of Beedrill and Weedle were fast asleep on the ground. In an instant, the enemy's fighting force was reduced by half. Zubat's air cutter combined with Gloom's sleep powder proved to be an excellent crowd control combo, especially effective unless the enemy was a strong flying type or had the insomnia ability. However, while Zubat focused on the enemies in front, the Beedrill on the sides and above seized their opportunity. Almost simultaneously, 3 elite Beedrill charged from the left and right, their sharp stingers aimed directly at Sato, who was being guarded by Zubat and Gloom. Above Sato, a dozen Weedle had climbed to the tree branches and now dove toward him, their purple-tinged stingers poised to strike. It seems I'm the easy target, huh? Everyone wants to take me out first. Gloom, use grass not to stop the Beedrill on the left and right. Zubat, hit the Weedle above with gust, but be gentle, don't overdo it, Sato commanded, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. He sighed with slight exasperation, but quickly adopted a more serious tone as he issued commands to his Pokémon. Gloom responded with a loud cry, its body surging with grass-type energy. In a flash, its entire form was enveloped in a vibrant green aura. At this moment, as the Beedrill charged to within 2 meters of Sato and his team, long, bright green blades of grass suddenly shot up from the dense undergrowth, swiftly binding the Beedrill and halting their attack. As more and more of these green blades of grass emerged from the ground and joined the binding, the Beedrill were soon wrapped tightly, like cocooned prey, by a mass of resilient green grass. Though seemingly fragile, the grass was incredibly tough, and, under its binding, the Beedrill gradually lost the strength to fight back, helplessly accepting their fate of being captured alive. 2 days earlier, while leading his Pokémon through various battles in the nearby forest, Sato had come across a rather strong Weepinbell in a small flower field. This Weepinbell also happened to be the leader of the grass-type Pokémon in the area. Not only that, but this Weepinbell had mastered an impressive grass-knot technique. The green blades of grass it conjured with this move could easily capture prey, and Beedrill were its favorite target. Sato had personally witnessed Weepinbell use grass not to capture a Beedrill alive. Amazed by the technique's powerful binding capabilities, Sato was eager to harness that power for himself. Fortunately, his Gloom was able to learn this move. Sato asked the Weepinbell to teach Gloom the move, offering plenty of food in exchange. However, as a carnivorous plant, Weepinbell wasn't particularly friendly and dismissed Sato's request, even attempting to capture him with grass not to use as backup food. Faced with this unfriendly behavior, Sato had no choice but to retaliate. Against Zubat's flying-type abilities, Weepinbell stood no chance and was eventually captured by Sato. Of course, Sato didn't take advantage of Weepinbell without compensation. He treated it well, providing good food and drink, and, in the end, allowed Gloom to teach it Energy Ball. In exchange for continuing to enjoy a comfortable life, Weepinbell had to agree to a series of unequal terms with Sato, including teaching Gloom Grass Knot. Gloom, with its superior control over grass-type energy, had since mastered the move even beyond Weepinbell's capabilities. While Weepinbell could bind up to 5 Beedrill at once, Gloom could now manage 6 simultaneously with its Grass Knot. Meanwhile, as Gloom used Grass Knot to bind the approaching Beedrill, Zubat launched its attack on the Weedle above them. A small white whirlwind appeared with just a thought from Zubat. The Weedle, leaping from the branches in their attack, were caught in the whirlwind, which was imbued with flying-type energy. They were severely injured and blown away, falling to the ground and losing their ability to fight. After dealing with the Weedle, Zubat turned its attention to the Beedrill bound by Gloom's Grass Knot. In the next moment, shadow balls shot from Zubat's mouth, knocking out the fragile Beedrill. With Zubat's powerful air cutter for offense, Gloom's crowd control sleep powder and Grass Knot, and Sato skillfully using the giant tree as cover, the wild Beedrill, limited by their lack of intelligence, were left with no options. They were swiftly defeated, one after the other. 3 minutes later, no beedrill remained capable of flight. All had been seriously injured and lay on the ground, temporarily unable to fight. The remaining Weedle, still able to battle, had lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. After defeating the beedrill and Weedle in front of him, the remaining beedrill in the hive who were still capable of moving seemed to lose their will to fight. Multiple defeats had made them realize that Sato was an unbeatable opponent. In order to avoid total annihilation, they had no choice but to abandon the hive and flee. What's going on? They're actually running away. Well, this works out for me. Now I won't have to deal with any more obstacles, Sato thought with a strange look on his face as he watched the healthy, uninjured beedrill flee the hive and scatter in all directions. Sato had expected the typically fierce beedrill to defend their hive at all costs and fight to the bitter end, but to his surprise, the anticipated final battle never came. Instead, the beedrill chose to flee, which caught him off guard. In truth, the beedrill's decision to abandon the hive wasn't just because they were afraid of Sato and his Pokémon. More importantly, their colony was on the brink of extinction. If the remaining beedrill were defeated by Sato and his team, the entire colony would have no hope left. Sato's previous decision not to kill the beedrill, leaving them alive but injured, was a major reason for the beedrill colony's current crisis. The large number of injured beedrill had become a heavy burden on the hive. Naturally, the beedrill could not ignore their injured comrades who had fought for the colony. They fed the injured beedrill the best honey in the hopes that they would recover quickly and contribute to the hive again. However, as the number of injured beedrill increased, the labor force capable of collecting honey diminished. To support these injured beedrill, the hive's stores of honey were rapidly consumed. Now, the number of injured beedrill exceeded the number of healthy workers able to gather honey. The consumption of honey outpaced its production, and to make matters worse, 4 days ago, the Ursaring clan had taken more than half of the hive's honey. The hive's honey reserves were nearly depleted. If the remaining beedrill capable of collecting honey were all captured by Sato and his team, even if Sato chose not to kill them, the beedrill would soon starve to death. Although the fighting beedrill had fled the hive, there were still many injured beedrill and Weedle larvae inside. Entering recklessly could be dangerous. For safety, Sato ordered Zubat to create strong winds around the giant hive and had Gloom release sleep powder to ensure that all the creatures inside would fall into a deep sleep. Over the course of about 10 minutes, Sato had Zubat and Gloom cool down the entire hive with blasts of wind. Then, Zubat used its ultrasonic waves to confirm that most of the beedrill and Weedle inside were now in a forced sleep state. Confident, Sato led his 2 Pokémon into the hive. The R mark on the top of the hive clearly wasn't just a coincidence. If Sato's guess was correct, the Team Rocket item he was searching for in this forest was inside the hive. The massive hive, built by the beedrill, was both sturdy and intricately structured. The beedrill had also designed wide passages inside the hive for easy movement, and these were spacious enough for Sato to walk through comfortably. As he walked through the beedrill-built hive, Sato noticed several small chambers after only a few steps. These were the living spaces of the beedrill, and inside each of the numerous small chambers, most of which were located on 2 levels, lay a beedrill soldier, sound asleep from their injuries. Sato wasn't interested in the injured beedrill. Guided by Zubat's ultrasonic waves, he quickly navigated the maze-like hive and found the correct path leading to the top. The top area of the hive was the nursery, where many eggs containing Weedle were stored. Some Weedle that had already hatched were also fast asleep, completely unaware of Sato and his team's arrival. Finally, with Zubat's help, Sato found his target in one of the nurseries at the very top of the hive. A black backpack, marked with an R, was quietly embedded in the hive's wall. Thanks to the repellent smell coming from the backpack, due to insect repellent, it hadn't been damaged by the beedrill and remained intact, still embedded in the wall. This should be the mission item, Sato thought as he eyed the R on the backpack. It was really well hidden. This hive is so big that without Zubat's help, it could have taken me all day to find it. Sato quickly pulled the black backpack from the wall, not even bothering to check its contents, and immediately stored it in the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. Then he and his Pokémon, Zubat and Gloom, retraced their steps to the lower part of the hive. Since Gloom's sleep powder would only keep the Beedrill asleep for about half an hour, Sato knew he had to move quickly. Now that he was in the heart of the Beedrill's hive, it would be a waste not to grab some loot before leaving. As for what kind of loot was available in the hive, it was none other than the high-quality honey produced by the Beedrill. While Sato had never tasted Beedrill honey himself, he had seen its description in Team Rocket's internal points exchange system and knew exactly how valuable it was. Compared to regular bee-produced honey, Beedrill honey not only had higher nutritional value, but was also a premium food for Pokémon. It had the added benefits of quickly restoring energy and healing injuries, making it a natural recovery and healing product. Wild Beedrill honey, in particular, was known to be even more effective. As a result, wild Beedrill honey was incredibly valuable. In the Team Rocket points exchange system, 1 liter of wild Beedrill honey was priced at 500 points, and it was often out of stock. The Beedrill hive's honey storage room was located at the very bottom of the hive. With Zubat leading the way, Sato soon arrived in the storage room, where hexagonal honeycombs were quietly storing honey, each sealed with a wax-like substance. However, out of the hundreds of honeycombs in the room, only 21 still contained honey. The storage was surprisingly low. Only this much left? Looks like these guys didn't forget to take their wealth with them before leaving. Oh well, the honey that's left should last me quite a while, Sato thought as he observed the nearly empty storage room. He quickly and efficiently stored 21 honeycombs, each sealed with beeswax, in the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. Note: each beeswax-sealed honeycomb contained about 3 liters of honey, so Sato ended up with 63 liters of honey in total. After confirming that there was no more honey left in the storage room, Sato and his 2 Pokémon swiftly left the Beedrill hive and made their way back toward his current residence. However, just after Sato and his team left the hive, a strange distortion appeared in the shadows. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted along the ground, swiftly disappearing into the forest. After Sato and his 2 Pokémon left the Beedrill hive, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Over the past few days, Sato, relying on his 2 Pokémon, had conquered most of the wild Pokémon in the nearby forest, and now, none dared to challenge him. After spending more than 10 minutes, around 4 in the afternoon, Sato and his team successfully returned to the base of the large tree where their temporary residence was located, quickly making their way back to the secret treehouse. As soon as they returned to the treehouse, Sato eagerly took out the black backpack he had obtained from the Beedrill hive and began to unpack its contents one by one. The black backpack was just an ordinary backpack, similar to the small one he had at the start of the mission. Inside, there were 6 Pokeballs, a card sealed in black paper, and a letter. The 6 Pokeballs were clearly not manufactured by Team Rocket. They were handmade, crafted by traditional Pokemon ball artisans using natural materials. These handmade Pokeballs outperformed commercially available ones in terms of performance, customization, and secrecy. Of course, they were relatively expensive, but they were highly favored by high-ranking trainers and the elite. All 6 Pokeballs looked identical, with a design of red on top and white on the bottom, featuring a golden star engraved on the blue shell. Sato took a brief interest in the 6 handmade Pokeballs before setting them aside, shifting his attention to the card sealed in black paper. When Sato tore away the black paper and revealed the true nature of the card, his pupils dilated, and a look of shock crossed his face. The card turned out to be a league identification card, and the image in the upper right corner clearly showed Sato's current appearance. This meant that it was an identification card belonging to him. Oh my gosh, Team Rocket really has incredible power. This ID card is real, not some fake made in the black market, Sato said, looking at the league ID in his hand. He then turned it over to check the back, where a Pokeball pattern appeared faintly when exposed to light. His expression showed a hint of emotion. In fact, when Sato learned that he was undocumented, he had thought about obtaining a legitimate league identification card. Unfortunately, as a nobody without any background, he never even got a chance to appeal. Even with a certificate from the village chief back in his rural village, it proved useless. Unable to obtain a League ID through legitimate means, Sato had decided to find someone in the black market to make one. However, the anti-counterfeiting technology used in official League ID cards was among the best in the Pokémon world. The counterfeits made in the black market might work for rural residents, but in towns and cities where Officer Jenny enforced the law, those fake IDs were worthless and could lead to serious consequences. If caught with a fake ID, one could be immediately targeted for arrest and thrown into jail. Now, the ID card in front of Sato was obviously genuine. The pokeball pattern on the back, which reflected light, served as the best proof. According to those who made fake IDs in the black market of Pewter City, this anti-counterfeiting technology was currently exclusive to the League. In short, this ID card was legitimate. Too bad, what use is this ID card to me now? I'm already on Team Rocket's ship, and getting off means this ID card they gave me would become a powerful constraint instead, Sato thought, his initial surprise slowly shifting into a bitter smile of resignation. It's obvious that now that Team Rocket has provided him with a League ID card, they have completely grasped his identity and background. Even if he were to betray them in the future, he could no longer rely on the identity of Sato to seek refuge with the League. Of course, with this League ID card, Sato could now openly live under the sun. He could freely enter any area controlled by the League, without having to hide from the League officers or fear being searched for identification. Unfortunately, even though he thought about this now, Sato couldn't bring himself to feel happy. For him, this League ID card was merely a disguise to conceal his status as a Team Rocket member. He was still fundamentally seen as a villainous member of Team Rocket. After letting out a deep sigh, Sato set aside the League ID card, which had once held great significance for him, and turned his attention to the last item in the black backpack. Sato tore open the envelope, pulled out the letter inside, and began to read it carefully. After comparing the handwriting with that on the mission map, Sato immediately recognized it as belonging to the same person. As he read the contents of the letter, his expression suddenly soured as if he had swallowed a fly. He was filled with immense confusion because the letter contained some unexpected information that left him bewildered, even somewhat in disbelief. The letter roughly stated that the field trial task had been completed and that he now had a new mission: to find a way to travel to LaRousse City in the Hoenn region and achieve a 10-game winning streak at the Battle Tower there within 25 days of the upcoming rookie competition. What is going on here? Wasn't it agreed that I had to gather all the mission items to complete the field trial task? Why has the task suddenly changed? Now I have to go all the way to Hoenn by myself, and on top of that, I need to achieve 10 consecutive wins at the world-famous Battle Tower in LaRousse City? They really think highly of me. I'm just a rookie who has only had a Pokémon for less than a month. This has got to be a joke. After reading the letter, Sato felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas running wildly in his mind. LaRousse City is an island city located in the Hoenn region, the same city featured in the movie Pokémon, Destiny Deoxys. It's a technologically advanced city, and its most famous landmark is the Battle Tower. The Battle Tower in LaRousse is world-renowned. It serves as a global stage for trainers to showcase their skills. The level of competition here is higher than that of the league tournaments held in various regions. Trainers from all over the world come to the Battle Tower to enhance their strength and gain immense fame. They aim for continuous victories to achieve both recognition and rewards. The Battle Tower in LaRousse holds a status almost comparable to that of the Sky Pillar in the Hunter x Hunter world. This is an original idea. Now, as a rookie trainer who had only debuted less than a month ago, Sato was given such a daunting task, which left him feeling extremely distressed. While Sato was venting his frustrations about the letter at the peak of a small mountain near the forest of Viridian, Sophia smiled and nodded at the recently returned Gengar, praising it. You've barely passed the field survival trial. From now on, your opponents won't be the mindless wild Pokémon. Your future opponents will be much more cunning than wild Pokémon, Sophia thought to herself as she gazed at the distant Viridian forest. After carefully reading the letter in his hand once more, Sato could only sigh in resignation, accepting the reality. He was now a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, with no power or influence, and lacking enough strength to do anything but follow orders from above. Of course, if they were sending him on a suicide mission, Sato would definitely refuse. But this current task wasn't as bad as that, so he reluctantly accepted it. Just like the task map he received last time, the back of this letter also had a map drawn on it. However, this one was much more comprehensive, covering the entire Viridian Forest. The map even included a relatively safe route for him to leave the forest. From the accuracy of this map, which pinpointed his current location, Sato realized that whoever assigned him this mission knew his situation very well, almost to an unsettling degree. In short, every move he made in the Viridian Forest was under surveillance, making it nearly impossible for him to disobey the orders. There's only 25 days left. Damn, this is the Viridian Forest. Even if I took a plane to Hoenn, it would take a day. And as far as I know, Pewter City doesn't have an airport. Hopefully, Viridian City does. Otherwise, I'll have to find another way, Sato murmured, his face darkening as he studied the map. In fact, because Sato was living off the grid, his movements in the Pokemon world were restricted to just Pewter City and the Viridian Forest. He wasn't too familiar with the other cities in Kanto, which made his plan to reach the Hoenn region even more unclear. There were planes, trains, and ships in the Pokemon world, but because of wild Pokemon, none of these methods of transportation were particularly safe. In the sky, airplane routes had to avoid the airspace of powerful wild flying-type Pokemon groups. Train tracks had to steer clear of the territories of strong wild Pokemon. As for sea travel, it was even worse. Accidentally crossing into the sea of a Gyarados and provoking the temperamental creature could have dire consequences. So while communication between human regions wasn't cut off, it wasn't exactly frequent either. The distance between the Kanto and Hoenn regions wasn't too great, so there was still some regular exchange. However, communication between Kanto and Unova, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, was much less frequent. The vast oceans and skies were still beyond human control, as they were dominated by many powerful wild Pokemon. Some of these particularly strong wild Pokemon possessed enough power to cause massive destruction. In truth, the amount of land, sea, and sky that humans occupied in this world was still quite limited. Most of the planet was still inhabited by a vast number of wild Pokemon. Human history in this world was almost entirely a history of battling Pokemon. To survive and thrive, humans had no choice but to seize land, seas, and skies from wild Pokemon. In the distant past, Pokemon were referred to as monsters by humans, which shows just how much humans once feared them. If the profession of Pokemon trainer had never emerged, humanity would likely still be confined to living in small, isolated areas. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. I need to finish what I have to do today and leave Viridian Forest as soon as possible. There are only 25 days left, and I don't know how long it'll take to reach Larue City in Hoenn. By the time I get there, I probably won't have much time left to achieve 10 consecutive wins in the Battle Tower. Sato carefully folded the letter and stored it safely, his expression serious as he thought to himself. In fact, this task came so suddenly that it completely disrupted the plans Sato had for the near future, such as searching for wild Squirtle and Mudkip and capturing a young Growlithe. Ever since Sato discovered wild Squirtle and Mudkip by a nearby river during the heavy rain caused by the battle between Poliwrath and Gyarados, he often wandered along the riverbank. His goal was to get lucky and encounter those two amphibious water-type starter Pokemon again. Unfortunately, his luck hadn't been great this past week. Forget about capturing Squirtle and Mudkip, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. According to his estimation, the only way he'd encounter them again would be if there were another downpour like before. As for the young Growlithe, things had been going much better. After several days of winning its trust with good food, the young Growlithe had become completely comfortable around him, even affectionately licking his hand with its small tongue. The only slight disappointment was that the male Growlithe still treated him coldly, and the young Growlithe was still a bit too young to survive on its own. Sato was about to leave soon, so he couldn't wait for the day when the male Growlithe would chase away the young one. What concerned him now was whether the young Growlithe would be willing to go with him and if the male Growlithe would allow it. Of course, Sato could harden his heart and forcibly capture the young Growlithe. However, this could result in the young Growlithe holding a grudge against him, which would make it difficult to gain its trust and obedience later on. To Sato, a Pokémon that monopolized resources but refused to listen was not worth having. It would be better to leave it alone. Forget about Squirtle and Mudkip, Sato thought with a bitter smile. Wild starter Pokémon are hard to come by. After all, I'm not Ash, a chosen one who stumbles across such crazy luck. Finding a Growlithe in the wild is already fortunate enough. I'll do my best to win over the young Growlithe, but if it doesn't work out, I won't force it. I don't want my Pokémon to resent me for life. Plans never seem to keep up with changes, and Sato was facing that reality now. To adapt, he had no choice but to change his plans. Otherwise, he'd be helpless in the face of danger. Without much strength to rely on, he had to fulfill the orders given to him, as long as they weren't outright suicide missions. After carefully considering everything and organizing his thoughts, Sato began the next steps. Time was now precious, and he had to use it as efficiently as possible. After descending from the treehouse, Sato followed his schedule for the past few days, starting the 2-hour afternoon training session for his 3 Pokémon. If he wanted his team to become stronger, daily Pokémon training and battles were essential. Of the two, training was even more important than battles. Come on out, Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran, it's time to train. Sato tossed 3 Pokeballs, calling out to his Pokémon as they emerged one by one. Following Sato's training regimen, Zubat was now diligently practicing the move Air Cutter. After 5 days of rigorous training, Zubat had become proficient in the technique, able to execute it smoothly. With a flap of its wings, infused with strong flying-type energy, Zubat generated a powerful wind comparable to a level 7 gust. 10 crescent-shaped air blades appeared instantly within the wind, arranged in a fan-like formation to perform a wide-range attack. Each of the air blades was about 20 centimeters in diameter. As the crescent-shaped air blades materialized, Zubat's wings, still enveloped in flying-type energy, twitched slightly. 3 of the blades shifted their trajectory slightly, striking the trunk of a nearby tree one after another. Well done, Zubat. Your control over the air blades has improved significantly. You can now manipulate 3 blades at once. Keep up the hard work. Once you master turning Air Cutter from a wide-range move into a single target attack, your strength will see a substantial increase, Sato praised Zubat after seeing its successful execution of the move. Hearing Sato's encouragement, the somewhat winded Zubat nodded happily and resumed practicing Air Cutter. However, at this point, it could only control 3 air blades, still a bit away from managing a 4th. In Sato's view, the potential of Air Cutter was immense. The move's principle was to release air blades in a small area, fan-shaped, all at once. The number of blades depended on the user's capabilities. The only downside was that once the air blades were created, their trajectories became unpredictable. Essentially, they would randomly strike within a certain range, which made the move less powerful than it could be, failing to maximize its damage. Of course, since the Pokémon itself created the air blades, they could theoretically control them. But this required a high level of mastery over the move. Being able to produce air blades meant the Pokémon had reached an entry-level mastery of the technique. Creating 10 air blades signified the Pokémon had reached a proficient level with Air Cutter. To fully unleash the move's power, however, flexible control over the blades was essential. In Sato's ideal version of the move, Zubat would merge the air blades into one giant blade for a powerful strike on the enemy. Zubat still had a way to go before reaching this ultimate form of Air Cutter. However, Sato couldn't help but wonder if Zubat could indeed transform Air Cutter into the powerful single-target move he envisioned. How would it differ from Air Slash, a move that Zubat could only learn at a higher level? For now, he had no clear answers to this. Note: Air Slash is a flying-type special single-target move with a base power of 75. The move uses a blade of air that can supposedly cut through the sky, though this may be exaggerated. It sometimes causes the target to flinch. After a week of surviving in the dangerous wild, Zubat had undergone significant changes. Unknowingly, it had reached level 24. If this were a game, Zubat would already have enough experience to evolve. What puzzled Sato, though, was that Zubat had shown no signs of evolving. Instead, perhaps due to adapting to the intense wild battles or benefiting from the more nutritious diet, Zubat had grown considerably. A week ago, Zubat's wingspan was about 0.8 meters and it weighed 8.2 kilograms, with a daily diet of about 8 liters of blood. Now, Zubat's wingspan had grown to 1.2 meters and its weight had increased to 10.3 kilograms, with a daily intake of 12 liters of blood. Without a doubt, Zubat now resembled a small falcon, a full-fledged giant bat. Its increased size had also enhanced its endurance, and its larger, stronger wings allowed it to unleash even more powerful flying-type moves. Sato wasn't too surprised by this noticeable growth in Zubat over the week. The high-intensity battles were continuously pushing Zubat to its limits. Subconsciously, Zubat desired to become physically stronger. Coupled with its change in diet from cow blood to the richer wild deer blood, along with a steady increase in its food intake and the calcium tablets Sato gave it daily to promote growth, it would have been strange if Zubat hadn't experienced some significant changes. On the other side, Gloom was busy practicing the grass-type move Grass Knot. With its strong control over grass-type energy, Gloom had now mastered the move, reaching a proficient level of move mastery. Gloom stood in the middle of a clearing, with 10 scattered wooden blocks placed around her within a 10-meter radius. Each block was about 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters tall. Suddenly, a bright green glow burst from Gloom's body. Immediately, vibrant green grass, formed from grass-type energy, sprouted beneath the 10 wooden blocks and quickly began to wrap around them. However, out of the 10 blocks, only 6 were fully covered by the energy-infused grass, while the remaining 4 were only entangled up to the midpoint. Gloom's role in Sato's team had become increasingly versatile. With her ability to pair growth with Energy Ball and Razor Leaf, she could serve as an attacker. When using powders in tandem with Zubat during battles, she acted as a support. Now, by using Grass Knot to entangle multiple enemies at once, she could also play the role of a controller in the team. Since training various grass-type moves and reaching a proficient level in move mastery, Gloom had become an indispensable asset to Sato's team, a key pillar that held the group together. Looking at his team, Sato felt that his offensive power was taking shape, but they lacked solid defense. For instance, when facing wild Pokémon, Sato himself had very limited means of self-defense. If he were caught off guard by an enemy, the outcome could be fatal. To bolster the team's survivability, Sato had no choice but to rely on Gloom, who could now serve as his personal bodyguard with her control move, Grass Knot. Originally, in the games, Grass Knot was a move that tripped the opponent by summoning grass to tie around their legs, with the damage being based on the opponent's weight. The heavier the Pokémon, the more damage it took. Note: Grass Knot is a grass-type special attack move with variable power. It uses grass to trip the opponent, and its power increases based on the target's weight. However, in the real world, Grass Knot was much more than a simple tripping move. The green grass formed from grass-type energy was extremely tough. Unless it was hit by fire, flying, or poison-type attacks, breaking free required significant effort. As such, in reality, Grass Knot had become a powerful move for grass-type Pokémon to bind enemies, especially in forests where they could manipulate real grass to enhance the move's effectiveness. Currently, Gloom could use Grass Knot to bind up to 6 enemies within a 10-meter radius. If her opponents lacked specific means to break free, they would be immobilized until the grass-type energy forming the green grass dissipated, which typically lasted about 10 seconds. Like Zubat, Gloom had undergone significant changes after surviving in the wild with Sato for a week, and these changes were both internal and external. The first change was in her personality. After gaining acceptance from her teammates, Gloom was no longer as insecure as before. She often smiled, especially when playing with the playful Nidoran. Additionally, the numerous victories she had achieved alongside Sato had greatly boosted her confidence. The second change was in Gloom's physical growth. Originally, Gloom was about the size of a 2- or 3-month-old human baby, smaller and shorter than a typically developed Gloom. However, perhaps due to her improved mood, her body began to grow at a healthier rate. During Sato's recovery period, he had also gathered animal droppings, dead branches, and leaves to create natural fertilizer for Gloom, helping her grow faster by providing essential nutrients. With a positive mindset, plenty of sunlight and water, and fertile soil, Gloom's physical and mental health steadily improved, allowing her to grow significantly. Now, her size had reached that of an average Gloom. If she had previously been the size of a few months-old baby, she was now about as big as a 1-year-old child, standing roughly 75 centimeters tall. After seeing that Gloom's training was progressing well, Sato gave her a few words of praise before turning his attention to Nidoran, who was currently focused on his training in front of a large boulder. The move Sato had arranged for Nidoran to train was Poison Jab, a move aligned with Nidoran's poison type. Having passed his infancy stage, Nidoran's physical attributes had improved significantly, no longer as fragile as he once was. The density of the purple keratinous spikes on his body had gradually thickened. Especially notable was the sharp purple horn on Nidoran's forehead, which had now become as hard as steel, making it the toughest part of his body. This sharp horn was also Nidoran's primary weapon for attacks. Note: Poison Jab is a poison-type physical move with 80 power. It uses a poisonous appendage or arm to stab the opponent, with a chance to poison the target. After passing infancy, Nidoran's current details were as follows. Pokémon, Nidoran. Level 5. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Amnesia, Egg Move, Disable, Egg Move, Confusion, Egg Move, Hone Claws TM, Poison Jab TM, Water Pulse TM. According to Sato's guidelines, Nidoran would always begin his training and battles by using Hone Claws. This helped compensate for the accuracy drop caused by his Hustle ability when using physical moves, while also boosting his attack power. At this moment, a Nidoran about the size of a medium-sized dog was charging forward, moving on his slightly clumsy limbs. As he charged, the sharp purple horn on his forehead glowed faintly with a dim purple light. When Nidoran was just half a meter from the boulder, he suddenly leaped forward with all his might. With a bang, Nidoran's horn pierced directly into the large red mark painted on the boulder's surface. The 2-meter-tall boulder shook slightly, and small fragments of rock splintered off. As Nidoran effortlessly withdrew his horn from the boulder, a small hole, leaking a faint purple liquid, appeared on the surface. Tiny cracks, similarly infused with the purple liquid, spread outward from the hole. The inner and outer edges of the hole showed signs of erosion. Before long, a small piece of the eroded rock crumbled from the boulder, falling apart like tofu and shattering into several fragments. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran's body was saturated with toxins, especially in the sharp spikes covering his body, where the most potent venom was secreted. Naturally, the most concentrated source of poison was in his sharp forehead horn. When using Poison Jab, Nidoran focused the poison-type energy into his horn. Since the horn was the hardest part of his body and could instantly secrete a large amount of venom at will, it was the perfect weapon to pair with the Poison Jab technique, which required the condensation of poison-type energy for the attack. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran had a natural affinity for the poison-type energy in the environment. However, due to his young age and limited control, the amount of poison-type energy he could currently gather was still low. This was evident from the faint purple glow on his horn when he executed Poison Jab moments ago. Even though Nidoran had not yet fully mastered Poison Jab, not even reaching the beginner level, the move's power, combined with the physical attack boost from his Hustle ability and Hone Claws, still produced significant destructive force. When facing tough rocks, Nidoran could easily pierce them with his horn, similar to stabbing tofu. His venom, released through his horn, and the poison-type energy surrounding it would then corrode the rock. If it were a tree or a living creature instead of a rock, it would likely be pierced through, leaving a small hole, and there would be a high chance of the target being poisoned. This was the result even though Nidoran could not yet condense much poison-type energy for his poison jab. It was clear that as his control over poison-type energy improved and he could gather more of it for his moves, he would be able to shatter rocks instantly, leaving severe corrosion marks. In fact, Sato had already let Nidoran test poison jab on some nearby small trees, and without exception, those trees withered and died, poisoned by the venom. After witnessing the terrifying power of Nidoran's poison jab, Sato no longer allowed him to use living creatures for practice, opting instead to train against inanimate objects like rocks. In the world of Pokémon, poison types are much more dangerous than most others. A large part of this danger comes from the toxins they carry. If a living creature is injured by a poison-type Pokémon, it could easily become poisoned. Note: poison-type energy is highly aggressive and corrosive. Pokémon get poisoned because poison-type Pokémon inject their energy into the target's body, where it wreaks havoc. This can be considered an energy-based toxin, which explains why non-poison-type Pokémon using poison-type moves can still cause poisoning. Custom lore. In reality, poisoning is far more dangerous than it appears in games. Once a Pokémon is poisoned, the negative effects are much more severe than burns, paralysis, or freezing. While the effects might not be immediately apparent, once the poison spreads throughout the body, the Pokémon's combat abilities will rapidly deteriorate. If an antidote isn't administered in time, the Pokémon could even die. Even if treated at the last moment, it would likely suffer a serious illness afterward. Moreover, different types of Pokémon have different kinds of toxins, leading to varying symptoms when poisoned. In most cases, a poisoned Pokémon will experience one of three symptoms: overall weakness, hallucinations, or localized decay in the poisoned area. Of course, for more potent poison types, these symptoms could mix or occur simultaneously. Note: poison-type Pokémon and certain others with innate toxins can induce physical poisoning in organic beings. Custom lore. Steel-type Pokémon have a natural immunity to poison-type energy because of their steel typing. Unless their steel attribute is removed or their immunity weakened, steel types cannot be poisoned. Based on some practical experiments, Nidoran's venom showed clear corrosive properties. Once exposed to air, it underwent a chemical reaction, and when combined with the corrosive nature of poison-type energy, it produced an intensified effect, easily corroding most materials. Well done! But don't always rely on your horn for poison jab. It makes it easier for opponents to target your weak spots. Try using your claws instead. They're just as tough as your horn, and you won't give yourself a headache from crashing into things, Sato said with an amused smile, seeing that while Nidoran had broken off a chunk of the boulder, he was also a bit dizzy from the impact. Unfortunately, Nidoran seemed unfazed by Sato's advice. He still chose to use his horn as the focus for poison jab. After stepping back a bit, he braced himself and charged at the boulder again. The training of the three Pokémon was proceeding in an orderly and self-motivated manner. With more than an hour until sunset, Sato took the opportunity to gather some dry branches and leaves from nearby and built a campfire. Next, Sato retrieved a wild deer leg wrapped in plastic from the storage space of his Team Rocket watch, along with some salt and seasonings. He also took out some wild beedrill honey that he had just acquired that day. After carefully roasting it, a golden brown, crispy wild deer leg was ready. By this time, the Zubat and Nidoran had arrived right on schedule, eagerly watching the roasting deer leg over the fire. In fact, both Zubat and Nidoran were omnivores, though Nidoran was more adaptable in his diet than Zubat. Therefore, both Pokémon could digest meat. Hurry back to training. This roasted deer leg isn't meant for you too, Sato said with a stern expression, noticing his Pokémon drooling over the leg turning on the spit. The well-seasoned roasted deer leg was specially prepared for his little Growlithe. He planned to consult the Growlithe's wishes tomorrow, as they were set to leave this place. If the Growlithe agreed to join him, the roasted deer leg would serve as a welcoming gift. If the Growlithe refused, it would act as a farewell gift. A few minutes later, Sato ended the Pokémon's training early and, after spending over 10 minutes navigating the area, arrived at the grove where the Growlithe roost. Suddenly, a rustling sound filled the air. As Sato stepped into the grove, a shiny furred male Growlithe appeared before him and jumped straight into his arms. Compared to the small Growlithe from 5 days ago, this one had grown significantly, now about 2/3 the size of its father, and had become a bit chubby. The rapid growth was largely due to Sato bringing him tasty food every morning and evening. With plenty to eat and sleep, the little Growlithe had started to gain some weight. Moreover, during these few days, the little Growlithe's father had clearly begun special training for him. The little Growlithe had already reached level 10 and had even learned the moves Flame Wheel and Flame Charge in such a short time. This indicated that the male Growlithe had inherited excellent talent from his father. Here's the information for the little Growlithe. Pokémon, Growlithe. Level 10. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Flame Wheel. Tutor, Flame Charge, Tutor. Ha ha. Alright, Growlithe, I know you're happy to see me. I brought you some treats today, Sato said, struggling a bit as he pushed away the Growlithe that was enthusiastically licking his face. Hearing Sato's words, the little Growlithe stopped his face-licking attack and sat down on the grass, looking at Sato with a hungry expression. Seeing the little Growlithe looking like a true food lover, Sato patted its head and smiled. Then, under the watchful gaze of the Growlithe's sparkling eyes, he took out the specially made roasted deer leg from the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. The roasted deer leg, coated in wild Beedrill honey, appeared incredibly enticing to the little Growlithe. As soon as it caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, saliva started to drip uncontrollably from its mouth. Without any hesitation, the little Growlithe lunged straight at the roasted deer leg in Sato's hands. With a delighted woof woof woo, the Growlithe swallowed a large piece of roasted meat and immediately closed its eyes, letting out joyful sounds and displaying a blissful expression on its face. Meanwhile, not far away in a patch of grass, a strong male Growlithe caught a whiff of the roasted deer leg's scent and wore a similar greedy expression, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. However, the sturdy male Growlithe had good self-control. While resisting its cravings, it kept a watchful eye on Sato beside the little Growlithe. "Is it delicious, Growlithe?" Sato asked with a smile, seeing the little Growlithe enjoying the roasted deer leg. Woof woof woof, without any hesitation, the little Growlithe nodded in response. In its young mind, the food Sato had brought over the past few days was the best it had ever tasted, without a doubt. "Oh, really? That's great to hear. But, Growlithe, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I might not be able to bring you these tasty treats anymore." Upon hearing the little Growlithe's enthusiastic response, Sato smiled slightly, but his expression turned a bit serious as he spoke. Upon hearing Sato's words, the little Growlithe, which had been happily munching on the roasted deer leg, immediately changed its expression. It looked at Sato with a pitiful gaze, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy, its eyes welling up with tears, making it look utterly forlorn. "I'm not abandoning you, I just have to go to a very far place for a while, and I won't be able to bring you delicious food for a long time." Seeing the little Growlithe's sad expression, Sato gently patted its head. However, as a true food lover, the little Growlithe clearly did not want Sato, who brought it food every day, to leave. It grabbed Sato's pant leg with its mouth and tugged at it, as if refusing to let Sato go. "Of course, I don't want to stop seeing you either. That's why I'm here to ask for your wish, Growlithe. Do you wish to come with me and explore the outside world? There's so much more than just this little place where you live, and there are even tastier things out there than this roasted deer leg." Seeing the little Growlithe's reluctance, Sato felt encouraged and quickly expressed his true intention for this visit. However, Sato felt a chill in his heart when he noticed that although the little Growlithe initially showed joy at the thought of coming along and tasting more delicious food, it soon appeared to be thinking of something else, and its expression turned a little gloomy. "It's okay, Growlithe. If you don't want to, I won't pressure you. We're still good friends, and I'll come to visit you whenever I can." Sato observed the little Growlithe's change in demeanor and sighed softly, putting on a sincere smile to comfort the now downcast Pokemon. Unfortunately, Sato's comforting words did not lift the little Growlithe's spirits. It seemed that because of its sadness, the delicious roasted deer leg no longer tasted good. After a few more bites, the little Growlithe turned and dashed into the grass, quickly disappearing from Sato's sight. It seems it really isn't going to work. After all, Pokemon have familial bonds too, and for a little Growlithe that hasn't experienced independent living yet, it's too hard to let go of that. What a pity. If I had arrived a few days later, the outcome might have been different, Sato said with a disappointed expression as he watched the little Growlithe abandon the roasted deer leg and turn away. After waiting a few minutes without the little Growlithe returning, Sato shook his head in disappointment. He left behind a dozen high-quality spicy Pokeblocks, which the little Growlithe loved, before leaving the grove with Zubat and Gloom. Since the little Growlithe didn't want to come with him, Sato had to respect its choice, as they had already become friends. Upon returning to his lodging, night had fully descended. As usual, Sato fed the 3 Pokemon a hearty meal and then returned to the treehouse atop the giant tree, quietly spending his last night in the Viridian Forest. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, one night had gone by. Around 6 in the morning, the sun gradually rose in the east, and the Viridian Forest welcomed dawn once again. At that moment, a cheerful barking sound suddenly woke Sato from his sleep. Sato had always woken up at 7 a.m. sharp, a habit formed long ago. But today, even though it wasn't yet 7, he was awakened by the noise outside. Instead of feeling annoyed, he was filled with unexpected joy. Hearing the familiar barking outside, Sato, who had been thinking about Growlithe all night, reacted instantly. Before Zubat on the roof of the treehouse could alert him, Sato had already opened his eyes and quickly opened the door to look down from the tree. Sure enough, the familiar figure of little Growlithe stood below. Upon seeing Sato, the barking grew even louder, with his front paws resting on the tree trunk as he looked up at him with excitement. "How did you come here alone? Where's your father? You're not hurt, are you?" Sato immediately climbed down from the tree and asked with concern as the little Growlithe leaped into his arms. Zubat had already informed Sato that he hadn't detected Growlithe's father nearby, meaning the little Growlithe had come to find him all on its own. Growlithe was only level 10, and though it was a fire-type Pokemon, it was still quite dangerous for it to travel from the small grove to Sato's location alone. One wrong encounter with a strong Pokemon could have spelled disaster for it. Luckily, Growlithe had not encountered any real danger, and there were no serious injuries on its body, just a few scrapes and bruises. With a bit of ointment and the naturally strong resilience of Pokemon, it would recover in no time. Growlithe's expression dimmed slightly when he heard Sato's words, but he quickly perked up again. He grabbed one of the Pokeballs from Sato's belt with his mouth, then backed away, placing the ball on the ground. He nudged the Pokeball with his head, rolling it back towards Sato's feet. "You want to come with me, is that it, Growlithe?" Sato asked, his face lighting up with joy at Growlithe's actions. "Woof woof woof," Growlithe nodded eagerly, then sat down with his rear on the ground, gazing at Sato with a look full of anticipation. Growlithe was indeed intrigued by the world outside, as Sato had described, but he was also reluctant to leave his family. Torn between staying with its loved ones and exploring the world, Growlithe had chosen to remain with its family. However, what Growlithe hadn't expected was that his father had found out about his decision. He became furious, eventually driving Growlithe out of the grove and forbidding him from returning home. Heartbroken and lost, Growlithe thought of Sato, who had always treated him kindly, and decided to seek him out. At first, Growlithe was very scared, as he had never ventured beyond the grove before. But to his surprise, The journey was smooth, as he followed Sato's scent, without encountering any major dangers. Well, since that's your choice, I respect your decision. I'm really happy to have you join me, Grolive. So, welcome aboard. Hearing Grolive's confirmation, Sato smiled warmly, bending down to pick up the great ball at his feet. He then lightly tapped it against Grolive, who had come close. The great ball in Sato's hand opened upon contact, turning Grolive into a beam of red light before absorbing him inside. The button in the center of the ball flashed red a few times before dimming. I've actually captured a Grolive, Sato exclaimed, unable to resist a surge of playful excitement. He struck a dramatic pose with the great ball raised high in the air, embracing his inner child. Of course, after indulging in his moment of childish delight, Sato quickly returned to his usual calm and rational self. He pressed the button on the ball, releasing Grolive back out. At the same time, Sato released all his other Pokémon to inform them that Grolive had officially become part of their team. Zubat, Nidoran, and Gloom were already somewhat familiar with Grolive. They had interacted well before, so now that Grolive had officially become part of their team, their bond deepened even further. Each of the 3 Pokémon warmly welcomed Grolive into the group. While Sato and the others were happily celebrating the addition of Grolive as a new companion, about 400 to 500 meters away, the male Grolive came to a stop. He turned his head slightly, looking in the direction of Sato's dwelling, and then let out a loud howl. Hearing the howl, the younger Grolive's ears twitched, and a determined look flashed across his face. He, too, turned toward the direction of his father and responded with a strong, youthful howl of his own. Hang in there, Grolive. It seems your father is watching over you. I'm sure you'll meet again someday. When that time comes, show him how strong you've become. I'll help you surpass him and become a powerful fire-type Pokémon, Sato said, gently patting Grolive's head as he smiled. It was clear that Grolive's safe journey to Sato had not been without the help of his father. The male Grolive's earlier howl was likely a farewell to his child. As a fire-type Pokémon, Grolive naturally had his own pride. His desire for strength was just as fierce. Hearing Sato's words only intensified his fighting spirit, and his howl grew even louder. On the other side, after hearing Grolive's determined response, the male Grolive's eyes softened, and its worry faded. Without looking back, he continued walking toward the small grove that was his territory. After a short while, Grolive stopped howling, and Sato began his morning routine of washing up and preparing breakfast for both himself and his Pokémon. With Grolive joining the team, Sato prepared an especially hearty breakfast that morning. For Grolive, in particular, he roasted another delicious venison leg as a welcome gift. Unlike usual, after breakfast, Sato decided not to proceed with his regular morning training. Instead, he pulled out a map that would guide them out of Viridian Forest and began following the route toward Viridian City. According to the map, Sato's current location was on the western side of Viridian Forest's unsafe zone, about 10 kilometers away from Viridian City in the south. However, the route on the map wasn't completely safe either. It passed through the territories of several strong wild Pokémon groups, and along the way, Sato and his team were attacked several times by wild Pokémon at level 30 or above. Fortunately, after a week of intense training in the wild, Sato had greatly improved his skills. With Zubat and Gloom, both of whom were now level 24 or higher, protecting him, they managed to escape from any dangerous situations, even if they couldn't win every battle. Each encounter was a close call, but they made it through safely. Finally, after over 8 hours of winding through the forest, Sato and his team, guided by the map, successfully entered the safe zone of Viridian Forest. After another 2 hours of travel, the outline of Viridian City appeared on the horizon. At last, we're back in human civilization. This week of survival training felt like it lasted forever. Viridian City, here I come, Sato thought to himself, a smile finally spreading across his face as he gazed at the human structures ahead. Viridian City, also known as the Evergreen City, is located to the south of Viridian Forest. Although it's considered a third-tier city in terms of economy and size within the Kanto region, its reputation is surprisingly significant. The fame of Viridian City is largely due to two of the most well-known figures in the Kanto region. The first is the Dragon Master, Lance, widely regarded as the invincible dragon tamer, and the other is Giovanni, the strongest Jin leader in Kanto and the man who would eventually propel Team Rocket to its peak. Both of these individuals were born in Viridian City, and coincidentally, both were blessed by the power of Viridian Forest. What saddened the ordinary readers, however, is that their paths diverged drastically. One became a pillar of justice, while the other rose to power as the leader of a criminal empire. Now, Sato had entered this famed city. It was already 5 p.m. by the time he crossed into Viridian City's borders. However, it seemed the city's residents weren't very fond of him. As he walked through the streets, many people cast wary glances in his direction, avoiding him and whispering among themselves. Sato paid no attention to the looks or gossip. After all, he had spent the past week living in the wilderness, battling Pokémon in the wild. Naturally, his limited supply of clothing had long been torn and tattered. On top of that, he had just completed a long trek out of the depths of Viridian Forest. Sato looked like a wild man. His skin was sunburned, his clothes were ragged, and he reeked of sweat. He was the very picture of dishevelment. Fortunately, the pokeballs strapped to his belt served as a crucial symbol, and the subtle yet oppressive aura he emitted also contributed to the air of caution around him. Even though the passers-by didn't welcome him, none dared to act aggressively toward Sato, who clearly looked like a formidable trainer. Some more perceptive individuals even shifted their expressions from disgust to fear or respect and hurried away before Sato could even notice them. Despite this, the commotion surrounding Sato eventually caught the attention of the local patrolling police. Not long after Sato entered Viridian City, Officer Jenny, accompanied by her Growlithe, arrived on a police motorcycle. "Please show me your ID, trainer," Officer Jenny said as she dismounted her bike, eyeing Sato cautiously. Her large, beautiful eyes revealed a hint of wariness, and the Growlithe at her side immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to attack if necessary. As an experienced police officer, Officer Jenny was sharp enough not to underestimate Sato despite his rugged appearance. In fact, she treated him with twice the usual caution. Sato gave off a very different vibe compared to the typical soft and sheltered trainers who frequented the safer areas of the wild. If they were lambs, then Sato, who had undoubtedly experienced countless life-or-death battles in the dangerous zones, was a wolf, radiating an aura that spoke of his hard-earned survival. "Of course, Officer Jenny. Here's my ID. I've just returned from a mission in the wild, and I'm really exhausted. I'd appreciate it if I could rest soon," Sato responded cooperatively, pulling out his trainer ID from his pocket and handing it to her. The trainer ID that Team Rocket had arranged for Sato was clearly well prepared. When Officer Jenny inserted the card into a small ID reader, Sato's detailed profile immediately appeared on the screen. The information on Sato's profile clearly outlined his place of birth, date of birth, and his clean background. It also detailed his journey from a bug catcher to a registered league trainer. It was a thorough record that would satisfy even the most scrupulous of inspectors. "No problems here. Thank you for your cooperation, and I hope your journey wasn't too exhausting," Officer Jenny said after carefully reviewing the information displayed on her machine. With no issues found, she visibly relaxed and now looked at Sato with a much friendlier expression. After handing Sato back his trainer ID, Officer Jenny mounted her police vehicle and continued patrolling with her Growlithe by her side. Seeing this, the nearby passers-by also softened their gazes toward Sato. They trusted Officer Jenny's judgment. Since she didn't cause him any trouble, it was clear he wasn't a bad person. "Phew. Looks like I passed the test. That league ID is definitely the real deal," Sato thought to himself, breathing a deep sigh of relief as he watched Officer Jenny ride away. Truthfully, Sato, now a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, felt his heart skip a beat when he first saw Officer Jenny approaching. And when she came straight toward him to check his ID, he silently cursed his bad luck. Fortunately, his mental fortitude held strong, and the League ID that Team Rocket had provided him was genuine, allowing him to avoid any suspicion. After Officer Jenny's inspection, Sato's journey through the city became much smoother. The pedestrians no longer avoided him as they had before, likely reassured that he wasn't some dangerous outsider. Sato now had quite a few things to take care of. For one, he needed to give himself and his Pokémon a proper rest. He also had to gather supplies for the rest of his journey and figure out how to reach the Hoenn region. But before he could take care of any of that, his disheveled appearance was something he had to deal with. Before buying new clothes and refreshing his image, though, he needed money. The truth was, Sato was broke, completely penniless. Without money, none of his plans could proceed, so his first priority was finding a way to make some cash quickly. Using signs along the way, Sato found his way to a Pokémon item shop in Viridian City. Based on his current situation, selling some of the lighter valuables in his possession seemed like the fastest way to get money. Sato didn't have many valuable items on him. The most valuable and easiest to sell were the wild Beedrill honeycombs he had harvested from a Beedrill nest the day before. These items were highly prized, even within Team Rocket's internal exchange system, so they would undoubtedly fetch a good price here as well. Upon Sato's entrance, the trainers inside the shop all turned their attention toward him. Most of the young, well-dressed trainers immediately displayed looks of disgust, with some female trainers covering their noses and mouths before hurriedly leaving the store. However, the shop's owner and the older employees, being much more experienced, didn't immediately dismiss him from his current appearance. They quickly stopped the younger staff members who were about to make the mistake of trying to shoo him away. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" A middle-aged male employee stepped forward and politely asked Sato. "Yes, I'd like to sell something. Do you buy these here?" Sato nodded and pulled out a beeswax-sealed honeycomb of wild Beedrill honey from his belongings. As expected, wild Beedrill honey was indeed highly valuable, with 1 liter selling for a staggering 5,000 Poke-Dollars/Alliance dollars, same thing. A middle-aged trainer, who was also shopping for Pokémon supplies in the store, even approached Sato directly, offering 6,000 Poke-Dollars per liter. When it came to money, Sato naturally welcomed more. So, going with the highest bidder, he ended up selling around 10 liters of wild Beedrill honey to the middle-aged trainer, earning himself 60,000 Poke-Dollars. It's worth mentioning that in addition to confirming the identity of its holder, a League ID also functions as a bank account. The 60,000 Poke-Dollars were transferred directly to Sato's account. Carrying that much cash would have been impractical. Sato's bank account had previously been empty, but now it contained a balance of 60,000 Poke-Dollars. With money in hand, Sato immediately spent 10,000 Poke-Dollars in the Pokemon item shop on a mid-level storage backpack and another 20,000 on 25 bottles of mid-level spray-type healing potions. He also spent 10,000 Poke-Dollars to buy enough Pokemon food to last Nidoran, Gloom, and Growlithe for a week. After completing his purchases, Sato quickly left the Pokemon item shop and headed to a nearby clothing store, where he spent 3,000 Poke-Dollars on 6 sets of clothing. These were the latest trendy trainer uniforms, similar to the kind that trainers often wore in the anime. The shop owner was also quite considerate. Despite Sato's disheveled appearance, after recognizing that he was a paying customer, they even let him take a hot shower in the store before changing into his newly bought, clean clothes. When Sato emerged from the clothing store, he looked like a completely different person, transforming from a scruffy wild man to a handsome, tough young trainer. Following the signs, Sato then made his way to his lodging for the night, the Viridian City Pokémon Center. The Viridian City Pokémon Center, located in the city's center, was an expansive facility dedicated to healing Pokémon. It was about the size of half a football field and stood 5 or 6 stories tall. Dressed in his new trainer uniform, Sato passed by the security guards at the entrance without raising any suspicion. After showing his League ID, he easily entered the Pokémon Center. To be honest, since arriving in the Pokémon world, this was Sato's first time entering a Pokémon Center. Due to his previous status as an unregistered citizen, he hadn't had the chance to visit a league-controlled facility like this. Unlike how Pokemon centers were depicted in the anime, this one was not only staffed by the familiar Nurse Joy but also many other medical personnel. Because numerous trainers were currently having their Pokemon treated, the staff were all quite busy. In a place dedicated to saving lives, order was, of course, very important. Unless it was an emergency, anyone wanting treatment for their Pokemon had to wait their turn, just like in a regular hospital. Sato's reason for visiting the Pokemon Center was mainly to stay the night and to have his Pokemon treated. While Pokemon generally had strong regenerative abilities, intense battles could leave hidden injuries behind. Though these hidden injuries might not be a big deal at first, if left untreated and allowed to accumulate, they could become life-threatening. In the best case, such injuries could leave a permanent mark, hindering a Pokemon's potential. In the worst case, they could be fatal. Thus, it was necessary to regularly give Pokemon a comprehensive medical checkup to eliminate hidden injuries, and the Pokemon centers, which boasted the most advanced medical technology in the world, were the perfect place to meet all a trainer's needs. It's no exaggeration to say that a trainer's success is not only due to their personal and Pokemon's efforts, but also the medical team supporting them behind the scenes. Sato made himself as inconspicuous as possible. After receiving his queue number, he quietly sat in a secluded corner of the waiting hall, patiently waiting his turn. Worth mentioning, after acquiring the spatial backpack, Sato transferred all the items from his Rocket Team-issued watch into it. He also switched the Team Rocket-issued Great Balls of his 4 Pokemon into the personally crafted ones he had received. While waiting, Sato used the simple diagrams on the walls of the waiting hall to get a general understanding of the structure of the Viridian City Pokemon Center. The center was divided into 5 floors, each with distinct functions. The first floor was for minor injury treatments, the second for serious injuries, the third was the ward area, the fourth housed temporary accommodations, and the fifth was reserved for league use. Apart from these main sections, there were various functional areas spread across the first 4 floors, such as the League Shop on the first floor, the League Mission area on the second, a public dining hall on the third, and an outdoor training ground, among others. With the assistance of Chansey, Pokemon specially trained by the Joys as medical aides, the efficiency of treatments in Pokemon centers was impressively high. After waiting for about 13 minutes, the broadcast in the waiting hall called Sato's number. Following the broadcast instructions, Sato approached the medical counter, where a Nurse Joy greeted him with a professional smile and inquired about the type of medical service he required. "Here's my League ID. Please give my Pokemon a full-body treatment, and I'd also like to stay overnight at the Pokemon Center," Sato said, handing over his League ID and placing 4 Pokeballs on the counter with a slight smile. "Understood. A full-body treatment for 4 Pokemon will be 8,000 Pokedollars, and the accommodation fee is 500 Pokedollars. Would you like to pay with cash or deduct it from your bank account?" Nurse Joy asked, confirming Sato's identity as a registered trainer after inserting his League ID into the verification machine. "Just deduct it from my bank account, and please take good care of them," Sato replied. "Of course. We'll provide the best possible treatment for your Pokemon. Here is your claim ticket and room key. Please keep them safe. The treatment will take some time, so kindly wait in the lounge," Nurse Joy said, handing back his League ID along with a white claim ticket after pressing the transfer button on her desk. Money spent as easily as flowing water. After selling the wild bee drill honey and going on a shopping spree, Sato now had only 8,500 Pokedollars left in his bank account. This treatment is really expensive. Being a trainer truly is a costly profession. Thinking about it now, the benefits Team Rocket offers its official members are pretty good. No wonder so many poor civilian trainers choose to join. It's practically forced on them, Sato thought to himself, feeling a slight sting in his wallet as he returned to the waiting hall. When discussing the strongest force in today's Pokemon world, without a doubt, it's the Pokemon League/Alliance, same thing, a colossal entity spanning multiple continents. The current order of the Pokemon world is maintained and shaped by this powerful organization. To elaborate custom lore, the Pokemon League is actually a massive coalition formed by many factions. The primary purpose of this powerhouse was to end the long-standing wars in the Pokemon world and preserve the hard-won peace. As for the exact date of the Pokemon League's founding and its original founders, these details are lost to time. However, one thing is certain, with the League's rise and growth, wars in the Pokemon world gradually ceased. The chaotic era, where different regions were ruled by various factions, came to an end, and the Pokemon world finally entered a peaceful era of rapid human civilization development. Note, long ago, the Pokemon world indeed had many nations that waged war for their own interests. The history of Kalos explicitly states that the immortal King Az ended the war and created a superweapon capable of destroying the world. Today, the Pokemon League has established its influence over regions such as Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and even the distant Alola. In the face of the League's overwhelming power, the local forces in these regions had no choice but to submit, and for survival, they had to become vassals and merge into the Pokemon League. However, the Pokemon League is, after all, a vast coalition. Its control over each region is limited. Currently, the League has the strongest control over Kanto and Johto, where its headquarters is located atop Mount Silver, which connects the two continents. In other regions, the League's control is somewhat weaker. Of course, this weaker control doesn't mean the League has lost power in these areas. It simply means there is more compromise with local forces, allowing these regions to retain their unique local characteristics. With the arrival of long-awaited peace, the Pokemon world has entered an era ruled by the Pokemon League. Like any ruling power, the League inevitably adopts specific governance measures to strengthen its control. A powerful force is both a means of maintaining rule and a potential threat. And in the Pokemon world, the strongest force is, of course, Pokemon, with trainers being those who command this power. How to effectively manage this force became the central question for the rulers. Ultimately, the Pokemon League made a very wise decision. Instead of cutting off the right of the lower classes to access this power, the Pokemon League opened up the trainer profession to everyone, giving even the common people a chance to rise in social status. This decision greatly contributed to societal stability. Of course, the Pokemon League merely provided the opportunity for the common people to climb upward. To truly rise, one had to abide by the rules the League had set. The Pokemon League's members are numerous and generally divided into two categories: non-core members and core members. Non-core members are those registered in the League, who have been observed and tested by the organization. This group consists of ordinary civilian trainers with clean backgrounds. In contrast, the core members are the true members of the Alliance, enjoying the various benefits it provides. One example of these benefits is the discounted treatments at Pokemon centers. Generally speaking, core members of the Pokemon League are selected from the elite among non-core members. These elites have already made significant contributions to the League before becoming core members, and their strength is among the best within the non-core ranks. Their contribution and abilities help them stand out. Additionally, those born into families where at least one parent is a core League member are considered core members in training. Among them, new trainers who receive one of the starter Pokemon and a Pokédex automatically become core members of the League once they are granted their Pokédex. As for Sato, he is currently a registered League trainer, but is only at the basic level. He hasn't yet passed the League's tests and observations, so he isn't even a non-core member. Therefore, he has to pay the high medical fees for using the services at the Pokemon Center. In fact, if Sato didn't meet the minimum requirement of being a registered League trainer, the Pokemon Center could have refused to provide treatment at all. Why do so many civilian trainers fight so hard to join the League? It's simple. The Pokemon League controls the best resources in the world and leads the way in Pokemon research and development. Imagine this. Even Team Rocket, a shadowy criminal organization, has access to vast resources. So, how much more would the Pokemon League, a force dozens of times more powerful than Team Rocket, control in terms of resources? It's not hard to imagine that becoming a core league member could drastically change your fate. Your journey as a trainer would go much further, and your future generations would live better lives because of you. Moreover, after the efforts of several generations, the Pokemon League has become the legitimate ruler in the eyes of humanity. Almost all new generations have grown up under the League's influence and education. To them, contributing to the League is a source of immense pride. Of course, while the world has its beauty, it also has its harsh realities. Among the countless civilian trainers, only a few will ever succeed in changing their fate. The majority will end up disappointed. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Sato finally retrieved his 4 Pokemon. Alongside Growlithe, who had been reluctant to stay in its Pokeball and eagerly jumped out, he climbed the stairs and headed to the public cafeteria on the 3rd floor. It was already past 6 p.m. dinner time. Just a little longer and you'll get to eat. You'll get to try some new food tonight. It's way better than that roasted wild deer meat, Sato said with a smile, patting Growlithe on the head. Woof, woof, woof. Growlithe's eyes lit up at the mention of new food, and it responded excitedly, walking closely by Sato's side. As for the many trainers who don't succeed, most eventually give up and accept their predetermined fate. Only a small few continue down the trainer's path, pushing forward without regret. Since it was already past 6 o'clock, by the time Sato arrived at the public cafeteria with Growlithe, many trainers had already gathered for dinner. Combined with their Pokemon, the entire cafeteria was quite crowded. The saying at home, "Rely on your parents," outside, "Rely on friends," holds true. Being a trainer is a high-risk profession, and traveling alone can be very dangerous, especially for new trainers. That's why, in most cases, young trainers prefer to travel with friends who share their interests and who they trust. It not only reduces risks, but also adds helpful allies for their future journeys. At the public cafeteria in the Pokemon Center, almost every table was filled with trainers dining together, chatting and laughing with their Pokemon. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Growlithe, being a popular Pokemon, immediately attracted the attention of many trainers when Sato entered the cafeteria. Thanks to Growlithe's charm, Sato also garnered quite a bit of attention. Growlithe, with its keen senses, noticed the many eyes on it, but being naturally brave and outgoing, he didn't mind at all. His thoughts were completely focused on the food Sato was about to prepare. Since Growlithe wasn't bothered, Sato, a trainer who had been through countless battles in the wild, naturally wasn't fazed either. After scanning the cafeteria, he quickly noticed a table by the window where some people had just finished their meal and were leaving. Before anyone else could claim it, Sato swiftly took the spot near the window. As soon as Sato sat down, he began preparing dinner for his Pokemon. Aside from Zubat, who didn't like regular Pokemon food, he prepared high-quality, nutritious food for the other 3. Growlithe sat patiently by Sato's side, not touching his food until Sato had finished preparing meals for his companions, showing remarkable discipline. The high-quality food was canned, making it very convenient. Sato didn't take long to prepare dinner for all 4 Pokemon. Come on out, it's dinner time. After finishing the preparations, Sato released the remaining 3 Pokemon from their Pokeballs. With 3 flashes of white light, Zubat, Nidoran, and Gloom appeared before Sato. After receiving full treatment at the Pokemon Center, all 3, like Growlithe, were in excellent spirits. Releasing 3 poison-type Pokemon drew even more attention from the other trainers in the cafeteria. While Zubat and Nidoran didn't cause much concern, the sight of Gloom made several trainers' faces show signs of disgust. Some of the female trainers sitting near Sato's table looked particularly annoyed, but when they noticed their Pokemon showing signs of fear towards Zubat and Gloom, they had no choice but to cut their meal short and quickly leave with their Pokemon. In reality, most of the trainers in the cafeteria were only operating within the safety zones set up by the Pokemon League, without going through life or death battles and facing true survival hardships. So, you could imagine the strength of their Pokemon. From Sato's perspective, along with his Zubat and Gloom, apart from a few exceptions, most of the others were quite weak. This was evident when Zubat and Gloom were released. Most of the Pokémon dining in the cafeteria visibly trembled, their lingering wild instincts warning them of the danger posed by Sato's Pokémon. On the other hand, Gloom wasn't in a great mood. Although she had become much more cheerful after spending time with Sato and the others, she was still a sensitive Pokémon. The disdainful glances from the surrounding trainers and their Pokémon were keenly felt by Gloom, causing her mood to plummet. Don't mind them. Just enjoy your dinner with your companions. Sato crouched down and gently patted Gloom's flower bud, comforting her as he noticed the Pokémon looking downcast. Z. Neato. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe immediately offered their encouragement to Gloom, showing they didn't care about the reactions of others. Nidoran, being the closest to Gloom, even handed over a high-quality poke block he had hidden in his ear. Hearing Sato's comforting words and receiving the support of her companions, the sadness on Gloom's face faded, replaced by a touched smile. She nodded to her friends and happily resumed enjoying her meal with them. To Gloom, her companions were the most important. As long as they didn't dislike her, the opinions of strangers didn't matter. She was no longer alone, she had good friends now, and there was no longer a need to fear loneliness. In fact, after spending a week together, Gloom had learned to control the release of her unpleasant odor quite well. Under normal circumstances, unless she was startled or felt threatened, the odor was barely noticeable anymore. Gloom's effort to suppress her odor was largely out of consideration for her treasured companions. Although they didn't seem to mind, she still felt guilty. To avoid inconveniencing or harming them, she had become the most hardworking member of the team. Gloom's self-esteem issues are still too severe. I have to address this quickly, or it will affect her long-term development, Sato thought to himself, feeling slightly relieved to see her mood improving, but still concerned about her well-being. Pokémon, like people, have emotions, and their emotional states greatly impact their performance. So, in addition to training their Pokémon, trainers must ensure their Pokémon's mental and emotional health. Judging by the current situation, Gloom's mental health was far from ideal, and this could impact her future battles and growth. As a result, Sato was already considering how to obtain a Sunstone as soon as possible so that Gloom could evolve into a Bellossom. The transformation might help her overcome her insecurities. Besides helping Gloom overcome her self-esteem issues, Sato was also excited about the prospect of her evolving into a Bellossom. Pokémon evolution meant gaining greater strength, and an evolved Gloom would be a significant asset for his upcoming tasks. However, Sato was troubled by the fact that Sunstones were not cheap. In Team Rocket's internal points exchange system, they were even more valuable than Moonstones, requiring a staggering 12,000 points, 2,000 more than a Moonstone. Fortunately, with his steady income from selling poke blocks, Sato was confident about being able to acquire a Sunstone. The main problem now was that he couldn't return to the base, meaning he couldn't access Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. That left only one option for obtaining a Sunstone, purchasing one with League currency. However, given how expensive it was even in the Team Rocket exchange system, it was bound to be even more exorbitant on the open market. In the world of Pokémon, evolution stones were incredibly rare and valuable treasures, often difficult to find. Besides major powers that might have some reserves, they were hardly ever available on the market. Thus, in addition to plenty of money, Sato would need a fair bit of luck to get his hands on a Sunstone. Sato understood a lot about Sunstones, being a Pokémon enthusiast. He had some ideas on how to obtain one. The most straightforward method was to win the bug catching contest held at the National Park north of Goldenrod City. Ash had acquired his Sunstone from there. Another option was to take a chance in the Ilex Forest. According to Sato's memory, Sunstones could often be found there. In a special episode, Gold Sunflora had accidentally stumbled upon a Sunstone in that very forest. Unfortunately, Sato was currently in the Kanto region, far from Johto, making it unrealistic to pursue either of these methods for obtaining a Sunstone. Considering his current circumstances, Sato realized that obtaining a Sunstone would depend on luck. He also recognized a significant issue. Even if he happened to find a seller with a sunstone, he didn't have enough money to afford such a precious item. In fact, it wasn't just the sunstone he needed. He also had Nidoran and Growlithe, both of which required evolution stones for their final evolutions, so he would eventually need a moonstone and a firestone as well. Sato wasn't too worried about those two evolution stones. The moonstone could be found at Mount Moon, while the firestone was located at Evolution Mountain in Kanto, which had been mentioned in the anime with the EV brothers, rumored to be rich in evolution stones. The priority now is to find a way to earn some money. Wild Beedrill honey is a good choice. I sold 3 honeycombs, but I still have 17.5 left, which is about 52 liters. Based on the previous prices, I should be able to make around 312,000 poke dollars, he thought as he ordered a simple dinner worth 200 poke dollars, eating while contemplating. However, the more Sato thought about it, the more bitter he felt. He realized that aside from selling wild Beedrill honey, he had no other sources of income. While 312,000 poke dollars seemed like a lot, it was hardly sufficient for Sato, who now had 4 Pokemon. On the journey to Hoenn, not only were there necessary transportation costs, but the daily expenses for feeding his Pokemon and the healing costs after battles far exceeded that amount. In the end, after considering all his options, Sato decided to focus on selling Pokeblocks. Since they fetched good prices within Team Rocket, it was evident that they were popular among trainers and would likely sell well in the market, providing a solid solution to his current financial difficulties. I hope there's a contest hall in Viridian City. That's the only place where I might find a berry mixer for making Pokeblocks. If not, that would be a problem. If only I had one of those machines, I would take the risk to get one if an opportunity arose, Sato thought to himself. In reality, after a week of survival in the wild, Sato had almost completely used up the over 800 Pokeblocks he had originally brought with him. The rapid growth of Zubat and Gloom's abilities could largely be attributed to the energy provided by the consumed Pokeblocks. They had been a powerful catalyst that helped Sato's team establish a foothold in the dangerous wilds. Now, with his supply of Pokeblocks nearly depleted, Sato needed to replenish them quickly to maintain the high efficiency of his Pokemon's daily training. Even if it weren't for financial reasons, he had to restock his Pokeblocks as soon as possible. After spending 32 minutes, Sato finished the simple dinner entirely and left the Pokemon Center with Growlithe, who had curled up and fallen asleep at his feet, unwilling to return to his Pokeball. As Sato left the Pokemon Center to find an empty space for some nighttime training with his Pokemon, a black luxury car suddenly sped up from behind him, stopping right in front of him. Then, a chubby boy and 3 muscular boys stepped out of the car and approached him. The chubby boy clearly looked like the son of a wealthy businessman. Dressed in an all-white designer suit, his hair was slicked back with gel, as if he wanted everyone to know he was nouveau riche. His fat hands were adorned with rings of various gems, and he held a golden pokeball in his hand. The 4 muscular boys behind him acted like his bodyguards, all dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, standing upright behind the chubby boy. Woof woof woof, seeing the strangers blocking him and his trainer, Growlithe growled fiercely, baring its teeth at the group ahead. Not bad at all. This is definitely a wild Growlithe caught in the field. It's so different from those docile ones bred in captivity, it's full of wild spirit. Using it for dogfighting would surely guarantee a win. Kid, give me your Growlithe and I'll give you 2 million poke dollars. The chubby boy was not intimidated by Growlithe's aggressive stance. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He spoke arrogantly to Sato, typical of a rich snob. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the muscular boys quickly took out a black box from their space gear. They stepped to either side of the chubby boy and opened the boxes in front of Sato. When the boxes opened, stacks of freshly minted league bills appeared before Sato, the smell of the ink hitting him immediately. The chubby boy's name was Ichiro Yamaguchi. His father, Masao Yamaguchi, owned a real estate company in Viridian City, and they were very wealthy, making him a well-known rich kid in the area. Ichiro's interest in buying Sato's Growlithe was primarily to use it for dogfighting, but even more so to show off to his friends. Recently, dogfighting had become a popular activity among the wealthy youths in the major cities of Kanto, and as a rich kid from Viridian City, Ichiro didn't want to fall behind. He had already spent a lot of money to buy a wild Dratini from a Pokemon hunter. Unfortunately, the Dratini Ichiro purchased for a high price had performed quite poorly compared to the other rich kids fighting Pokemon, with more losses than wins, which was honestly quite embarrassing for him. It must be said that acquiring a wild Growlithe, which was something extremely rare, was quite a point of pride. So when Ichiro heard from others that a civilian trainer had caught a wild Growlithe, he immediately rushed over. So, here's 2 million Poke Dollars in cash. You can count it first, and as soon as you hand over the Pokeball containing your Growlithe, this money will be yours. To be honest, the market price for Growlithe is only about 1 million Poke Dollars, but since yours is a wild catch, I'll double the price and give you a good deal. Ichiro continued arrogantly after his subordinates placed the cash before Sato, his small eyes revealing a hint of cunning. In reality, as the official police Pokemon of the Jenny clan, Growlithe's natural habitat had always been controlled by them. Wild Growlithe were very rare, and Pokemon hunters typically refrained from poaching and selling such sensitive Pokemon to avoid angering the Jennies. Thus, Growlithe rarely appeared in the black market and usually commanded exorbitant prices. It was impossible to buy one for less than 5 or 6 million. Ichiro's claim of buying Sato's Growlithe at a premium price was clearly an attempt to deceive him, banking on Sato's ignorance of market prices and also suggested a coercive intent. But the person Ichiro was facing now was Sato, and his plan was about to fall through. He had kicked a hard rock. Sato remained completely indifferent to the 2 boxes of freshly minted Poke Dollars in front of him, merely glancing at them before his expression suddenly turned cold. He pressed the buttons on the 2 Pokeballs in his hand. In the next second, 2 beams of white light shot out, revealing Zubat and Gloom on either side of Sato. At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from the 2 Pokemon, sending shivers down Ichiro's and his companion's spines. In Sato's mind, every Pokemon he had was like family. The idea that someone wanted to take his family away and use them as tools for gambling fights was something he couldn't tolerate. Get lost. Growlithe is a part of my team. If anyone wants to lay a hand on him, they'll have to deal with me first. Sato angrily shoved aside the 2 boxes of money in front of him, his expression turning cold as he stared at Ichiro Yamaguchi, whose face had gone pale. After speaking, Sato, accompanied by his 3 Pokemon, strode boldly through the 5 people who had automatically made way for him under the glow of streetlights and amidst the fluttering paper bills. They slowly disappeared into the night. When Ichiro had stopped Sato, a crowd had already quietly gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. Most of these onlookers were trainers, much like Sato, who had just left the Pokemon Center, the majority being civilian trainers. Now, with league bills scattered everywhere, some of the cash-strapped trainers couldn't help but show deep greed. When a gust of wind suddenly blew through, sending more bills flying, it didn't take long before one bold trainer stepped forward to snatch up the money. Soon, many others followed suit, grabbing at the bills drifting in their direction and clutching them tightly. At this point, Ichiro Yamaguchi's 4 bodyguards scrambled to action, frantically trying to gather the scattered bills while ordering the trainers who had grabbed the money to return it. Of course, once the cash was in their pockets, the idea of getting these already strapped trainers to give it back was out of the question. After snatching whatever they could, these trainers quickly bolted, scattering in all directions like rabbits fleeing for their lives. Forget it, don't bother with them. Gather up whatever's left and bring me that guy who tipped me off. That scoundrel tried to scam me. I won't let him off easily, Ichiro muttered, regaining his composure as he watched Sato disappear into the night. He instructed his underlings to handle the aftermath. Although Ichiro was an arrogant rich kid, lazy and domineering most of the time, being the son of a wealthy businessman had given him some insight. When he sensed the unrestrained killing intent emanating from Sato's 2 Pokemon, He realized he had severely misjudged the situation. Unlike the average civilian trainer who would back down with a little intimidation, Sato, while indeed a civilian trainer, was clearly someone who had seen bloodshed. The kind of battle-hardened aura that Zubat and Gloom exuded couldn't be faked. Ichiro had only ever encountered such fierce Pokémon from his father's bodyguards, men he knew were cold-blooded killers with dangerous pasts. Was it worth provoking someone like this over a Growlithe? Being the son of a merchant, Ichiro naturally had a habit of weighing the costs. After quickly calculating the potential risks, he immediately decided it was better to drop the matter. He wanted Growlithe mainly for appearances, but provoking Sato could easily cost him his life. Risking his neck for the sake of saving face was downright foolish. In the grand scheme of things, pride was worthless compared to his life, and Ichiro understood that perfectly. Wild Growlithe are hard to come by. From what I've heard, they usually live in wild Pokémon habitats beyond the safety zones, deep in dangerous areas. This guy has 2 incredibly strong Pokémon with him, so he must have caught Growlithe in one of these dangerous areas. The only nearby place that could house Growlithe would be Viridian Forest. Surviving the deep, dangerous parts of that forest means this guy definitely has some skills. If I had failed to deal with him, things would have turned out very badly for me, Ichiro thought to himself, finally abandoning any ideas of getting revenge on Sato. Meanwhile, as Sato walked through the streets, his expression was still sour after the sudden encounter. He had only let Growlithe out for a short while, and already someone was trying to get their hands on him. Sato was well aware that if he hadn't shown a strong stance earlier, that rich kid would have only become more aggressive. Not only would Growlithe have been taken, but Sato's own life might have been at risk. Even if he managed to take down his opponent, it would have caused him unnecessary trouble, becoming a big headache in the process. Power. In the end, it all comes down to power. Because of my status as a civilian without any backing and because I haven't shown enough strength, those who've been eyeing me in the shadows think I'm easy to bully. Growlithe must be like a juicy, irresistible prize for them. Looks like the road ahead won't be so peaceful, Sato thought coldly, his expression hardening after a brief moment of reflection. As Sato gradually moved away from the more crowded streets, Zubat, which had been quietly perched on his shoulder since it came out, suddenly let out a low, barely audible screech, something only Sato and Zubat could hear. Someone's following me. Fine, I'll make an example out of them. Human society is still human society, but the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, applies just as much here. Let's see who the hunter is and who the prey will be, Sato muttered, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes upon hearing Zubat's signal. Sato and Zubat had been working together for a long time, and Zubat's subtle movements were enough to inform him that there were enemies nearby. Sato had been contemplating how to navigate his current predicament, and the arrival of these enemies gave him a clear direction. Since people were underestimating him, it was time to send a message. He'd let those lurking in the shadows know that if they wanted to play the hunter, they'd better keep their eyes wide open. Otherwise, they might end up as the prey themselves. There were 12 people tailing Sato now. Their clothing wasn't much different from that of other pedestrians, except for one noticeable detail. Each had a wolf head tattooed on the back of their hands. These 12 belonged to a small gang called the Wild Wolves from Viridian City. Despite being labeled a small gang, the Wild Wolves weren't weak. Every member could command Pokémon in battle, and they controlled 2 not-so-thriving streets in the city. However, unlike typical gangs, the Wild Wolves didn't make their money from protection rackets or smuggling. Their primary income came from extortion. And to avoid angering the locals, they typically targeted outsiders. Their favorite victims? Out-of-town civilian trainers. When they spotted a lone and seemingly underpowered trainer, they'd descend like a pack of hungry wolves, stripping their target of anything valuable. When Sato first arrived in Viridian City, the Wild Wolves had already taken notice of him. And when he pulled out valuable wild bee drill honey at the Pokémon item store, they began eyeing him like a fat lamb ripe for slaughter. Upon further observation, they realized Sato owned a rare and valuable Pokémon like Growlithe, which only heightened their greed. Once they confirmed that Sato only had 2 strong Pokemon and was indeed traveling alone, they saw him as an irresistible prize. To ensure everything went smoothly and without causing too much commotion, the leader of the wild wolves had personally joined the operation, bringing along 12 of his more capable members. As Sato gradually moved toward a quieter area with fewer people, they believed their chance to strike was fast approaching. As the crowd around Sato thinned, the members of the wild wolves gang following him began to stand out more, some of the more arrogant members showing clear malice as they quickly closed in. Without turning around, Sato's eyes flashed coldly at the approaching gang members, who were no longer bothering to hide their intent. At the same time, he already had Gloom's Pokeball in his hand, ready for action. In most cases, having more numbers gives an advantage, but Sato had learned one crucial lesson during his week-long wilderness survival training. In Pokemon battles, numbers aren't always the deciding factor. What matters is whether you can seize the upper hand and control the battlefield. As the Wild Wolves members began to speed up, trying to catch up to him, Sato suddenly accelerated, dashing forward like an arrow. Seeing him attempt to flee, the gang members revealed themselves fully and, following their leader's lead, gave chase at full speed. During that week of survival training, not only had Sato's Pokemon improved greatly, but he himself had also become much stronger. His physical fitness was no longer as weak as it once was. In this Pokemon world, it seemed that human bodies had a higher potential than those on Earth, and they grew stronger faster too. Thanks to the intense daily exercise and a diet rich in nutrients during his survival trial, Sato's body had grown significantly more robust. Though Sato still didn't qualify as a muscular man, he was far stronger than when he first joined Team Rocket. His leg muscles, in particular, had developed considerably from constant running through the forest. Now he could run like a small cheetah, swift and agile. Within moments, only 2 of the Wild Wolves gang members, who were in decent shape, could barely keep up with Sato's pace. The rest had already lost him. Even the 2 that remained close were soon thrown into disarray when Zubat suddenly unleashed a surprise air cutter attack. Although they managed to fend off the ambush with their own Pokemon, they completely lost track of Sato in the process. However, being locals, the Wild Wolves members knew the nearby streets like the back of their hands. With Sato now in the maze-like alleys, they weren't worried about him escaping right under their noses. Their leader quickly instructed some members to block off key intersections, while he led the rest into the alleys to search for Sato. To be safe, they released their Pokemon to assist in the search. The dark alleys were pitch black, and Sato, with Zubat's help, was hiding in one of these dim, narrow lanes. Sato had already changed into his black Team Rocket grunt uniform and covered his face with a black cloth, leaving only his cold eyes visible. As he quietly adjusted his breathing, he patiently waited for his prey to fall into his trap. The Wild Wolves members mostly commanded Pokemon like Beedrill, Rattata, and Geodude, low-level, common Pokemon. Still, each gang member had at least 2 of these Pokemon, and while their levels were only around 10, together they formed a not insignificant force. However, in their eagerness to find Sato, the Wild Wolves had split up, weakening their advantage in numbers and giving Sato the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Using Zubat's echolocation, Sato knew that 3 people were heading his way, and from the sounds approaching, they had some Pokemon with them as well. "Let's begin. We'll take them out quietly," Sato whispered as he patted Zubat and Gloom, signaling for them to prepare. Both Pokemon had fought alongside Sato in many battles, and their synergy was perfect. Understanding his command, they nodded in response. In the next moment, Zubat stirred the air around them, manipulating flying-type energy to create a gentle breeze. At the same time, Gloom released a cloud of odorless sleep powder from its bud, silently spreading through the alley. Taking advantage of the night, the faint green breeze that suddenly swept past didn't draw much attention from the Wild Wolves members. The 3 gang members, cautiously searching the alley with their 6 Pokemon, noticed the wind but didn't think much of it. However, after taking a few breaths of the fresh air, something began to feel off. Their bodies grew weak, and a wave of drowsiness washed over them. One by one, the gang members and their Pokémon collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to Gloom's sleep powder. After confirming with Zubat that the group was fully incapacitated, Sato and his 2 Pokémon approached the fallen gang members and their Pokémon, now deep in a forced slumber. "I didn't provoke you, yet you came looking for trouble. Since that's the case, you should have been prepared to be killed." "I show no mercy to my enemies," Sato said coldly as he glanced down at the hunting knife in his hand. Sato had never crossed paths with these people before, but greed was a powerful motivator. Their actions tonight were clearly hostile, and from the blood-stained knives they carried, it was obvious these men had taken lives before. If they caught him, his path as a Pokémon trainer would end here. Dead enemies are the best kind. "I can't afford to give them a chance to strike back," Sato decided. Without hesitation, his eyes flashing cold, he plunged the knife into the chest of one of the unconscious gang members, swiftly ending his life. Within a minute, Sato had killed all 3 Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon. He quickly searched their bodies and space-equipped gear for valuables. Time was short, so he didn't have time to thoroughly loot them. He grabbed some cash and a few useful Pokémon items. Still, the 3 gang members had been quite lucrative, with each contributing about 50,000 to 60,000 Poké Dollars to Sato's pockets. In fact, these Wild Wolves members had witnessed Sato earlier when he had refused the money offered by Ichiro Yamaguchi. The money they had now was what they had picked up at that time. After silently dispatching this group, Sato wasted no time. Before anyone could detect the scent of blood, he wiped off his blood-stained knife and stored it in his space pouch. With Zubat's help, he climbed onto the rooftop above the alley and concealed himself. The trap had been set. Now, all that was left was to wait. It didn't take long before the heavy scent of blood attracted the attention of the remaining Wild Wolves members nearby. Sato watched as they hurriedly arrived, flashlights in hand. Seeing their fallen comrades, the approaching gang members' faces darkened. By the light of their flashlights, they could clearly see that their brothers had been killed with a single strike. "It's sleep powder. That guy has a Gloom." They were taken out by surprise. "Everyone, keep your antidotes ready and stay alert. We might be in for more than we bargained for this time," the gang leader muttered grimly as he knelt to examine the faint green powder on the bodies. But just as he finished speaking, a few more Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon suddenly collapsed to the ground. A wave of powerful sleepiness hit the others almost instantly. After the enemy gang members rushed into the trap, Sato quickly commanded Gloom to release a large amount of sleep powder from the rooftop, covering the Wild Wolves who were busy inspecting their fallen comrades. With their attention entirely focused on the dead, the gang members were caught off guard. As soon as their leader finished speaking, the Wild Wolves and their Pokémon, who had already inhaled the sleep powder, began to feel an overwhelming drowsiness. Most of them succumbed to their sleep, with only a few stubborn individuals trying to resist. The leader of the Wild Wolves, hardened and ruthless, immediately stabbed his thigh with a knife, using the pain to fight off the powerful urge to sleep. He quickly retrieved an antidote from his space pouch. Seeing this, the remaining conscious gang members followed suit, cutting themselves to stay awake long enough to pull out antidotes. But before they could even open the bottles, green energy spheres and white wind blades rained down from above, hitting both the Wild Wolves and their Pokémon in an indiscriminate barrage. Having inhaled Gloom's sleep powder, their bodies were sluggish and unresponsive. Faced with the fierce attacks from Zubat and Gloom, they had no chance to defend themselves. One by one, they watched helplessly as the energy spheres and wind blades struck them down, sending them into darkness. After a brief flurry of screams, the alley fell silent once more. At that moment, with Zubat's help, Sato descended smoothly from the rooftop to the ground. Numbers don't always matter. In the end, they're just a gang of thugs who bully the weak in the city. They're not even as vigilant as wild Pokémon, Sato thought coldly, surveying the scene. With the aid of the flashlights still scattered on the ground, Sato could clearly see the grim outcome. The Wild Wolves members and their Pokémon lay in pools of blood. To ensure none of his enemies survived, Sato methodically inflicted fatal injuries on all the fallen gang members and their Pokémon, eliminating any potential threats. "Spare me. Please, I don't want to die. I can give you a lot of money. If you let me live, I'll give you all the money the wild wolves have hidden. I beg you, don't kill me." The leader of the wild wolves, who had been feigning death, suddenly struggled to his feet, pleading with Sato as he prepared to deliver the final blow to his heart. Upon seeing Sato's black rocket uniform, the gang leader knew he had run into someone far more dangerous than he could handle. He also realized that, even if he died, no one would dare seek revenge for him. Desperate to save his own life, he humiliated himself by begging for mercy. Sato's face remained expressionless as he glanced at Gloom, giving it a slight nod. Understanding the signal, Gloom immediately released another dose of sleep powder, forcing the gang leader into unconsciousness. Without a word, Sato ended the leader's life with a swift, silent stab. About 3 or 4 minutes had passed since the battle ended, and the sounds of the dying gang members had alerted some nearby residents. However, as the sound of police sirens approached, Sato finished looting the area and made his escape. Before leaving, Sato ensured no trace was left behind. He poured gasoline over the scene and had Growlithe ignite it, causing a fire that quickly consumed the battlefield. With the help of Zubat's gusts, the flames spread rapidly. By the time the League police arrived, a full-blown fire had broken out and all the evidence had been reduced to ash. Elsewhere, after the League's firefighters had dealt with the fire, Sato had already changed back into his regular trainer uniform and was sitting in a second-floor room of a small inn, counting his spoils from the battle. In the room, Zubat hung quietly from the ceiling, using its echolocation to monitor the surroundings, while Gloom played on the floor with Nidoran. Growlithe was curled up at Sato's feet, its face filled with worry. As a highly empathetic creature, Growlithe understood that much of the team's current trouble stemmed from him, and this realization left him feeling very unhappy. "Don't worry," Sato said, crouching down to pat Growlithe on the head with a smile. "Now that you're part of the team, we're companions, and companions don't betray or abandon each other. Rest assured, we'll protect you. But you have to be mentally prepared to train hard, grow quickly, and one day, you'll protect the rest of us." Sensing Growlithe's unease, Sato spoke reassuringly. Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran also approached to comfort Growlithe, each signaling that they would do their best to protect him. "Ruff, ruff, ruff." Growlithe barked happily in response to the kind words of Sato and the others, nodding enthusiastically. His eyes were once again filled with fighting spirit. The warmth from his companions, coupled with his strong sense of responsibility, caused Growlithe to make a silent vow to himself, to grow stronger as quickly as possible and protect every member of the team. "That's more like it." "A fire-type Pokémon should always have a strong fighting spirit," Sato said with satisfaction, pleased to see the shift in Growlithe's attitude. He felt that everything he had done so far had been worth it. Sato knew that Growlithe had now truly integrated into the team, and with that, the overall strength of his squad had risen significantly. The previously tense atmosphere in the room gradually relaxed, and the 4 Pokémon began interacting and playing together. Seeing how the 4 Pokémon were now getting along so well, Sato smiled softly. He then returned to his desk to continue organizing the loot he had collected. After the battle, Sato had taken advantage of the chaos caused by the fire to escape the scene. He abandoned his original training plans and decided against staying at the Pokémon Center, opting instead to pay 200 Pokédollars for a small room at an inn on the outskirts of the city for the night. Though Sato considered his actions during the slaughter near perfect, he knew the League police weren't to be underestimated. He couldn't be certain that the fire hadn't left any traceable evidence that could link him to the crime. So, for now, he chose not to go back to the heavily surveilled Pokémon Center. However, Sato's worries proved to be unnecessary. Because the victims were notorious gang members and no witnesses had been found, the League police decided not to trouble a hero who had rid the city of criminals. The case was quickly closed. To Sato's amusement, the next day's newspapers portrayed the killings as the work of a mysterious hero who wiped out a gang of criminals in a brave act of justice. Many citizens and novice trainers applauded the news, praising the actions of the unknown vigilante who had delivered justice. Of course, the truth of these popular stories was questionable, and only a few people knew the real details. Among them was Ichiro Yamaguchi, the spoiled heir who had inadvertently been caught up in the event. That morning, Ichiro was eating breakfast in a luxurious private villa he had recently purchased. As expected, a sweet-looking maid brought him the latest edition of the newspaper. Serves them right. They deserved it. Thank goodness I'm smart and cautious. If I had been used as a pawn, today's headline would have been about some clueless rich kid dying in a tragic accident, he muttered angrily as he read the newspaper handed to him by the maid. In fact, Ichiro had obtained the information that Sato possessed a wild Grolithe from the Wild Wolf Gang, more specifically, from a gang member who sold the intel to him. It had played out exactly as expected. When Ichiro Yamaguchi approached Sato before the Wild Wolf Gang could, they knew that their fat sheep might be snatched away by someone else. The Wild Wolf Gang didn't dare offend someone like Ichiro, a spoiled rich kid, because he was a frequent buyer of their premium products. He and others like him were their main clients. After stealing Sato's Grolithe, the gang planned to sell it to Ichiro, who had recently asked them for a strong fighting dog. Of course, they intended to charge him far more than the price he had offered Sato, inflating the value by several times. However, what surprised the Wild Wolf Gang was that Sato showed no interest in Ichiro's offer and flatly refused the deal. Even more unexpectedly, Ichiro didn't press the matter, which gave the gang hope that they might still be able to snatch Grolithe from Sato by force. Looking at the heavy losses suffered by the Wild Wolf Gang, Ichiro Yamaguchi's decision to not forcefully buy Sato's Grolithe seemed wise. Unfortunately for the gang, their major client now believed that they had tried to use him as a pawn. This guy is ruthless, killing them all and even setting fire to the scene to cover his tracks, Ichiro muttered as he read the newspaper report, which mentioned that the battle had sparked the blaze. Good thing I didn't cross him, or I'd be no better off than those sewer rats. After finishing the article, Ichiro Yamaguchi let out a deep breath, his face tense. He placed the newspaper back on the table, then reclined on the soft couch, deep in thought. After a few moments, he sat up and tapped a goblet on the table with a spoon. Soon, a muscular young man in a suit and sunglasses appeared by Ichiro's side. After he whispered a few words to him, the attendant bowed respectfully and left. It's better to make friends with a guy like that, Ichiro thought, swirling the wine in his goblet before downing it in one gulp. If he gets even stronger one day and remembers that I once tried to buy his Grolithe, I don't want him coming after me. Besides, he's a trainer worth investing in, might be useful in the future. Meanwhile, in an old-fashioned office at the League police station in Viridian City, Officer Jenny was also reading the latest edition of the newspaper. Her expression wasn't just displeased, it was downright grim. They closed the case so carelessly, Officer Jenny muttered in frustration, pursing her red lips. While they hadn't found any useful evidence at the fire scene the night before, the trail wasn't completely cold. One lead came from a witness who saw Sato being cornered by the Wild Wolf Gang in the maze-like alleys. Now, with the gang wiped out and Sato missing, it was hard to believe this case had nothing to do with him. Although the deceased were gang members who likely deserved it, this was still a murder case. Officer Jenny didn't buy the idea that Sato had no connection to the incident. What infuriated her was that there had been no further investigation into the case. Higher-ups had already ordered it closed. For someone raised with a strong sense of justice, it was frustrating and infuriating. In Officer Jenny's mind, even if Sato had acted in self-defense under League law, he couldn't just kill people at will. And this wasn't just 1 or 2 people, it was 12 lives, plus an unknown number of Pokémon. He was practically a walking death machine. If left unchecked and not steered onto the right path, he would inevitably become someone who operated outside the law. No, I have to find him. I can't let this slide, Officer Jenny said firmly, placing the newspaper down. She put on her police cap and left the station with her Groliath by her side. As Officer Jenny left the police station, in a lavish office within Viridian Gym, a woman in a Team Rocket captain's uniform, named Sophia, was respectfully reporting to a young man with his back turned to her. The young man, a bit over 20 years old, stood tall and wore a tailored black designer suit. He was gazing out of the window towards Viridian Forest, while a muscular Persian lay obediently at his feet. "I understand. You may go. I've already suppressed the matter. Continue with your task," the tall young man said after Sophia finished her report. His tone was calm and indifferent, revealing nothing of his emotions. Hearing this, Sophia quickly nodded and respectfully exited the room. Interesting. 12 wild wolf gang members, easily outwitted and eliminated by the target. Even their relatively strong leader lost his life. Young, decisive, and capable. Not bad at all, the tall young man thought to himself, his eyes glinting as a slight smile appeared on his lips. In reality, when Sato had killed the wild wolf gang members, someone else had been watching the whole time. That person was Sophia, who had been secretly observing Sato with the help of her Jengar's excellent hiding abilities. She had witnessed everything clearly from nearby. Sophia's report to the young man had detailed how Sato cleverly used the alleyways to wipe out the wild wolf gang and also included comprehensive information on Sato's background and the wilderness survival trial he had completed over the past week. After Sophia left the room, the young man slowly turned around and pressed a concealed switch on his desk. Shortly after, a burly man wearing an elite Team Rocket uniform knocked and entered the room. The tall young man gave him a few instructions, which the Rocket elite accepted with a deep bow before leaving. A little reward is in order. After all, good seedlings need some nourishing fertilizers to grow strong, the tall young man said, stroking his Persian's head with a smile. Meow, the Persian, sensing its master's good mood, closed its eyes and purred contentedly, happily accepting the affection. If Sato had lost everything to the wild wolf gang last night, it would have been a clear sign of his weakness, and such a fate would have been deserved. The world is often cold and unforgiving like that. However, since he had overcome a stronger foe and secured a decisive victory, he had demonstrated his value, enough to attract investment. Winners gain fame and fortune, while losers are forgotten. The reality of the world is often that simple and stark. While those few who knew the truth about the incident began to act, Sato, after finishing feeding his Pokémon early in the morning, quickly checked out of the small inn. He headed straight towards the Pokémon contest hall in Viridian City. It must be said, robbery and murder are perhaps the fastest ways to get rich. After last night's battle, where Sato was forced to defend himself, he had unexpectedly resolved his biggest issue, his financial shortfall. Each member of the Wild Wolf Gang had directly contributed at least 50,000 Pokédollars to Sato's funds. The gang leader, in particular, was extraordinarily wealthy. Sato found 500,000 in cash on him and unexpectedly acquired 2 valuable items as well. The first was a TM containing the move Double Team, and the second was a rare full restore. Both were extremely useful to Sato in his current situation. The TM could be learned by all 4 of his Pokémon, and the full restore was a precious life-saving item. With the combined loot from the Wild Wolf Gang members, Sato now had 1.05 million Pokédollars, solving his immediate financial crisis. Additionally, by chatting with the innkeeper until 1 a.m., Sato had gathered quite a bit of useful information. The innkeeper was an elderly man who had once been a modestly famous civilian trainer in his youth. He had traveled extensively, even reaching the distant Kalos region in the west, and was quite knowledgeable as a result. From the old man, Sato learned that Viridian City did have a Pokémon contest hall, established just 2 years ago. However, since the profession of coordinator was still primarily popular in the Hoenn region and had yet to catch on in Kanto, contests in Viridian City were held only once a month. The old man, being a traditionalist trainer, spoke with disdain about coordinators, a relatively new profession in recent years. He told Sato that coordinators were merely failed trainers who had given up on the path of battling, and he advised Sato not to be misled into following such a path. Finally, the old man provided crucial information on the route Sato was most concerned about. He explained that there were two main ways to reach the Hoenn region from Kanto quickly. The first option was to head to Saffron City, where planes flew directly to Mauville City in Hoenn. The second option was to travel to Vermilion City and board a ship that sailed to Slate Port City in Hoenn. The old man also informed Sato that the Viridian City bus station had only one bus departing for Saffron City and Vermilion City each day, and it left at noon. Armed with this information, Sato had his day planned out. The first task was to head to the contest hall, where he would use the berry mixer inside to make enough poke blocks. The second task was to head to the Viridian bus station and catch the bus to Saffron City. When it came to choosing between flying to Hoenn from Saffron City or sailing from Vermilion, Sato didn't hesitate much. Though flying would cost significantly more than taking the ship, time was of the essence, and he needed to get to Hoenn as quickly as possible. Flying to Hoenn would take no more than a day, while sailing would take at least 3 to 4 days. The time saved was obvious. Due to the tight schedule, Sato decided to skip his Pokémon's morning training. After a quick breakfast, he set off directly for the contest hall. Though the Viridian City contest wasn't particularly popular, as it was an official event, the venue was located in the city center, the busiest part of town. After yesterday's events, Sato's Growlithe had matured a lot. It no longer stubbornly insisted on being outside its Pokeball and now quietly stayed inside. As a result, Sato, dressed in simple trainer attire, blended in seamlessly and followed the signs to the city center without drawing any attention. Soon after, with the help of a kind local, Sato finally found the location of the Viridian City Pokémon Contest Hall. Even though the contest hall was built by the official Pokémon League, the building still had a stylish and grand appearance, designed to resemble a flower bud about to bloom. Today appeared to be a contest day, as the contest hall's exterior was already bustling with trainers dressed in various elegant uniforms. They were using special training tools to rehearse their Pokémon's moves. Because these were performance-based competitions, the moves of these coordinators' Pokémon were incredibly flashy, attracting a sizable audience, mostly children, who gathered to watch. Sato's arrival, clad in his trainer uniform, didn't attract much attention. He, too, paid little notice to the festive performances going on outside as he made his way directly into the contest hall. Compared to the lively scene outside, the interior of the hall was much quieter in the early morning. Aside from a few working staff members, there were only 2 people inside, including Sato, making the entire lobby feel rather empty. Berry mixers, the tools used to make Pokeblocks, were easy to find in the contest hall. As soon as Sato entered, he spotted one on the far left side of the public lobby, standing there unused. Great, I've finally found the key tool to make Pokeblocks. Now I can carry out the next phase of my training plan, Sato thought, relieved after spotting the berry mixer that would be crucial for strengthening his team. Sato had fewer than 20 Pokeblocks left, and if he didn't replenish his supply soon, it would severely impact his upcoming training sessions. Moreover, his plans for earning money would also be hindered. Like the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City, the berry mixer in the contest hall was rarely used. Most people weren't willing to spend the high fee to use it, as it cost 1,000 Pokedollars per session. Most coordinators came from humble backgrounds and couldn't afford such expenses, especially when they couldn't control the quality of the Pokeblocks produced. As a result, the berry mixer often stood idle, rarely used. With only 8,500 Pokedollars left in his bank account, Sato had no choice but to head to the counter and deposit 100,000 Pokedollars in cash into his account to ensure he could afford to use the berry mixer. During his wilderness survival trial, Sato had come across many berry trees in the wild, especially trees bearing Oran and Pecha berries, which were the most common. As a result, he had stockpiled about 300 of each. Though Pecha berries weren't as sweet as Nanab berries, they could still be substituted as ingredients for making Pokeblocks. Interestingly, while each of Sato's 4 Pokémon had slightly different tastes, They all shared a preference for sweet-flavored Poke Blocks. Just as Sato was about to start making Poke Blocks, a stylish, handsome boy entered the contest hall and immediately fixed his gaze on Sato. Backslash. Since Sato was no longer at the rocket team's underground base in Pewter City and had gained enough strength to protect himself, he no longer had to be secretive while making Poke Blocks. This time, aside from using some for his own Pokémon, Sato planned to sell the rest. Of course, to stay safe, he was only producing mid-quality Poke Blocks. High-quality Poke Blocks were too rare on the market and fetched exorbitant prices. If someone with ill intent noticed him, Sato might not be able to escape. After all, if they captured him and forced him to continuously produce high-quality Poke Blocks, it would be like having a money-printing machine. Top coordinators were often superstar-like figures with immense earning potential. High-quality Poke Blocks were often pre-booked at sky-high prices. In contrast, mid-quality Poke Blocks, though fewer in number, were still affordable to some coordinators with moderate income. Instead of risking everything for a quick fortune, Sato preferred the steady flow of lower-risk profits. However, this time he had a new idea. Sato decided to add wild bee drill honey to the mix, hoping it would improve the effectiveness of the Poke Blocks. He inserted his trainer ID into the fee slot on the berry mixer, placed 3 oran berries, 1 pecha berry, and 200 milliliters of wild bee drill honey into the container, then pressed the start button and set the speed to maximum. As the berry mixer began spinning, Sato's eyes flashed blue as he entered a state of hyperfocus, mentally preparing himself as he activated his bullet time mode. Sato had become very familiar with the Poke Block making process through repeated practice. With the added benefit of his heightened focus, the entire process went smoothly. While Sato was concentrating on making the Poke Blocks, a stylish and handsome young man quietly approached and watched him with great interest. In fact, when Sato started adding ingredients to the berry mixer, the young man was immediately drawn to the unique recipe Sato was using for his Poke Blocks. He's actually adding wild bee drill honey? Interesting. I hope he succeeds and doesn't end up like me, producing nothing but awful stuff every time, the boy thought, standing quietly to observe Sato's work. The Poke Block making process didn't take long. After maintaining a success rate of 70% for about a minute, the rate required to make top-tier mid-quality Poke Blocks, Sato's newly crafted Poke Blocks began to drop from the exit slot of the berry mixer. When the first Poke Block emerged, both Sato and the young man showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Previously, Sato's mid-quality Poke Blocks were already smooth and shiny in appearance, but now, with the addition of wild bee drill honey, they had taken a significant step forward in quality. What used to be top-tier mid-quality Poke Blocks had unexpectedly reached the level of high-quality Poke Blocks and even began to resemble gem-quality ones. The surface of these new Poke Blocks showed signs of crystallization, almost taking the shape of gem-like Poke Blocks. Under the light, they sparkled brilliantly and were incredibly beautiful. Oh my, this is simply stunning. They're like works of art. Before Sato could even admire his new Poke Blocks, the young man beside him couldn't help but express his amazement first. Hearing the voice, Sato, who had been fully focused on the Poke Blocks, was startled. He quickly gathered the new Poke Blocks and stored them in his bag. Then, Sato immediately turned to face the unexpected guest behind him. When Sato saw the unexpected guest, his heart skipped a beat and his pupils constricted. He never imagined that the person standing before him would be none other than a youthful version of Wallace. Wallace. Sato, being a Pokemon enthusiast, knew exactly who he was. Wallace was the future champion of Hoenn and widely regarded as the greatest coordinator in history. Whether as a trainer or a coordinator, Wallace had already reached heights that most people could never dream of. In terms of talent, Sato believed Wallace was among the top in all of the Pokemon League champions. Hello, my name is Wallace. I sincerely apologize for startling you, Wallace said, his manners impeccable as he realized his mistake after seeing Sato's reaction. Having witnessed Sato crafting the Poke Blocks, Wallace had become very interested in him and was deeply impressed by Sato's talent in Poke Block making. It's all right, but please don't shout like that again. You should know that making poke blocks requires intense concentration, and if you get distracted, the batch could end up ruined, Sato said calmly after recognizing the guest as Wallace, his tension easing. Based on Sato's knowledge of Wallace, the future Hoenn champion was a kind-hearted individual, and his background was nothing short of extraordinary. In short, Wallace came from wealth and power, likely a privileged or influential family. Therefore, Sato figured Wallace wouldn't harbor any ill intentions or greed for his poke blocks. Moreover, as a coordinator himself, Wallace's interest in Sato's poke blocks might even lead to a friendly exchange or a profitable deal. Hearing that Sato had forgiven him for his interruption, Wallace smiled and nodded in understanding, standing quietly by to watch Sato continue his work. Wallace, who was almost a year older than Sato, had just turned 16. It had been 6 years since he debuted as a rookie trainer at the age of 10. During those 6 years, Wallace spent 4 of them traveling the world, participating in the Pokemon Leagues of Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. Though he never won the championship, he had achieved commendable results, with his best performance being runner-up in the Kalos League. The remaining 2 years, Wallace spent training intensively in Satopolis City. After catching and training the Pokemon he encountered on his journey, coupled with the guidance of his mentor Juan, Wallace experienced a massive boost in strength. According to his mentor, Juan, who was known as the strongest gym leader in Hoenn, Wallace had reached a level where winning a league championship was practically a given. With that confidence, Wallace resumed his travels this year, setting his sights on the Kanto League, which was known for being the most challenging to win, in hopes of securing his first championship trophy. Wallace's current goal in Viridian City was to challenge the Viridian Gym, reputed to be the strongest gym in Kanto, and earn his final badge. It's worth noting that, due to his mentor Juan being a top-tier coordinator himself, Wallace naturally followed in his footsteps and became a coordinator. Through his hard work, he had already gained a fair bit of fame. Just yesterday, Wallace had successfully challenged the Viridian Gym. Today, he had come to the Viridian City Contest Hall to earn his final ribbon badge, allowing him to participate in the upcoming Grand Festival, which would also be held at Indigo Plateau. Sato didn't stop making poke blocks despite Wallace watching from the side. Instead, he continued placing ingredients into the berry mixer. The only difference was that Sato decided to stop using the wild beedrill honey, an ingredient that clearly enhanced the quality of the poke blocks. He stuck to the basics this time, using 3 oran berries and 1 pecha berry. Without the wild beedrill honey, there were no further unexpected results. The poke blocks produced turned out exactly as planned, maintaining a consistent peak mid-quality standard with each batch. After about half an hour, Sato had used up 30,000 poke dollars, 150 oran berries, and 30 pecha berries to create over 600 peak mid-quality poke blocks, with an average output of 22 per batch. As Sato wrapped up the poke block making process, Wallace, who had been observing from the beginning, was utterly stunned. The fact that Sato could repeatedly craft poke blocks at peak mid-quality without a single failure left Wallace in a state of disbelief. Oh my gosh, not a single failure and every batch is mid-quality. This is incredible, Wallace thought, astonished by how effortlessly Sato produced these poke blocks. As a rookie in poke block making, Wallace was well aware of the difficulty involved. So far, he knew of only a handful of people who could make mid-quality poke blocks and none capable of producing high-quality ones. To see someone like Sato maintain a 100% success rate over 30 consecutive batches was beyond anything Wallace had witnessed. Wallace also realized something else from watching Sato's earlier attempt at making high-quality poke blocks and his current ease with mid-quality ones. Sato was holding back. Wallace was convinced that, if Sato wanted to, he could definitely produce top-quality poke blocks. As a coordinator, Wallace knew how valuable poke blocks were. Beyond quickly restoring a Pokemon's stamina, they had great cosmetic effects as well. Long-term consumption of high-quality poke blocks that suited a Pokemon's taste could enhance its appearance, giving it a natural, radiant glow. Note: Mid-quality poke blocks fall under the category of high-quality poke blocks in this context. In the world of contests, where coordinators strive to showcase their Pokémon's beauty, it was clear that a Pokémon fed high-quality poke blocks over time would have a significant advantage in competitions, greatly increasing its chances of victory. Now, standing before Wallace was someone who could consistently make high-quality poke blocks, and very likely even high-tier ones. For someone like Wallace, who aspired to become a top-tier coordinator, this was an extraordinary stroke of luck. With Sato's help, Wallace believed that the path to becoming a top coordinator would be much smoother. Additionally, it's worth noting that Wallace had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive streak, particularly when it came to the beauty of his Pokémon. His fixation on achieving perfect beauty was akin to Steven's obsession with stones. Amazing, truly amazing. May I ask your name? Please, you must tell me, Wallace said with a broad smile as he approached Sato after he finished making the poke blocks. Sato was fully aware of what was going through Wallace's mind. This future champion, who was equally devoted to the path of becoming a top-tier coordinator, had clearly taken an interest in Sato's ability to make poke blocks. Being able to consistently produce high-quality poke blocks was Sato's greatest strength in his journey to becoming stronger, and also his biggest secret. Sato knew that if this secret ever got out, it would be a disaster for someone like him, who was still relatively weak. The possibility of being captured by a powerful organization and forced to be a lifelong money-printing machine was a very real threat. Of course, Sato also understood that as he began to sell his poke blocks, it would only be a matter of time before someone with the means and intent would trace it back to him. The secret wouldn't remain hidden for long. He just hadn't expected it to leak so soon. Even though it was purely accidental, the fact remained that his secret was out. Fortunately, the person who accidentally learned his secret seemed to be both kind and reasonable. Moreover, Wallace didn't seem interested in exploiting him as a human cash cow. Judging from the way Wallace was being polite and showing no signs of threatening him to make poke blocks, it was clear that he had no intention of forcing Sato into hard labor. On the contrary, Wallace seemed to want to form a friendly connection. In fact, Wallace came from an old, established trainer family that controlled most of the shipping operations in the Hoenn region. He was also the direct heir to his family's current head and the strongest candidate to become the next leader. Note, this is a fan-created detail. As someone born with a silver spoon, Wallace never considered money to be of much importance. His attitude toward wealth was indifferent, and his family's earning potential was hundreds of times greater than Sato's modest income from making poke blocks. Wallace had no interest in turning Sato into a laborer. For Wallace, it was Sato's ability to make high-quality poke blocks that he valued, not his ability to generate money. His current objective was simple: to find a way to get Sato to help him produce poke blocks. And not just once. Wallace needed Sato to help him make high-quality poke blocks whenever necessary in the future. My name is Sato. Do you need something from me? I'm in a bit of a rush since I have to catch the only bus from Viridian City to Saffron City today, Sato said directly, cutting through any formalities as he noticed they were still the only two around. He leaned in and spoke in a low voice. All right, I'll be straightforward then, Mr. Sato. I'd like to ask for your help in making some poke blocks like the ones you made the first time. Not too many, just 300 or 400 will do. Of course, I'm willing to pay for them. How about 3 million poke dollars? Does that sound fair? Wallace's eyes lit up as he saw Sato's approach. He quickly understood and responded with a smile, keeping his voice low as well. To be honest, Wallace hated beating around the bush, but he had gotten used to dealing with other wealthy heirs, which had taught him the formal way of negotiating. However, Sato's straightforwardness was refreshing and suited him perfectly. Forget the money, I don't need it. What I do need is a sunstone for my gloom to evolve into Bellisum. If you can get me that evolution stone right now, I'll make as many poke blocks as you need, Sato replied, trying to keep a neutral expression, though the large sum Wallace offered had made his heart skip a beat for a moment. After a brief pause, he continued, in his usual calm manner. To be honest, Wallace's offer of 3 million poke dollars was very tempting for Sato, who had lived in poverty for 2 lifetimes. But in the end, he held back and instead listened for a more favorable deal. For Sato, the Sunstone was extremely valuable at this point. Even if he had the money, getting his hands on one would be no easy task without the right connections, and its price would be far from the normal market value. Wallace, however, was different. Given his background, it would be relatively easy for him to access a Sunstone, and he certainly had the wealth to afford it. Considering Wallace's age, it was clear he was no longer a rookie trainer. He had likely traveled the world, and during those travels, he must have collected various rare items. A Sunstone was probably one of them. If Sato could get a Sunstone from Wallace now, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. Not only would it solve Gloom's self-esteem issues, but it would also give his team a huge boost in strength, making Sato more confident in completing his upcoming tasks. On the other hand, Wallace wasn't particularly surprised by Sato's request to trade for an evolution item instead of money. After all, someone who could produce high-quality poke blocks likely didn't need money, but was short on rare Pokemon items. Wallace could tell from Sato's clothes, demeanor, and the calluses on his hands that he was a trainer from a humble background. Despite Sato's current means of making money, he likely still lacked the ability to gather rare Pokemon items. Wallace was well aware of the challenges faced by trainers from poor backgrounds, having met many during his 4 years of travel. Most of them had not received formal training and had to rely on learning from experience, limiting their knowledge of rare Pokemon and items. As a result, even if such trainers stumbled upon rare Pokemon or valuable items, they might not recognize them, missing out on opportunities. Moreover, rare items often came with conditions, and without the right connections, even money couldn't guarantee access to them. And even if they did acquire them, holding on to such items without sufficient strength was another challenge. These factors were among the reasons why it was so difficult for trainers from humble backgrounds to rise to the top. Wallace had seen many talented trainers who raised Pokemon that rivaled his own with limited resources, yet only a few had gone on to compete again in the league. Without much hesitation, Wallace pulled out a large Sunstone from his bag and handed it to Sato with a friendly smile. Sure, the Sunstone was valuable, but its rarity was only significant to ordinary people. For Wallace, acquiring one was easy. A simple phone call to his family, and they would send one across any distance. Before embarking on this trip to Kanto, his mother had carefully prepared a set of evolution stones for him, including several Sunstones. You said it yourself. Here, take it, Wallace said with a smile, handing over the Sunstone. Are you sure you want to use this Sunstone as payment? Its value far exceeds 3 million Pokedollars, Sato said, swallowing nervously as he looked at the large, radiant stone in his hand. He quickly covered it with a black cloth and spoke gravely to Wallace. The Sunstone Wallace gave him was not only larger than usual, about 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary one, but its color was exceptionally vibrant. Even through the black cloth, it emitted a radiant glow like sunlight, marking it as extraordinary. Clearly, this Sunstone was of exceptional quality. Even if it wasn't top tier, it was at least high grade. The ones typically sold on the market were low grade, and even those would cost at least 3 or 4 million Pokedollars. This Sunstone, with its superior size and brilliant quality, was undoubtedly worth far more than any ordinary Sunstone. Sato estimated its value to be at least in the tens of millions, if not more. The reason evolution stones can enable a Pokemon's evolution is that they contain evolutionary energy, which promotes the Pokemon's transformation. Evolution stones vary in size and quality, meaning the evolutionary energy within them also differs in amount and purity. Generally, if a Pokemon that requires an evolution stone absorbs enough evolutionary energy during its evolution, it will benefit greatly and its growth potential will significantly improve. It's important to remember that a Pokemon only evolves once in its lifetime, so the process must be handled with utmost care, especially for Pokemon that require evolution stones. This is why many trainers choose to use multiple evolution stones of the same type to ensure a successful evolution. When quality isn't enough, quantity is used to make up for it. However, sometimes even quantity cannot compensate for poor quality. The higher the quality of an evolution stone, the purer the evolutionary energy it contains, making it easier for the Pokémon to absorb, and the more benefits the Pokémon will receive. Without a doubt, this large and high-quality sunstone contains a significant amount of pure evolutionary energy, enough to give Gloom substantial benefits during its evolution. Of course, Wallace replied, nodding without hesitation. He appreciated Sato's restraint in not immediately pocketing the incredibly valuable sunstone and instead questioning its use. This reaction earned Wallace's respect. In truth, Wallace hadn't inspected the stone before taking it out. These evolution stones were packed into his spatial gear by his mother, who was a perfectionist. Clearly, when preparing these items for her beloved son, she had maintained her meticulous standards. Thank you very much. This sunstone will be incredibly useful to me. Do you have a berry mixer with you? If so, let's move to a different location to start the process. I don't like being indebted to others, Sato said, taking a deep breath as he carefully stored the sunstone in his spatial gear, his expression serious as he spoke to Wallace. For Wallace, this sunstone might have been just another item in his spatial gear, but for Sato, it was a lifesaver. The favor he now owed Wallace was immense. Not wanting to take advantage of Wallace's generosity, Sato resolved to repay him by creating enough Poke Blocks to cover this significant favor. Initially, Sato had felt a bit anxious when Wallace discovered his secret ability to make Poke Blocks during their first meeting. Honestly, the best course of action at the time would have been to leave immediately. However, upon realizing that it was Wallace, Sato decided to stay and engage with him. Wallace was no ordinary person. He was someone who had reached the pinnacle of both the trainer and coordinator paths. Sato believed Wallace wasn't the type to act without grace or tact. Moreover, meeting the future Hoenn champion and top coordinator here, and having his Poke Block making skills recognized and appreciated, was a valuable opportunity, likely one of the most important of Sato's life. If he could establish a good friendship or working relationship with Wallace, it wasn't hard to imagine how helpful the future Hoenn champion and top coordinator could be. At the very least, anyone looking to target Sato would have to think twice, considering Wallace's potential wrath. From Wallace's current demeanor, Sato realized he had made the right bet. Someone who could casually offer an incredibly valuable sunstone as payment was not someone who cared about money. Wallace would be a reliable partner. With that, Sato knew he was safe. His ability to make Poke Blocks for profit held no interest for Wallace, so there was no conflict between them. Instead, they could work together and both benefit. As a wealthy coordinator trainer, Wallace naturally carried a berry mixer for making Poke Blocks, and it was a special model made by the Hoenn Devon Corporation, far superior to the one Sato had just used. However, it seemed that Wallace's talents were fully invested in his trainer and coordinator skills, leaving him lacking in other areas. When it came to things like music, art, and literature, Wallace was completely hopeless. He couldn't carry a tune to save his life, and if it weren't for his exceptional trainer talent showing at an early age, his parents might have thought he was developmentally delayed. Similarly, Wallace's skill at making Poke Blocks was abysmal. It was as if he were a genius in one area but completely inept in another. Every time he tried making Poke Blocks, they ended up as a mess, never reaching even the lowest quality standards. After countless failed attempts, Wallace accepted that he didn't have the knack for making Poke Blocks and simply paid professionals to make them for him. Of course, he didn't entirely give up. From time to time, he'd still try to make Poke Blocks for fun, which is why he always carried the latest model of berry mixer with him. Upon hearing Sato's request, Wallace immediately agreed and led Sato to a private room in the contest hall. After providing the berry mixer and the ingredients needed for the Poke Blocks he wanted, Wallace watched as Sato began a new round of Poke Block production. I wonder what kind of Poke Blocks he'll make. I can't wait to see, Wallace thought, closely observing Sato's every move. Wallace's sharp intuition told him that Sato was now more focused than ever, and this time, the process was taking longer than before. When Wallace saw the once cloudy juices in the berry mixer gradually transform into a clear, sparkling liquid under Sato's skilled hands, his handsome face showed a look of surprise, and his eyes filled with anticipation. Wallace realized he had underestimated Sato. Not only could he make high-quality poke blocks, but he could also make something even better. What could be better than high-quality poke blocks? Wallace didn't know, but he was about to find out. After about 3 minutes, Sato reached a 100% success rate, perfectly blending the juices and reducing the impurities to an almost negligible level. To repay Wallace for the immense favor of the Sunstone, Sato pulled out his best technique and crafted a gem-level poke block for him. At this point, Sato was physically and mentally drained, panting and pale. To recover, he took out a poke block mixed with wild beedrill honey and swallowed it. This poke block, infused with wild beedrill honey, had a much stronger restorative effect than regular high-quality poke blocks. As soon as it melted in his mouth, Sato's strength and mental clarity improved significantly. As Sato recovered, the berry mixer compressed the bright, clear juice into a solid form. Soon, a glistening, golden poke block dropped from the machine's dispenser, landing before Sato and Wallace. This is the best poke block I can make right now. I call it a gem-level poke block. Let your Pokémon try it, it won't disappoint, Sato said calmly, handing the freshly made gem-level poke block to Wallace. The translucent, golden poke block shimmered under the lights, radiating a beautiful brilliance, like a flawless, precious gemstone. So beautiful, absolutely stunning. Crystal clear, shimmering, calling it a gem-level poke block couldn't be more fitting, Wallace murmured in awe as he held the golden poke block in his hands. His entire being was captivated, as if he'd just laid eyes on his most cherished treasure. His eyes sparkled as he showered the poke block with endless praise. Wallace swore that the poke block Sato had just made was the most beautiful gem he had ever seen, so beautiful that it left him utterly mesmerized. After several seconds, Wallace finally calmed down, eager to release the Pokémon for whom the poke block had been made. With a flash of white light, a magnificent Pokémon appeared before Sato. It was as if the creature had an enchanting aura. Everyone around was instantly drawn to her beauty. Sato was no exception. As soon as the Pokémon appeared, he felt as though his soul had been cleansed, and a sense of deep relaxation washed over him. At the same time, he experienced an overwhelming urge to fall in love with the creature. Thankfully, Sato's strong will kept him from being swept away by her incredible charm. Yes, the Pokémon before him was none other than Wallace's signature and ace Pokémon, Milotic. Just from her appearance, it was clear how well Wallace had nurtured his Milotic. She had a perfectly proportioned body, with not an ounce of excess, her scales shimmering with vibrant colors, and her smooth, glossy skin reflecting a radiant glow under the lights. No wonder she's called the most beautiful Pokémon. Truly mesmerizing, Sato thought, momentarily awestruck by the Milotic before him. Milotic's beauty wasn't just on the outside, it extended to her inner self as well. As a Phoeba that evolved through a series of intense trials, Milotic possessed an aura of grace, nobility, and purity, calming both humans and Pokémon who laid eyes on her. Taking this opportunity, Sato used his system's detection ability to analyze Wallace's Milotic. Milotic's data: Pokémon, Milotic. Level: 57. Type: Water. Ability: Cute Charm. Gender: Female. Known moves: Water Pulse, Wrap, Water Gun, Water Sport, Refresh, Disarming Voice, Twister, Aqua Ring, Attract, Dragon Tail, Recover, Aqua Tail, Captivate, Safeguard, Coil, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Dragon Breath, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move. Hidden Power, Ground, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Blizzard, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Light Screen, TM, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM, Scald, TM, Substitute, TM, Surf, TM, Waterfall, TM, Mirror Coat, TM, Mist, TM, Haze, TM, Brine, TM, Iron Tail, TM, Magic Coat, TM. From the level and the number of moves she knew, Sato could tell just how powerful this Milotic was. She wasn't just beautiful, her strength was formidable, befitting her status as Wallace's ace Pokémon. An hour later, Sato emerged from the contest hall, unharmed and satisfied. By this time, it was just past 9 a.m. Instead of heading straight to the Viridian City bus station, Sato quickly made his way toward the city park. Wallace was naturally very pleased with the gem-level Pokeblock that Sato had created. This was especially evident when Wallace saw how much his beloved Milotic adored the golden Pokeblock. While Sato, an outsider, couldn't fully grasp the effects of the gem-level Pokeblock, Wallace, being both a skilled coordinator and Milotic's longtime companion, certainly could. Wallace noticed that after Milotic consumed the golden Pokeblock, her beauty had improved slightly, and her cute charm ability had also shown signs of further development. This brought him great joy. For a long time, after Milotic had reached a certain level, her beauty had almost plateaued, and the development of her cute charm ability had stalled. Even though Wallace fed her high-quality Pokeblocks daily, the improvements were barely noticeable. But now, after eating the gem-level Pokeblock Sato made, Milotic's beauty was beginning to rise again. This was an extremely positive sign for Wallace, who knew this meant that Milotic's strength could continue to grow. Finally, to repay Wallace for the exceptional Sunstone he had given him, Sato made 10 gem-level Pokeblocks in one go before excusing himself, citing time constraints. Wallace, ever gracious, did not stop Sato from leaving but happily bid him farewell. Before parting, Wallace gave Sato a few gifts he could hardly refuse. Wallace presented Sato with the latest model of a berry mixer, as well as a communicator that would allow them to contact each other anytime and a silver badge. I really did run into a benefactor this time, Sato thought as he looked at the silver badge in his hand. A sunstone and a berry mixer all at once, plus a valuable client. It seems like I won't have to worry about funding for a while. If Sato was right, the silver badge Wallace had given him was likely his family's crest, almost functioning like an identification card. This badge probably indicated the identity of the person holding it. Wallace had told him that showing this badge at any Pokémon Center would grant him free access to all services. He could also use the badge to have any Pokeblocks Wallace needed delivered to him by the League. In summary, the communicator and silver badge Wallace gave him were tools that allowed Sato to send Pokeblocks to Wallace with ease. But to Sato, the silver badge also served as a protective charm. Should trouble arise, simply showing this badge would likely help him avoid certain issues. Though Wallace hadn't fully explained the badge's power, from the fact that it granted him free access to Pokémon Center services and allowed him to commission tasks from the League, it was clear to Sato just how influential the badge was. Wallace's background was likely even more formidable than Sato had originally imagined. In the short term, it's good to borrow this influence, but ultimately, this world is one where strength is what truly counts. I need to find a way to grow stronger, fast. Only then will I have the freedom to live how I want and reach the top of this world, Sato thought as he entered the city park, carefully storing the silver badge and looking up at the sun shining through the branches. There were still over 2 hours until the bus from Viridian City to Saffron City would depart at noon. In that time, Sato aimed to improve his strength further. Now that he had obtained an exceptional sunstone, it was finally time to resolve his Gloom's deep-rooted insecurities. Sato entered the lushest part of Viridian City, the large city park, to prepare for the significant event of Gloom's evolution. As he walked through the park, he felt a trace of the vibrant life energy that reminded him of the Viridian Forest. The city park in Viridian City was enormous, at least the size of 7 or 8 soccer fields. Come on out, everyone. Today is a special day. Let's all witness Gloom's miraculous evolution together, Sato said as he ventured deeper into the park, finally stopping in a quiet, secluded grove. He then released all 4 Pokémon from his Pokeballs. 4 beams of white light shot out, and soon Zubat, Nidoran, Gloom, and Growlithe all appeared on the ground. Hearing Sato's words, they all wore joyful expressions. Gloom, in particular, had a beaming smile on her face. Not long ago, Sato had promised to find her a sunstone, fulfilling her long-held wish to evolve into a Bellossom. She hadn't expected her dream to come true so soon. At that moment, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe gathered around Gloom, offering their heartfelt congratulations on her upcoming evolution. Rah, 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 Gloom cried out, overwhelmed with excitement at the thought of evolving into the beautiful Bellossom. Her heart was filled with gratitude for her trainer, Sato, who had chosen her. Gloom had made up her mind, no matter what happened in the future, she would follow Sato loyally for the rest of her life. Here it is, Gloom, the sunstone you need. Are you ready? If you are, just place your hands on it, Sato said with a smile as he pulled out the exceptional sunstone and placed it before Gloom. The sunstone was indeed extraordinary. Once it touched the sunlight, it seemed to come alive, as if it had its own consciousness. It actively absorbed the sun's energy, radiating intense heat and dazzling light. Though the scorching heat coming from the sunstone was intimidating, Gloom showed no hesitation. She was eager to shed her ugly duckling identity. Without a second thought, she swiftly placed her hands on the sunstone. In the next moment, a brilliant but gentle white light erupted from Gloom's entire body. At the same time, the sunstone instantly transformed into a pure red energy, flowing through Gloom's hands and enveloping her entire body. As the red energy from the sunstone fully covered Gloom, an even brighter light of evolution burst forth from her. Simultaneously, the dense grass-type energy from the surrounding environment seemed to be summoned, rushing toward Gloom from all directions. Tiny emerald green particles began to emanate from nearby plants, joining the flow of grass-type energy as they all rapidly converged on Gloom. In an instant, the white light of evolution surrounding Gloom was gradually tinted a vibrant green. This is incredible. Gloom's potential is far greater than I imagined. It's as if nature itself is blessing her, Sato thought, his expression filled with awe as he watched Gloom absorb the grass-type energy and green particles from all around her like a bottomless pit. The unique phenomenon during Gloom's evolution lasted only for about 7 or 8 seconds. After absorbing sufficient grass-type energy, Gloom's body began to reshape bit by bit within the vibrant green light of evolution. After roughly 10 seconds, the green light began to fade, concluding in a burst of sparkling powder. Standing before Sato and his Pokémon was an exceptionally radiant Bellossom. It seemed to confirm the saying, the smellier the Gloom, the more beautiful the Bellossom. The newly evolved Bellossom before them was indeed breathtaking, having finally completed her transformation from the ugly duckling into a dazzling white swan. Bellossom had 2 brightly colored flowers on her head and eyes as pure as the finest sapphires. She now wore a skirt of neatly layered leaves, and under the sunlight, her whole body shimmered with a regal luster. She's stunning. If Wallace's Milotic is a graceful queen, then Bellossom must be a vibrant and passionate beauty, Sato thought as he admired the newly evolved Bellossom. After a brief adjustment to her new body, the joyful Bellossom began to move. Under the sunlight, she started dancing gracefully, following a mysterious rhythm through the grove. As she danced, a fragrant floral scent wafted from Bellossom, intoxicating Sato and the other 3 Pokémon, who all closed their eyes in bliss. At the same time, the 2 vibrant flowers on Bellossom's head glowed with a soft white light. Soon after, a multitude of emerald green particles began to scatter from her. Dancing amidst the green particles, Bellossom's movements were mesmerizing. In that moment, the entire grove, bathed in the green glow, became filled with an aura of vibrant life. The grass, wildflowers, and trees all began to grow rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Sato and his Pokémon, also enveloped in this aura, felt as though they were soaking in warm water, their bodies completely relaxed and their energy rapidly restored. What's going on? This feels amazing, Sato thought, opening his eyes and gazing at Bellossom, who continued to dance under the sun. It was clear that the sudden growth of the surrounding plants was caused by Bellossom. It seemed she was giving back to the plants in her own way, repaying them for the energy they had contributed to her evolution. Curious and puzzled, Sato's eyes flashed blue as he activated his system's scanning ability to analyze Bellossom. The results left him astonished and helped him understand what was happening. Bellisum's details. Pokemon, Bellisum. Level, 26. Type, Grass. Ability, Healer, Hidden ability. Gender, female. Known moves, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, Leaf Blade, Energy Ball, Expert, Grassy Terrain, Expert, Synthesis, Egg Move, Secret Power, Egg Move. Grass Knot, Tutor, Nature Power, Tutor, Razor Leaf, Tutor. Based on Bellisum's updated information, Sato could easily tell that after evolving from Gloom, she immediately learned 3 new Grass-type moves: Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm, and Leaf Blade. Additionally, she managed to master the group healing move Grassy Terrain on her own. At this moment, Bellisum was using Grassy Terrain in the small grove. She was indeed giving back to the surrounding plants with her energy, expressing her gratitude. Note: Grassy Terrain is a Grass-type status move. For 5 turns, it transforms the area into Grassy Terrain. Pokemon on the Grassy Terrain recover HP each turn, and Grass-type moves become more powerful. Bellisum, happily dancing through the grove, was overjoyed. During her evolution, she had heard countless voices from the plants around her, congratulating her and bestowing upon her precious gifts. It was these gifts that spared Bellisum from the intense heat of the energy from the Sunstone during her evolution. As the fiery energy burned away the source of the toxins within her, these gifts worked together with the remaining evolutionary energy to reshape her body and strengthen the core of her Grass-type essence, allowing her to sense the ambient Grass-type energy more clearly. After her evolution, Bellisum wanted to repay the plants that had helped her, but she didn't know how. Just as she was at a loss, a long-unheard voice spoke to her once again. Though distant, she heard it. The voice not only offered blessings, but also taught her how to control the Grass-type energy around her to repay the plants that had aided in her evolution. Bellisum danced joyfully with her eyes closed. The effects of Grassy Terrain attracted wild animals and even wild Pokemon from the grove, all watching her graceful dance in silence. For a brief moment, Bellisum became the center of attention. Bellisum welcomed the presence of these creatures, soothing them with gentle, life-giving Grass-type energy, healing their wounds and easing their pain. After about 2 minutes, Bellisum's breathtaking, mystical dance came to an end, and the Grassy Terrain gradually dissipated. By this point, all the nearby plants appeared to be thriving, growing vigorously, and emitting a vibrant, life-filled aura. Congratulations, Bellisum. You did an amazing job, Sato exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to offer his heartfelt congratulations. Bellisum's display of Grassy Terrain had truly astonished Sato. From the flourishing plants around them to the fully healed creatures that had just left, it was clear that Bellisum's healing abilities were incredibly powerful. Without a doubt, with her healer ability and the newly learned Grassy Terrain, Bellisum had become a formidable support Pokemon. And she wasn't just a delicate flower, she was also a powerful offensive healer, equipped with a wide array of strong Grass-type moves. It was easy to imagine that with Bellisum in Sato's team, the group's survivability had been elevated to a whole new level. As long as Bellisum was protected, the team's endurance in battle would be significantly enhanced. Following Sato's lead, Zubat, Nidoran, and Growlithe quickly gathered around Bellisum to congratulate her as well. Nidoran, who was always the closest to Bellisum, immediately leaped into her arms, playfully nuzzling her. Bellisum responded cheerfully, her face beaming with happiness as she basked in the love and support from Sato and her companions. After Bellisum completed her evolution, Sato, in a great mood, quickly recalled all his Pokemon except for Zubat. Following Zubat's lead, he managed to avoid people and eventually climbed over a wall to exit the city park. The unusual phenomenon caused by Bellisum's evolution had attracted the attention of a few early morning joggers in the park. Fortunately, Sato had chosen a secluded spot for the evolution, and the phenomenon lasted only a short while, preventing people from coming over. With his poke blocks restocked and gloom successfully evolving into Bellisum, Sato no longer had a reason to stay in Viridian City. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the Viridian City bus station. It was now 10:10 a.m., and the bus from Viridian City to Saffron City was scheduled to leave in just under an hour. Sato needed to hurry to the station. Although the old man had told him that this bus typically had few passengers, Sato still thought it best to arrive early and buy a ticket. Not long after Sato had left in the taxi, Officer Jenny arrived at the city park, led by her trusty Grolive. She was searching for Sato. Officer Jenny had not received official approval for the search and was acting on her own. Despite the slow progress, her connections had allowed her to gather information on Sato's whereabouts. She had tracked him to the park using Grolive's keen sense of smell. However, she had arrived too late. When Jenny and Grolive reached the grove where Sato and his Pokémon had been, the place was already empty, and the scent trail had vanished. Bellisum's enchanting floral scent had covered Sato's scent. Grolive, are you sure his scent disappeared here? Officer Jenny asked, puzzled, as she looked at her loyal partner. Woof. Grolive nodded in response, but seemed uncomfortable, as the strong floral scent had overwhelmed his nose, making him sneeze repeatedly. Seeing her partner in distress, Officer Jenny returned him to his Pokeball. With Grolive's sense of smell rendered useless, she had lost her only means of tracking Sato. Reluctantly, she decided to give up the search. Sigh. What a shame. I just hope this trainer doesn't stray down the wrong path, Officer Jenny thought to herself. She turned her patrol car around and headed back to the police station. She had already been away from her post for some time, and any further delay would be hard to explain to her superiors. Little did Sato know, Gloom's evolution had inadvertently helped him avoid a major problem. Shortly after Officer Jenny left the grove, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. It was Sophia, dressed in a white gown, accompanied by a Jengar. I was planning to teach you a lesson today, but you got lucky, bitch, Sophia muttered coldly, watching Officer Jenny disappear from view. She took a deep breath of the lingering floral scent, and the cold expression on her face softened slightly. Sophia then took out a Pokeball and released the Pokémon inside. In the next moment, a Pidgeot equipped with a saddle appeared before her. After Jengar disappeared back into her shadow, Sophia quickly mounted Pidgeot, and they soared into the sky. At 10:35 a.m., after a brief traffic delay, Sato finally arrived at the Viridian City bus station. He successfully purchased a ticket for the bus heading to Saffron City and was now waiting in a restaurant inside the station for the bus to depart. Sato had inquired about the journey from the ticket agent. The trip would be long. If the bus departed at noon, it would likely arrive at Saffron City's bus station around 9 or 10 p.m. With that in mind, Sato thought it best to prepare himself before boarding. Since the bus route would pass through several wild Pokémon habitats, even though they were safe areas, passengers were not allowed to disembark to avoid any potential danger. With the confirmed information in hand, Sato naturally made sure to prepare well for his journey, so he was in the restaurant filling up both his and his Pokémon stomachs. The bus station was a bustling place, filled with people from all over, and with that came potential trouble. Since Sato had a bit of extra money, he decided to spend a little more and rented a private dining room to avoid unnecessary issues. Despite these precautions, Sato and his Pokémon were still approached by two unexpected guests. To his surprise, these guests were rather important, and one of them shocked him even more than the other. The first guest was a well-built young man in a suit named Genichi Shibata, one of Ichiro's most trusted subordinates. He had come to carry out a task assigned by his boss. Sato recognized Shibata right away. He had seen him the night before as one of Ichiro's followers, and so when Shibata walked into the room, led by a server, Sato's expression turned sour. Grolive, holding a bit of a grudge from the previous night, bared his teeth and barked aggressively at Shibata. However, to Sato's surprise, Shibata no longer had the stern, unfriendly demeanor from the night before. He had removed his dark sunglasses, revealing small, squinting eyes, and he now wore a nervous, apologetic smile. Seeing that Shibata didn't seem to be here to cause trouble and had come alone, Sato patted Grolive's head to calm him down, then invited Shibata to sit. After some conversation, Sato understood the reason for Shibata's visit. In short, Ichiro had felt uneasy and sent Shibata to offer an apology and to make amends. The compensation Shibata offered was quite sincere. He presented Sato with a League Silver card containing 5 million Poke Dollars, some high-quality Pokemon food that Fire-type Pokemon love, and a rare Firestone. This Firestone wasn't just any ordinary one. Although it didn't compare to the premium Sunstone Wallace had given Sato, it was still a mid-tier Firestone of excellent quality. I'll accept these gifts. Go back and tell Mr. Ichiro that as far as I'm concerned, this matter never happened. From now on, we're friends, Sato said with a smile after understanding the situation and accepting the items. Honestly, Sato had taken note of the rich kid's attempt to buy his Grolive by shoving money at his face the previous night and had been irritated by it. However, with his current strength and the fact that Viridian City was Ichiro's territory, Sato knew he had to bide his time and let it go for now. He had originally planned to deal with Ichiro Yamaguchi in the future once he grew stronger, especially if he ever passed through Viridian City again. But to his surprise, Ichiro was quick to back down, even sending someone to apologize right after Sato took care of the Wild Wolf gang. It turned out the rich kid wasn't as bold as Sato had thought, and he knew how to handle situations diplomatically. With this unexpected resolution, Sato no longer felt the need to take any action. It was always better to have one less enemy and one more ally. After Sato gave his clear approval, Shibata's face lit up with a bright smile, and he quickly took his leave. However, not even a minute after Shibata left, the door was knocked on again, and this time it was violently flung open before Sato could respond. When Sato saw the impolite guest, he immediately stopped his 4 Pokemon, who were preparing to attack, and looked at the person standing in the doorway with a serious expression. The man who entered was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a massive and muscular frame. His explosive physique couldn't be hidden, even under the loose-fitting suit he wore, and he exuded a powerful aura. His appearance was intimidating, a perpetually furrowed brow, small eagle-like eyes, a small nose, and a disproportionately large mouth that was always tightly shut and drooping. Despite his fierce look, there was something unexpectedly soft about him. Perched lazily on his head was a shuckle, whose yellow tentacles were wrapped tightly around the man's face, and a playful skiploom was resting on his shoulder. This odd combination softened his fearsome image a bit. Overall, the man's appearance was strikingly unique, ensuring that anyone who saw him would remember him immediately, though probably not in the most pleasant way. At that moment, the towering man was staring directly at Sato, scrutinizing him intently. His silent, glaring presence at the doorway made Sato feel a little uneasy. However, Sato remained calm, not showing any fear despite the man's menacing demeanor. He used his system scanning function to analyze the man's 2 Pokemon. The data on Shuckle and Skiploom was as follows. Pokemon, Shuckle. Level, 59. Type, Bug/Rock. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Known moves, Sticky Web, Withdraw, Wrap, Endure, Rollout, Encore, Constrict, Struggle Bug, Safeguard, Rest, Rock Throw, Rock Slide, Bug Bite, Power Split, Guard Split, Stone Edge, Bide, Egg Move, Toxic, TM, Protect, TM, Knock Off, TM, Sludge Wave, TM, Sandstorm, TM, Rock Tomb, TM, Rock Polish, TM, Euroball, TM, Rock Blast, TM, Stealth Rock, TM, Gastro Acid, TM. Pokemon, Skiploom. Level 10. Type, Grass/Flying. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Known moves, Splash, Synthesis, Tail Whip, Tackle, Fairy Wind, Aromatherapy, Egg Move, Worry Seed, Egg Move. A level 59 Shuckle, that's really strong. Why is he here? Did he come just to intimidate me? Sato thought, growing tense after gathering the information. The towering man continued to stare at Sato for over a minute, then suddenly, The intense pressure he had been exuding disappeared. He pulled out a photograph, compared the person in the photo to Sato, and then reached into his coat to retrieve a small package, tossing it to Sato before leaving and shutting the door behind him. Throughout the entire encounter, the man didn't say a single word. Once the man was gone, Sato didn't immediately focus on the package. Instead, he let out a deep breath and gently patted his Pokémon, who were still on high alert, telling them to relax. Sato had to admit, the pressure that hulking man had exerted on him and his Pokémon was immense. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands, where danger seemed to loom at any moment, was truly unsettling. Don't be discouraged. He's been training for longer than we have, so it's natural that he's stronger. But remember, we'll keep getting stronger too. As long as we work hard, we'll surpass him one day, and then we'll show everyone what we're made of, Sato said with a smile, comforting his Pokémon, who seemed a bit down after the encounter. Hearing Sato's words, the 4 Pokémon visibly perked up, especially Zubat and Growlithe, who both had strong pride. Even as they ate their food, they kept their eyes fixed on the door. That man was probably ORM, one of Team Rocket's Beast Trio. What's going on? I'm just a low-level newcomer in Team Rocket, yet I ran into him here. And from his actions, it seems like he came to deliver something to me, Sato thought, confused, as he looked at the package on the table after calming his Pokémon down. Yes, the towering man from earlier was indeed ORM, one of the Beast Trio, high-ranking members of Team Rocket who were directly under Giovanni's command. ORM was one of the few trainers in Team Rocket capable of rivaling the Elite Four, and his visit was part of a task given to him by Giovanni. This is Viridian City, and the only person who can command the Beast Trio is Giovanni. What's the deal? I only eliminated a few gang members in the city, and now Giovanni's taken notice of me. Sato mused as he pieced together what might have happened. Once he figured out the situation, the weight of the package in his hands felt even heavier, and he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was glad that Giovanni had taken notice of him, which could mean unexpected opportunities within Team Rocket. On the other hand, it worried him that he might get more deeply entangled in Team Rocket's affairs, making it harder to leave the organization in the future. After all, Giovanni wouldn't easily let someone he took an interest in slip away. Of course, Sato didn't think staying with Team Rocket was necessarily a bad thing. After all, gym leaders like Sabrina and Koga had willingly followed Giovanni and remained loyal to him. It was a testament to Giovanni's charisma. If he could continue working under Giovanni, it might not be a bad path. Well, there's no point worrying about this now. The important thing is to keep improving my strength. Giovanni seems like a good leader, and if he's noticed me, maybe following him isn't such a bad idea, Sato thought as he carefully unwrapped the package. The package was small, and inside was just a single item, a nondescript stone. However, Sato, being a Pokémon enthusiast, immediately recognized it for what it was, a moonstone. To confirm his hunch, Sato turned off all the lights in the room, plunging it into darkness. The moment he placed the stone on the table, it began to emit a soft, moon-like glow, illuminating the room. Judging by the brightness of the glow, this moonstone gifted by Giovanni was of excellent quality, at least a top-tier one. Sato couldn't help but appreciate Giovanni's generosity in rewarding him with such a valuable item. A moonstone, huh? What a surprise. With the sunstone, firestone, and now the moonstone, I've managed to gather all 3 in a single day. Now both Growlithe and Nidoran have the chance to evolve whenever they're ready, Sato said excitedly as he gazed at the stone lighting up the room. The sunstone, firestone, and moonstone were all items Sato had planned to search for in the near future, but through a series of fortunate events, he had acquired them all. This was undoubtedly great news for him. Sato suddenly felt an urge to evolve Growlithe into Arcanine and Nidoran into Nidoking right away, knowing it would significantly boost his battle strength. Having witnessed Bellisum's evolution earlier, Growlithe and Nidoran, who had heard from Sato about the Firestone and Moonstone's potential to evolve them, were now looking at him expectantly. However, Sato resisted the temptation. He carefully stored the moonstone in his spatial equipment. We need to be patient. Evolving too early isn't always a good thing. You two are still young, and compared to Bellisum, who's lived for a long time, your foundation is still too shallow. Even with my help, it's better to wait and build up your strength first, Sato said, patting Grolithe and Nidoran on the head with a smile. Hearing this, Grolithe and Nidoran nodded thoughtfully, temporarily giving up on the idea of evolving right away. They both hopped onto the treadmill and started training hard. Time passed quickly, and soon, over an hour had gone by. The bus Sato had been waiting for was finally ready to depart, and the signal for departure echoed through the terminal. Goodbye, Viridian City, Sato thought to himself as he sat on the bus, watching the city shrink into the distance through the window. Meanwhile, high above the bus Sato was riding, a Pidgeot flew by swiftly, leaving the bus far behind in an instant. Saffron City, also known as the Golden Metropolis, is a shining jewel located in the heart of the Kanto region. It's the most prosperous and largest city in Kanto, and a world-famous international hub. Undoubtedly, as the heart of Kanto, Saffron City isn't just its most prominent feature, but also its brightest gem. As a renowned global metropolis, Saffron City is a melting pot of cultures from all over the world, offering Kanto's most comprehensive resources. This, of course, attracts people from all over, whether they're from Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, or the faraway Alola. In this city, you can see people from various regions speaking different dialects, and it's common to spot Pokémon from those regions as well. Saffron City also carries the title of the City of Battles due to having the densest population of trainers in Kanto. To meet the demand of these battle-hungry trainers, who bring immense wealth to the city, battle arenas for Pokémon can be found on almost every street. Residents of Saffron City are used to seeing intense and exciting Pokémon battles daily, with trainers from various regions using Pokémon rarely seen in Kanto. Saffron also holds the title of the city that never sleeps. Even late at night, the city remains lively. With countless lights illuminating the streets, it feels as bright as day. Shops lining the streets stay open, with their lights burning until 1 or 2 a.m. It was now past 10 p.m. and a bus, having traveled a long way from Viridian City, slowly made its way into the famous Sleepless City, inching along the highway amidst the sea of vehicles. We've finally arrived in Saffron City. As expected, seeing it in person is even more impressive than hearing about it. The hustle and bustle here makes Pewter and Viridian City pale in comparison, Sato thought as he gazed out the bus window at the bright skyscrapers and the streams of cars. Sato then stretched his body, which had grown stiff from sitting for so long, and couldn't help but yawn. The 10-hour journey had taken a toll on him. However, his movements were a bit too much, and accidentally disturbed the young girl sleeping next to him, waking her from her sweet dreams. That was such a good nap. Sato, where are we now? The girl asked groggily, yawning and rubbing her sleepy eyes. The girl was around the same age as Sato, with a sweet appearance. She had long, wavy blonde hair, decorated with a cherry blossom-shaped hairpin, and she wore star-shaped earrings. Her large, emerald-like eyes sparkled with liveliness, and beneath her right eye was a beauty mark, adding a touch of charm to her already beautiful face. Sitting next to each other for the long journey, and with her being quite talkative, the two had struck up a conversation. Most of the time, though, it was Sato listening while she chatted away. From their discussions, Sato found that the girl had a simple, carefree nature. She didn't seem to have any hidden agendas and just wanted to pass the time with light conversation. Through their exchanges, Sato had learned a lot about Saffron City from her, and he had also picked up some personal details about this charming young woman. The young lady's name was Daisy, from Cerulean City, and she was around the same age as Sato. Unlike Sato, she was a coordinator. Due to arriving late, she had missed the registration deadline for the Viridian City Pokémon contest yesterday. Now, she was heading to Saffron City to participate in the contest being held there in 2 days. Yes, this Daisy was none other than Misty's eldest sister, one of the future gym leaders of Cerulean City and a future star of the Cerulean Gym's water ballet. However, at this moment, She was still exploring her path in life. Sorry for waking you, Daisy. We've just entered Saffron City, but with all the traffic, it'll be a while before we reach the bus terminal. If you're still tired, you can sleep a bit more. I'll wake you when we arrive, Sato said with a smile when he noticed Daisy waking up. Thanks a lot. Ugh, sleeping on this bus is so uncomfortable. I'll catch a bit more rest then. Please wake me when we're there. Trusting Sato's words completely, Daisy closed her eyes and quickly drifted back to sleep. Seeing her fall asleep so easily, Sato couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Her lack of vigilance was almost worrying. He wondered how she had managed to survive traveling alone until now. Around 11 p.m., the bus finally pulled into Saffron City's massive bus terminal. After gently waking Daisy, Sato got off the bus on his own. The long 11-hour journey had left Sato starving, as he had only eaten lunch at noon. His 4 Pokémon were also in desperate need of feeding. Being the busiest and largest city in Kanto, Saffron City's bus terminal was much bigger than those in other cities. It was almost like a miniature city itself, with large shops, supermarkets, hotels, restaurants, and even a Pokémon center. Sato didn't spend much time choosing a place. He followed the principle of convenience and picked a restaurant close to the terminal's exit that was still open. The restaurant was quite large, occupying the first 3 floors of the building. Even at 11 p.m., it was bustling, filled with travelers coming from the bus terminal. As soon as Sato entered, a waiter came over to ask if he needed any assistance. After learning that Sato was dining alone, the waiter led him to an empty table near the window and handed him a menu. Since this was Saffron City, an expensive international metropolis, the prices were outrageous. A simple plate of fried rice cost 1,000 poke dollars, practically highway robbery. Fortunately, Sato currently had over 6 million poke dollars, so he could afford it. Starving, he ordered a hefty steak meal and an apple juice. Before eating, though, Sato released his 4 Pokémon, who were just as hungry as he was, and set out their favorite foods for them to enjoy. The restaurant's service was quick. Within 3 or 4 minutes, Sato's steak arrived. However, just as he was about to dig in, the sound of police sirens rang out nearby. His hand froze mid-action, and he glanced out the window. 9 bikers were speeding down the street, with the lead rider clutching a white backpack. Chasing after them was Officer Jenny on her police motorcycle, followed closely by several other officers. It was clear that a thrilling cops and robbers chase was unfolding right outside. These 9 bikers were clearly not ordinary criminals. Their coordination was well organized, and each one had several powerful Pokémon. During their retreat, they engaged in fierce battles with the pursuing police officers. The bikers mostly had the same types of Pokémon, Weezing and Arbok. The 5 bikers in the rear had Weezing, which they commanded to release thick clouds of smog. The black, dense smoke made it nearly impossible for the officers to see ahead, and anyone who inhaled even a small amount of the fumes immediately experienced mild poisoning. Due to the bikers using Weezing smog to hinder the police, traffic on the entire street came to a standstill. The reduced visibility also caused a series of accidents, as cars crashed into one another. The 4 bikers in the lead had Arbok, whose job was to clear obstacles. The bikers ordered their Arbok, coiled around their motorcycles, to spew acid at any barriers in their way. The acid was incredibly corrosive, eating through even steel-reinforced cars, leaving gaping holes. Many unlucky vehicles that couldn't evade them in time were mercilessly destroyed. Adding to the chaos, these bikers were highly skilled and remarkably bold. When they encountered cars blocking their way, they simply revved their motorcycles and leaped over the vehicle's rooftops. As they soared through the air, they cackled maniacally, showing complete disregard for their own lives. Their reckless behavior terrified the drivers and passengers ahead, who quickly moved out of the way. However, the police officers chasing the bikers were seasoned veterans. Faced with the smog from Weezing, they promptly put on gas masks and released their Pidgeotto to help clear the smoke. In addition to dispersing the smog, the Pidgeotto used their keen eyesight to track the bikers through the dense smoke, preventing their escape. These guys are insane. It looks like the city's security really is as bad as Daisy mentioned. I just got off the bus and haven't even finished my meal, and now I'm witnessing a robbery. I'll have to stay on high alert while moving around here, thought Sato, sitting by the restaurant window, his expression serious as he watched the bikers speed by. Indeed, Saffron City, the largest metropolis in Kanto, was incredibly prosperous. It had produced countless economic miracles, but how much was hidden beneath that glittering surface? Saffron City had too many conflicting interests. To many factions, it was a juicy prize that everyone wanted a piece of. Even with the League's strong control on the surface, the vast wealth within the city attracted ambitious individuals willing to use any means to claim their share. As a result, Saffron had the highest crime rate of any city in Kanto. Every day, robberies occurred, and even murders were not uncommon. Gang warfare was also frequent. This robbery was just another typical day in Saffron City, and after a few glances, Sato returned his focus to his meal. He reassured his Pokémon that everything was fine and resumed enjoying his dinner. Unless something directly affected his interests, his loved ones, or the end of the world, Sato didn't care what happened in this world. Besides, with his current strength, getting involved would only be asking for trouble. Sato had already used his system's scanning ability to check the bikers' strength. They were not weak. The Pokémon they had were at least level 25 or higher. In particular, the biker at the front of the group had a Weezing and Arbok, both at level 36. With that level of power, he could easily be a Team Rocket captain-level threat. Witnessing the reckless behavior of the bikers, many of the onlookers shared Sato's thoughts. They chose to turn a blind eye and wisely made way for the dangerous group to avoid being caught in the chaos. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Blastoise, Water Gun. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Of course, there are always those who love to intervene, seek attention, or are simply driven by a strong sense of justice. As the bikers raced by, a group of well-dressed teenagers released their Pokémon to assist the police in stopping the criminals. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, what an enviable lineup, Sato thought to himself as he watched the battle unfold while casually enjoying his dinner. There was no doubt that these young trainers were likely allied with the League and were owners of Pokédexes, indicating their elite status. Once they took the lead, some hesitant League trainers also released their Pokémon and joined the fray. The League had strict rules. If a League trainer witnessed a crime, they were obligated to assist in apprehending the criminals. Failure to act could result in serious consequences, including the loss of their status as League trainers. Now that someone had taken the initiative, others had no choice but to follow suit, especially since the safety in numbers rule didn't apply in this case. Any League trainer who didn't act was at risk of punishment. The young trainers leading the charge were impressive, with fully evolved, high-level Pokémon. With additional trainers joining in, the bikers soon faced fierce resistance and were forced to halt. A massive battle ensued. However, the bikers were seasoned criminals, used to life-or-death fights. Their battle experience far surpassed that of the young League trainers, and they fought mercilessly, aiming for fatal blows. In just a few rounds, several of the young trainers, caught off guard, were knocked out and lay unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, the interference of these young trainers bought enough time for the police to arrive. Unlike the inexperienced trainers, the officers were battle-hardened veterans who had fought criminals before. Their arrival quickly shifted the tide of the battle in favor of the League. It looks like these crazed bikers are done for. Oh, Daisy's joining the fight too. Well, that's not surprising. Her parents are gym leaders, and she's a League trainer as well. She's smart enough to stay out of the main fight though, Sato thought as he observed the bikers gradually being overwhelmed by the sheer number of League members, spotting Daisy strategically staying in the background. Before long, the bikers started to fall one by one. However, their leader, the one holding the white backpack, was still fiercely resisting. In a last-ditch effort, with the help of a few remaining allies, the biker leader found an opening. He immediately revved his motorcycle and sped toward the gap, attempting to make his escape. With the help of his powerful Weezing and Arbok, the leader of the bikers managed to break through the League members' blockade on his motorcycle. He sped towards an opening, which led straight to the restaurant where Sato was dining. Arbok, leading the way, violently spewed acid, dissolving one of the restaurant's walls and creating a large hole. The biker leader then drove through the opening, causing chaos as he crashed into the restaurant. The entire place erupted into confusion as people scrambled in panic. The biker leader's goal was clear: find an escape route, specifically the back door of the restaurant. He immediately ordered Arbok to grab a waitress and force them to reveal its location. At the same time, Weezing released a dense cloud of black smoke, filling the entire first floor of the restaurant and intensifying the chaos. However, things took an unexpected turn. The waitress Arbok grabbed fainted out of sheer terror as soon as the intimidating Pokémon got hold of her. Now, with the restaurant shrouded in thick smoke, the biker leader's plan backfired. The dark fog, intended to obscure everyone's vision, also hindered his own. Trapped in the smoke-filled restaurant, he unintentionally cornered himself. Moreover, the black smoke released by Weezing was far more toxic than that of a coughing. Many guests and staff members, having inhaled too much of the poisonous smoke, were now unconscious and suffering from the effects of poisoning. The biker leader, fully aware of this, quickly pulled out an antidote and drank it to protect himself. Of all places to charge into, he had to come here. Zubat, stay on alert. If that guy's Weezing or Arbok comes near us, let me know immediately, Sato whispered with a serious expression, hiding under a table, speaking to Zubat. As soon as the Weezing began releasing poisonous smoke, Sato had acted quickly. He put on a gas mask, recalled Bellisum, Grolive, and Nidoran into their Pokeballs, and relied on his Zubat to protect him. Its resistance to toxins and ability to navigate through the smoke made it ideal for the situation. Despite the biker leader's blunder, it had an unintended advantage. With many of the restaurant's ordinary patrons now unconscious and poisoned, they effectively became hostages. This made the League members outside hesitant to act aggressively, fearing they might provoke the leader into harming the civilians. Realizing this, the biker leader commanded his Weezing to release even more smoke, further thickening the toxic fog on the restaurant's first floor. Meanwhile, the League members outside took the opportunity to completely surround the restaurant, cutting off all possible escape routes for the biker leader. A tense standoff ensued. While both sides could afford to wait, the unconscious civilians could not. If the situation dragged on any longer, those inside the restaurant would likely succumb to Weezing's toxic fumes. Understanding the urgency, the League finally decided to act, sending a few of their members and Pokémon to sneak into the restaurant quietly. As the League prepared to infiltrate, the biker leader, who had been frantically searching for the back door but couldn't find it, began to panic. Like a cornered animal, he became increasingly desperate. Eventually, an idea struck him. If he couldn't find an exit, he would create one himself. Picking a direction, he ordered Arbok to violently clear a path by destroying any obstacles in their way. But as if misfortune wasn't enough, the direction the biker gang leader chose was the wrong one. It led him back toward the entrance he had used to break into the restaurant. On his path stood the last obstacle, the area where Sato was hiding. Zubat, who had been using supersonic to monitor the restaurant, immediately detected the leader's movement and alerted Sato to his approach. Just my luck, he's heading this way. Zubat, if he comes within 5 meters of us, attack first with Air Cutter, Sato responded, staying sharp and ready to react after hearing Zubat's warning. Judging by how the leader had Arbok dissolve every obstacle in his way, it was clear that this man was ruthless and wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone standing in his path. If Sato became an obstacle, he'd be taken out without a second thought. The moment Sato finished speaking, Zubat sensed the biker gang leader's approach and swiftly flapped its wings, now glowing with a greenish energy. In an instant, a strong gust of wind swept through the restaurant, blowing away the thick smoke, and 4 sharp blades of air were sent flying toward the now exposed leader. Faced with the sudden attack from Zubat, the biker leader's expression darkened, but he remained composed. Arbok and Weezing quickly moved to shield him, blocking all of the incoming air cutter blades. Zubat's attack seemed to act as a signal. The League members, who had quietly infiltrated the restaurant, released their Pokémon and joined the assault on the biker gang leader. In no time, under the combined attack of the many League Pokémon, Arbok, the biker leader's main defense, was quickly overwhelmed and defeated. So, the League rats have infiltrated this place, huh? If you think you can capture me, think again. Wheezing, use explosion and blow them all to pieces. The biker leader, realizing he was fully surrounded, showed a twisted grin and gave an order that caused Sato and the nearby League members to turn pale. Without hesitation, Wheezing obeyed, and in a flash, its body began to glow brightly as it prepared to self-destruct. Damn it, this guy's insane. Zubat, break that cursed window with Shadow Ball, then use Protect. Sato shouted, his face turning white with fear. He quickly crawled out from under the table and ordered Zubat to shatter the window so they could escape the restaurant. The other League members, with expressions similar to Sato's, scrambled in a panic, abandoning the poisoned and unconscious civilians as they fled alongside their Pokémon. Each used every method they could to escape the restaurant, wishing they had more than just 2 legs to run with. Sato had barely made it a short distance away from the restaurant when, boom, a deafening explosion erupted from inside. A powerful shockwave burst out from the now-destroyed restaurant, blasting everyone nearby into the air. Many were knocked unconscious by the force of the blast. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The explosion had severely damaged the first floor of the restaurant, including several of the pillars supporting the entire building. In no time, the whole structure began to sway dangerously, as if on the verge of collapse. The sight of the building swaying dangerously was quickly noticed by sharp-eyed onlookers. Some of the more fearful ones immediately started screaming in panic, while the smarter ones wasted no time in running away, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the collapsing structure. Oh my god, I just barely escaped being blown up, and now I might get crushed to death, thought Sato, his face pale as he watched the building teetering in front of him. Although he had avoided the explosion, the blast had thrown him a considerable distance, causing him to land hard on the ground. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises, and he could feel internal injuries as well. Every part of his body ached, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, making any kind of movement excruciating. The situation could have been much worse if not for Zubat, who had used Protect to shield Sato from the brunt of the blast. Still, Zubat was gravely injured, with both wings hanging limply, clearly broken. Despite the pain, Sato wasn't panicking. In the past, he might have resigned himself to death, but now he had a trump card that could save both him and Zubat from this dire situation. Come out, Bellisum. Quickly, use grassy terrain to heal me and Zubat, Sato said after helping to set Zubat's broken wings. He pulled out Bellisum's Pokeball and released her, immediately instructing her. This trump card was none other than Bellisum. With her healing abilities, there was still hope for both Sato and Zubat to escape safely. Bellisum, understanding the urgency, quickly activated grassy terrain in a 2-meter radius around her. Sato and Zubat, now within the healing zone, immediately felt a soothing warmth, as though they were soaking in a hot bath. Their injuries began to heal rapidly. Within just a few seconds, the pain in Sato's body diminished significantly, and he found that he could move again. Taking advantage of this brief recovery, Sato quickly recalled both Zubat and Bellisum into their Pokeballs and, like everyone else, rushed toward the safe zone. As Sato regained mobility, the building's swaying grew more pronounced, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before the entire structure collapsed. Help! Someone, help me! A weak voice suddenly called out as Sato made his escape. Hearing this, Sato's steps faltered. He turned in the direction of the voice and saw a girl, about 7 or 8 years old, lying on the ground. A long shard of glass was embedded in her chest, and the ground beneath her was soaked with her blood. Should he save her or not? Glancing at the towering building, which was about to come crashing down, Sato hesitated for a moment, engaging in an intense internal struggle. In the end, his conscience won, and he couldn't bring himself to abandon the child. Bellisum, quickly, use grassy terrain again. Sato hurried to the girl's side, releasing Bellissum once more and instructing her to heal. At the same time, he pulled out disinfectant and bandages from his bag. "Hang in there, it won't hurt as much soon," Sato said to the girl, whose face had regained some color thanks to the healing effects of grassy terrain. He quickly but carefully removed the sharp glass from her chest, applied disinfectant to the wound, and wrapped it with the bandages. Just as Sato finished tending to the girl's wounds, the building's collapse became imminent. Suddenly, after a violent shake, the entire structure began to fall rapidly. "Damn it, is this the end?" Sato thought in despair as he looked at the towering building crashing down. He knew it was too late to run now, especially while carrying the injured girl. Was he regretting his decision? Yes, at that moment, Sato couldn't help but feel a slight tinge of regret. However, when Sato asked himself honestly, if given another chance, he knew he would still choose to save the little girl. He understood that if he didn't act, even if he survived, he would live with regret, just like in his previous life. That wasn't the kind of life he wanted, and that was not the type of person he was. Of course, Sato wasn't ready to give up just yet. After recalling Bellissum, he carried the weak, blood-drained girl on his back and continued to move as far as possible from the collapse zone of the building. Miraculously, after a minute of struggling, he managed to get the girl out of the danger zone just in time. But what spared them from being crushed wasn't pure luck. When Sato reached a safe spot and turned around, he saw something unbelievable. Floating in the air above the collapsing building was a black-haired girl around his age. Accompanying her were an alakazam and a gardevoir. At that moment, the girl, along with her alakazam and gardevoir, was surrounded by a blue aura of psychic energy, emitting immense psychic waves. The entire building was enveloped in the same psychic energy. It was clear that the reason the building hadn't collapsed yet was due to the incredible efforts of this girl and her Pokémon. They were using their power to hold the entire structure in place. Gulp. This is incredible, Sato thought in awe as he watched the black-haired girl and her Pokémon using their psychic abilities to not only stop the building from collapsing, but also slowly push it back into its original position. Sato wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone witnessing this scene had the same shocked expression. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help stabilize the building. My Pokémon and I can't hold this much longer, an icy voice echoed in their minds, snapping them out of their stupor. The next moment, the trainers who had been watching in awe suddenly became energized. Following the black-haired girl's orders, they quickly released their Pokémon to assist in stabilizing the building. Numerous rock-type Pokémon worked together, using their rock-type energy to create solid rock pillars, while powerful fighting-type Pokémon helped place the massive pillars to support the building, bit by bit. After the collective efforts of all the trainers and their Pokémon, the building was finally stabilized, at least temporarily. Once the building was secure, many League trainers who had been summoned rushed to the scene, sending their Pokémon into the building to rescue the people trapped inside. Phew, it's finally over, Sato sighed with relief as he saw the building stabilized and the League members beginning to evacuate the people and tend to the injured. He handed the unconscious girl over to the League medics and quietly prepared to leave. "Sir, please wait. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you help us? There are too many patients here. Could your Bellissum assist with healing?" a Nurse Joy called out just as Sato was about to leave. With more people being rescued from the building, the number of injured was overwhelming, many of them in critical condition. Immediate treatment was needed, but the medical staff was clearly stretched too thin to handle everyone. Sato's act of risking his life to save the girl had been noticed by many, and they had also seen Bellissum's grassy terrain healing the girl. Nurse Joy had witnessed this and, knowing that Sato was a trustworthy trainer, had asked for his help. As a result, Sato and other trainers with Pokémon capable of healing were temporarily recruited to assist. Sato never imagined that Nurse Joy would ask him to assist with healing, and could he really refuse her request? To be honest, if he could, Sato would have liked to just get away from this place. But he knew that rejecting her could have serious consequences. For all trainers, there's one group you should never offend: Pokémon medical professionals. the people responsible for treating your Pokémon and saving their lives. Offending them unnecessarily is an extremely foolish decision. Pokémon have a very unique physiology, making it difficult to treat their injuries with regular medical techniques. Since trainers frequently engage their Pokémon in battles, injuries are inevitable. Because of this, a special profession called Pokémon medical trainers emerged, dedicated to providing proper medical care to Pokémon. These professionals have been around as long as trainers themselves, though they are relatively few in number. They often work quietly behind the scenes, but their efforts are extremely crucial to the success of many trainers. The most widely recognized Pokémon medical trainers are undoubtedly the Joy family. The Joys are the only Pokémon medical family officially acknowledged by the League. A significant reason for the Joy family's prestigious status in the League is their exclusive mastery of raising Chansey and their control over its natural habitat. Of course, the history of the Joy family extends far beyond the creation of the Pokémon League. Besides Chansey, which is now considered their signature Pokémon, the Joy family has honed many advanced medical techniques over the centuries. Their expertise in Pokémon anatomy and medical research has always been at the forefront of global medicine. How important is the Joy family's role in the League? The answer is clear: extremely important. For most trainers, offending Nurse Joy is unthinkable. If you truly offend a Nurse Joy and end up on their blacklist, you're in serious trouble. It's highly likely that your career as a trainer would almost be over. You'd soon find that no matter which Pokémon Center you visit, the Nurse Joy there would simply refuse to treat you. Worse still, even non-league medical facilities could deny you care. In the medical world, the Joys are powerful, nearly untouchable entity. Offending a Nurse Joy is akin to angering the entire Pokémon medical community, leaving you with no one to provide treatment. Unless you possess impressive healing abilities yourself, or align with a group that dares to oppose the Joy family, your journey as a trainer would be over. You might as well go home and take up farming. So when Nurse Joy asked Sato for help, refusing was not an option. Even though he had Bellossom, a Pokémon with healing abilities, who could say what strange illness might affect his Pokémon that even Bellossom couldn't cure? If he offended Nurse Joy now and had no one to turn to later, it would be a disaster. No problem. Happy to help, Sato said with a smile, fully aware of Nurse Joy's influence. He turned around and politely responded to her request. That's wonderful. Please follow me. These patients were injured in the explosion earlier, and they're in critical condition. My Chansey is already exhausted, so could you have your Bellossom use grassy terrain to ease their injuries? Nurse Joy said gratefully, quickly leading Sato to the critical injury zone. When Sato looked around, he noticed that most of the people and Pokémon lying here were League trainers and their Pokémon, the same ones who had participated in the earlier fight against the rogue bikers. They had all suffered severe injuries from the explosion, with most of the patients exhibiting varying degrees of burn wounds. The more seriously injured even had multiple puncture wounds caused by sharp debris from the explosion. The fact that they were still alive was a testament to both their resilience and the expertise of the medical staff. The rogue biker gang leader's reckless actions had been too sudden. In that earlier explosion, the League trainers surrounding the restaurant barely had time to react or take defensive measures, so it was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Especially those who had infiltrated the restaurant, likely with little chance of survival. Sato himself only avoided losing consciousness entirely thanks to Zubat's Protect move, which absorbed much of the impact from the shockwave. Moreover, if it hadn't been for that black-haired girl and her two powerful psychic-type Pokémon, he and the severely wounded would likely have been crushed by the collapsing skyscraper. No one would have survived. That was incredible. She's already that powerful at such a young age. Compared to her, I'm far behind, Sato said softly, still shaken by the sight of the girl and her two psychic Pokémon holding the entire building in place with their abilities. At the same time, Sato had now recognized the identity of this girl with extraordinary psychic power. After all, this was Saffron City, and the only black-haired girl with such strong psychic abilities was none other than Sabrina. Though I'm not sure why you intervened, there's no doubt you saved my life. I'll remember this favor. If I ever get the chance, I'll repay you, Sato silently vowed to himself. While Sato was privately feeling grateful to Sabrina for saving his life, the black-haired girl in her white dress, accompanied by her two psychic Pokémon, appeared at the explosion site. Alongside Sabrina and her two Pokémon were 8 League trainers, all dressed in military uniforms. They stood around her with deep respect on their faces. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Seriously, I had just gone to bed, and now this happens. You're all useless, Sabrina said, yawning and sounding annoyed as she floated just above the ground using her psychic powers. None of the League trainers dared to protest her complaints. After witnessing her psychic powers firsthand, they all knew just how strong this black-haired girl was. They also knew of her reputation, stories of the new Saffron gym leader's short temper. If they made her angry, they could be turned into dolls and suffer through a nightmare-like experience. Lady Sabrina, we haven't found the thief's body at the explosion site, nor the stolen item. Have you discovered anything? One of the League trainers, the one with the highest rank, cautiously stepped forward and respectfully asked her. In truth, they weren't particularly concerned about whether the rogue biker gang leader had survived. What worried them was the item he had stolen. It was something the League had commissioned Sylph Company to produce, and they were responsible for its transport. If they couldn't retrieve it, they wouldn't be able to explain the failure to their superiors. How would I know? By the time I got here, the skyscraper was about to collapse. I didn't have time to deal with your little issue. I don't know. You figure it out yourselves. I'm tired and going back to sleep, Sabrina replied, clearly irritated by the question. Before the League trainer could respond, Sabrina teleported away, disappearing right in front of their eyes. Despite Sabrina's abrupt and impolite departure, the 8 League members in military uniforms were left with no choice but to accept it. While they were somewhat frustrated, they were still incredibly grateful to her. After all, if it hadn't been for Sabrina's timely intervention, using her psychic powers to almost single-handedly stabilize the collapsing skyscraper, the scale of the disaster would have escalated. Her actions allowed the League's rescue efforts to proceed, preventing a far greater loss of life. Otherwise, the number of casualties from the accident would have been much higher, rather than just a majority being severely injured. In this explosion incident, aside from the rogue biker gang leader who had disappeared, only 3 individuals, who had been closest to the explosion point, unfortunately lost their lives. Most others were severely injured but survived. Thanks to the Pokémon world's advanced medical technology, as long as these severely injured patients still had breath in them, they had a good chance of survival. Moreover, since this accident was the League's fault, they would cover all the medical expenses. Meanwhile, after the League members left, assuming the stolen item had been destroyed along with the rogue gang leader in the explosion, something else was taking place. In a quiet alley 200 meters from the restaurant, the rogue gang leader was respectfully handing a white backpack to Sabrina. Come out, Bellisum. Use grassy terrain to heal them, Sato sighed as he looked at the severely injured patients before him, groaning in pain. He then released Bellisum and instructed her to begin using grassy terrain to provide relief for those who were suffering. Although Sato had no personal connection to these League members, and they were technically his enemies based on his current situation, he realized that the world would fall into even greater chaos without them. In a way, it was thanks to their efforts that selfish individuals like him could live peacefully. Helping them now felt like a form of indirect repayment. Bellisum nodded in response to Sato's command. She then began an elegant dance, and a soothing floral fragrance filled the air. The severely injured patients who inhaled the scent immediately felt a noticeable relief from their pain. At the same time, a 5-meter area around Bellisum became covered in small blades of grass formed from grass-type energy. In no time, a lush green lawn appeared. All the severely injured patients within this verdant field began to glow with a soft green light. Under this light, their wounds started healing rapidly. A few seconds later, Bellisum, panting from the effort, completed the grassy terrain. The injuries of the nearby patients had shifted from severe to mild, and their once pale faces now showed signs of healthy color. There was no denying the impressive effectiveness of Bellisom's healing. With just one use of grassy terrain, she had saved over 10 seriously injured patients from the brink of death. The medical staff nearby were amazed by Bellisom's remarkable healing abilities. As a result of successfully helping so many patients, Sato and Bellisom quickly became the center of attention in the emergency area, receiving numerous expressions of gratitude. However, healing so many patients at once was clearly taxing for Bellisom. After using grassy terrain at full power 3 times, Bellisom was just as exhausted as Nurse Joy's Blissey and needed to rest. I didn't expect that Mr. Sato was a Pokemon healer too. Thanks to your Bellisom, so many people are out of danger now, Daisy said with a smile, her body wrapped in bandages, as she spoke to Sato at the Pokemon Center near the station. Daisy, who wasn't particularly skilled in battle, had withdrawn from the fight after participating in the ambush on the rogue biker gang. However, being somewhat nosy, she hadn't left the scene entirely and had chosen to observe from a distance. When the explosion occurred, she was slightly affected, sustaining minor injuries. However, compared to the severely injured patients, her wounds were nothing serious. After a quick bandage, she joined the rescue team. I'm hardly a Pokemon healer, Sato replied, waving his hand dismissively. It's just that I have Bellisom, who happens to have healing abilities. As for medical knowledge, I don't know a thing. I'm just glad I didn't make things worse. No way. Daisy quickly interjected upon hearing Sato's humble response. I saw it all clearly while helping to bandage those wounded. Many of them were in critical condition. If you hadn't helped, I'm sure a lot of them wouldn't have made it until the other medical staff from the Pokemon centers arrived. I'm positive they're all very grateful to you, Mr. Sato. It was already past 1 a.m., and the accident had interrupted Sato's dinner, which he hadn't even finished. Now that the situation had calmed down, he was starving and decided to complete his meal at the Pokemon Center, where he happened to run into Daisy. Unable to resist Daisy's enthusiasm, Sato agreed to join her for dinner. Both were already exhausted, so after quickly finishing their meal, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective rooms in the Pokemon Center for some rest. Lucky me, this turned out to be an unexpected bonus. Am I a double agent now? Not only do I have the identity of a rocket grunt, but I also just became a League-affiliated trainer. How bizarre, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed in his small, single-occupancy room, gazing at the new League ID in his hand. Compared to his old League ID, this new one was almost identical, except for some added silver borders on the surface. However, those silver borders marked a significant difference. This ID represented his status as an independent, non-core League trainer. Yes, from today onwards, Sato was officially a proper League-affiliated trainer. As more medical personnel from other Pokemon centers in Saffron City arrived, Sato, who had been acting as a temporary, unlicensed emergency doctor, was effectively relieved of duty. Despite being an outsider, Sato's timely assistance in saving many League trainers' lives earned him the League's warm hospitality. It was undeniable that the Joy family held an extremely high status within the League. After helping Nurse Joy, Sato unexpectedly received a rare reward. When Nurse Joy learned that Sato was merely a civilian trainer unaffiliated with the League, she not only gave him a generous monetary reward but also pulled some strings to help him obtain independent League trainer status. Perhaps it was Sato's heroic act of risking his life to save a little girl, along with his efforts to heal many League trainers, that made it easy for him to receive this new ID. As he prepared to leave the accident site, Nurse Joy handed him this brand new identification card. Now that Sato had this new ID, he could enjoy discounted medical services at Pokemon centers. He would also gain access to the League's internal network and be eligible to take on League-issued tasks at Pokemon centers. But the most important benefit of all was that this new ID finally granted him the right to participate in the Pokemon League tournaments held in various regions. The next morning, Sato woke up early as usual, getting up right on time at 7:30. After completing breakfast for both himself and his Pokemon, he restarted his morning training routine, which had been on hold for 2 days. The Pokemon Center at the Saffron City bus station was quite spacious, so it also provided an outdoor training area for trainers to use. Though not very large, it was just enough to fit 4 or 5 people training at the same time if they squeezed in a bit. Even though it was still very early, there were already quite a few diligent trainers around. By the time Sato finished breakfast and arrived at the outdoor training ground, 2 trainers were already training their Pokemon. These 2 trainers were not shy about using their advantage of arriving first, occupying more than half of the training ground. Seeing this, Sato had no choice but to find a small empty spot and start the morning workout for his own Pokemon. As usual, Sato arranged stamina training for his Pokemon. Since the training ground was just an open space and the exercise equipment he had was too basic, he could only have his 4 Pokemon perform some basic stamina exercises, namely flying and running. Zubat, the large bat Pokemon, naturally engaged in flight stamina training. The weight vest it was wearing had been increased to 15 kilograms. Its morning training routine was simple, flying 40 laps around the training ground. Sato had roughly measured the length of the rectangular training field by counting steps. 1 lap was approximately 200 meters, so flying 50 laps with the weighted vest should give Zubat the equivalent of a flight covering several kilometers. Now that Zubat had reached level 25, its physical development had progressed significantly. According to Sato's time test, Zubat, while carrying a 15 kilograms vest, could fly 200 meters in just 14 seconds. This meant it could fly 14.3 meters per second, with a speed of 51.48 kilometers per hour. Without the weight, Zubat could fly 200 meters at full speed in just 8 seconds, reaching 25 meters per second or 90 kilometers per hour. Undoubtedly, through leveling up and intense life-or-death experiences, Zubat had grown remarkably. As for Nidoran and Growlithe, since they were still young, Sato was concerned that too much intensity would hinder their development, so he hadn't put them in weighted vests yet. Their training involved running 30 laps around the training ground. Because they were close in age, Nidoran and Growlithe were usually very friendly with each other and often played together. However, being the same age also meant they were a bit competitive. Now, during their run, the 2 little ones were constantly chasing each other, neither wanting to be left behind. Of course, Growlithe was faster than Nidoran, so most of the time, Nidoran was left eating Growlithe's dust. Perhaps having inherited his father's skills, Growlithe ran with a rhythmic pace and an elegant posture. This rhythmic running style allowed him to conserve energy during his runs. In terms of stamina, Growlithe, with this running technique, was far superior to Nidoran. However, in terms of explosive power, Nidoran had the upper hand. His strong hind legs gave him an advantage in jumping and sprinting. With a burst of energy, Nidoran could launch into a swift sprint. As a result, when they ran down the long straightaways, Nidoran would often close the gap with Growlithe, and sometimes even overtake him. Due to their competition, the 2 Pokemon ran faster and faster. After 3 laps for Growlithe and 2 laps for Nidoran, they both collapsed, panting heavily, in front of Sato. Growlithe has excellent balance and stamina, while Nidoran excels in explosive power, Sato thought to himself as he recorded the data for the 2 Pokemon. As for Bellossom, Sato thought about it for a moment and decided to remove her weighted vest, allowing her to dance freely in the sunlight. Sato had noticed yesterday, right after Bellossom evolved and used grassy terrain, that whenever she stood under the sunlight, the 2 flowers on her head would automatically begin photosynthesis, replenishing the energy she used while dancing. Of course, since photosynthesis also requires water, and her body would eventually tire, she still needed to stop occasionally to drink water and rest. Bellossom's dance wasn't just random movements on the ground. Sato had specifically drawn a figure-8 path on the ground and instructed that her dance moves had to follow this path. This figure-8 path was designed to train Bellossom's evasion skills while dancing. Bellossom's dance was rhythmic and dynamic, and with enough practice, it could definitely become a method of dodging attacks. The figure-8 path resembled 2 curved Z-shaped routes. If Bellossom could freely dance along this figure-8 pattern, she might be able to develop a sharp Z-shaped dance step, transforming it into a powerful evasive skill. For Bellossom, dancing was clearly an excellent form of stamina training. Sato knew that Bellossom was the only Pokémon capable of learning 4 dance-based moves: Petal Dance, Quiver Dance, Swords Dance, and Teeter Dance. Although Bellossom hadn't mastered any of these moves yet, it didn't hurt to have her practice the dance she inherited through her bloodline, further improving her physical coordination and understanding of dance. Therefore, using dance as a regular stamina training method for Bellossom was very appropriate. Considering that the weighted vest might interfere with her coordination while dancing, Sato decided to remove it. Sato now had a small idea in mind. He hoped that Bellossom could fully grasp all 4 dance moves and eventually reach a level of complete mastery. By then, Sato believed that Bellossom might even create one or several new dance moves. At that point, Bellossom wouldn't just be an excellent team support Pokémon, but would also become a formidable offensive force. Thanks to the poke blocks, Sato's Pokémon were able to train for much longer than those of other trainers. During their 1-hour training session, the training ground had already seen 3 different groups of trainers, with 5 per group, rotate through. At present, only Sato's Pokémon were still training on the field, which naturally attracted the attention of some observant trainers. About 10 minutes later, both Nidoran and Growlithe, the 2 young Pokémon, finally completed their stamina training, powered by the poke blocks and their strong willpower. Sato then announced that the morning stamina training was over. Sato led his 4 Pokémon to an open area nearby. Taking out a thermos of hot water, he prepared to give Nidoran a bath and massage as a reward for finishing the training. At that moment, 3 well-dressed young trainers approached Sato. "Is there something I can help you with?" Sato asked, glancing up briefly before continuing to use a warm towel to clean Nidoran's body. "I'm currently giving my Pokémon a post-workout relaxation massage. Could you wait a moment?" At the training grounds, these 3 individuals had trained alongside Sato and his 4 Pokémon. After leaving, they stayed outside the training area to observe him and his Pokémon for quite some time. Sato was naturally aware of this, but he didn't mind. In fact, this was exactly the effect he wanted. The reason these 3 had approached him was simply to figure out why his 4 Pokémon had such high training efficiency. He could take this opportunity to promote the poke blocks he had on hand. Although he currently had over 6 million in funds, no one ever complained about having too much money. Besides, Pokémon tools were incredibly expensive. Buying just a few could leave him broke. Sato still lacked many necessary Pokémon items. Take TMs, for instance. Sometimes even money couldn't buy them. You needed certain privileges to obtain them. The same went for Team Rocket. Don't think that having a lot of points means one can buy whatever they want. That's a misconception. For certain items that reach a certain level of rarity, points become secondary. You need the purchase rights, which means climbing higher in rank to obtain them. These rules applied outside of Team Rocket as well. No organization would easily put rare Pokémon tools on the market. If you wanted to acquire them, you'd have to join them and make a certain contribution. Due to these restrictions from various factions, one could imagine how valuable these rare Pokémon items would be if they occasionally appeared on the open market. Without tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars, you could forget about getting your hands on them. Saffron City was an internationally renowned metropolis, attracting people from all over the world. As a result, rare Pokémon tools from all corners of the globe often appeared here. It wasn't surprising to see such items pop up in this city. Profit-driven merchants had ways of helping you get your hands on the items you desired, but only if your wallet was large and full enough to satisfy these greedy vendors. Now that Sato was in Saffron City, he naturally had the idea of shopping around for some rare items. If he didn't take the opportunity to get a few tools to strengthen his Pokémon, his trip here would be wasted. In other words, the money Sato had now wasn't nearly enough to buy the best items in Saffron City. He needed to earn more. Without sufficient funds, navigating Saffron would be nearly impossible. From the well-dressed appearance of the 3 young trainers, it was clear they came from good backgrounds and were well-educated. Since they were seeking his help, They politely waited in silence while Sato finished bathing and massaging Nidoran. Hello, my name is Yumatu. We noticed at the training grounds that your Pokemon's training efficiency is incredibly high. Could you tell us what kind of stamina recovery items you're using? A young trainer who seemed to be growing impatient finally asked Sato after he finished massaging his two Pokemon. The other two trainers quickly chimed in, expressing their eagerness to learn what kind of stamina recovery products Sato was using to train his Pokemon. As fellow trainers, they understood the importance of stamina recovery items. At the training grounds, they had already seen that Sato's Pokemon trained with efficiency that was more than 3 times higher than theirs. If they could train their Pokemon as efficiently as Sato, it was easy to imagine that their Pokemon's strength would grow much faster in the future. Sato was quite satisfied with the patience and politeness shown by the 3 young trainers. He believed they could be potential customers. Thus, he didn't avoid their question. It's not really a secret. The reason my Pokemon can recover stamina so quickly is because of this stamina recovery item. Take a look, you probably aren't unfamiliar with it. Sato smiled and pulled out a medium-quality Pokeblock, waving it in front of the 3. The 3 trainers, coming from well-educated backgrounds, immediately recognized that what Sato held was indeed a Pokeblock and a high-quality one at that. Their confusion was instantly cleared. Though they now knew the secret behind Sato's Pokemon's efficient training, the 3 trainers weren't exactly thrilled. They understood well how difficult it was to obtain medium-quality Pokeblocks. High-quality Pokeblocks on the market were typically pre-ordered, and unless you had the right connections, they were impossible to obtain. Even those who had access to such items rarely had enough for themselves, let alone to share. From their perspective, Sato, dressed in cheap clothes, appeared to be an ordinary, low-income trainer. They assumed the medium-quality Pokeblocks he had were likely acquired by chance, meaning he probably didn't have enough for his own use. Of course, they were mistaken. Once Sato hinted that he had extra Pokeblocks to sell and a reliable supply source, the 3 trainers' faces lit up, eagerly offering to buy at a high price. I'm only selling them to you because you've been so polite and patient. You have to promise me one thing, don't tell anyone that I sold these Pokeblocks to you. If word gets out, I may not be able to provide more of these in the future, Sato said seriously, leading the 3 to a secluded spot. The 3 trainers readily agreed to his condition. In fact, they were hoping that as few people as possible would know about Sato selling Pokeblocks, reducing future competition for themselves. All 3 were relatively wealthy, and Sato's price was very reasonable, so the transaction went smoothly. Sato ended up selling each of them medium-quality Pokeblocks at the market average of 500 Pokedollars per block, earning a total of 300,000 Pokedollars. After the deal, the 3 trainers left with their contact details for Sato, fully believing he worked for a master Pokeblock maker. After swearing not to tell anyone, they left in high spirits, while Sato successfully gained 3 new customers. Both sides left happy. A good start. Just like that, I made 300,000 Pokedollars. The Pokeblock business is truly a gold mine, but there aren't many people capable of handling it. I'll have to be more careful. To the other factions in Saffron City, I must look like a juicy piece of meat just waiting to be bitten, Sato thought, as he watched the 3 trainers leave with joy on their faces. His smile gradually faded into a calm expression. Afterward, Sato recalled Nidoran, and without saying goodbye to Daisy, he swiftly left the Pokémon Center. For safety reasons, he couldn't stay there any longer. Sato left. After getting into a taxi, he departed from the Pokémon Center, and about 10 minutes later, he arrived at the eastern district of Saffron City, coming from the city's bus station. Yesterday, Sato had already obtained flight information from Nurse Joy regarding planes departing from Saffron City to Hoenn Slateport City. According to Nurse Joy's detailed description, flights from Saffron City to Slateport City were available daily. However, recently, the Hoenn region had been experiencing typhoon weather, forcing most flights from Saffron City to Hoenn to be cancelled in recent days. There wasn't much that could be done about it. It was midsummer, and Hoenn, being in a tropical area, frequently experienced typhoon conditions during this time of year. Typically, typhoons didn't last long. The quickest ones would end in 2 or 3 days, while the longest might take a week. Sato had also connected to the Pokemon Center's public network through his laptop to check online. Sure enough, the Hoenn region had been facing typhoon weather recently, and some coastal cities were experiencing flooding, including Slateport City. As a result of this natural disaster, Sato had no choice but to stay in Saffron City for a while, waiting for the typhoon in Hoenn to pass before he could board a flight from Saffron City to Slateport. Well, I can use this time to explore Saffron City and see if I can gain something useful. After all, Saffron is known as the City of Battles, and it's a good place to hone my skills. But before that, I need to improve my survival skills. Sato thought quietly as he stepped out of the taxi and paid the driver, watching the bustling streets. Sato's primary goal now was to enhance his strength. The fastest way to do that was to obtain rare Pokemon items to quickly boost his Pokemon's battle power, and the quickest way to get those rare items was to buy them. Now that Sato had a solid source of income from selling Pokeblocks, he had the opportunity to purchase these rare Pokemon items with large sums of money. But unfortunately, Saffron City was a mixed bag of people and factions, and with his current abilities, if he exposed his capability to produce Pokeblocks and make a lot of money, he'd be doomed. Therefore, Sato needed to quickly improve his survival skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to safely earn money by selling Pokeblocks. How could he maximize his survival skills when his strength couldn't be significantly improved in the short term? After thinking seriously about it last night, Sato came up with a solution: disguise. By creating one or more false identities to bear the risks, his own safety would naturally increase. And the key component that would allow Sato to create one or more fake identities was something he had long wanted to try obtaining: a Ditto. Back when he was at the Rocket Team base in Pewter City, Sato had considered purchasing a Ditto, but for various reasons, the plan was shelved. Now, however, the conditions to acquire a Ditto were practically in place. Saffron City was the most economically prosperous city in the Kanto region, and its prosperity wasn't just maintained by surface-level activities. The largest underground trading market in Kanto, also known as the Black Market, was located here and was a vital part of what sustained Saffron's prosperity. As the largest underground market in Kanto, the Saffron Black Market offered an incredibly diverse range of goods. Whether it was rare Pokemon items or rare Pokemon themselves, it could be said that everything one could want was available there. As long as you have enough money in your pocket, there's a good chance you'll be able to buy what you want here. However, the underground market is a lawless place. Without some strength, revealing your wealth carelessly could easily cost you your life. Sato's current destination was the Saffron City Black Market, where he planned to purchase a Ditto with decent potential to further enhance his survival skills. Although Ditto is rare, that's only under normal circumstances. In the Black Market, which gathers the most Pokemon hunters in Kanto, it's not so rare anymore. Even pseudo-legendary Pokemon occasionally show up here. The problem Sato faced now was that, as someone from out of town, he didn't know the exact location of the Black Market in Saffron City. However, he had a solution to this. Since he didn't know, he could simply ask around. At this point, his identity as a low-ranking Rocket Grunt became crucial. Team Rocket, being the most powerful underground force in Kanto, naturally had a strong grip on Saffron City's underworld. In Saffron, there were many shops and companies controlled by Team Rocket. The staff in these places were all Rocket members, and typically, there would be lookouts discreetly stationed outside these businesses. These lookouts were the people Sato needed to find. Besides acting as sentries, they also handled contact and information exchange with Rocket members from other regions. Therefore, if Sato could find these people, they would be able to give him the exact location of the Saffron City Black Market. Sato walked along the bustling street, looking every bit like an out-of-town trainer who had just arrived in Saffron City. As he walked, he wore a look of amazement at the beautifully decorated shops around him, playing the part of a country bumpkin who had just come to the city. To the locals of Saffron City, people like Sato were nothing new. When they saw his bumpkin behavior, most of them gave a slight smile, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. feeling a sense of superiority. Sato, of course, clearly sensed the numerous scornful gazes from the surrounding crowd, but he didn't care at all. He continued his bumpkin act while secretly observing the shops and their surroundings. After some effort, Sato finally found what he was looking for near a game corner located close to a crossroads. At the entrance of an alley next to a shop near the game corner, a ragged beggar sat on a wooden crate, begging for money. The beggar appeared to be slouching lazily, but his eyes, hidden under a worn hat, were keenly watching the passers-by. Sato also noticed that the beggar's right wrist was much paler than the rest of his skin, indicating that he regularly wore something on that wrist. But the most important clue was the dirty, broken bowl the beggar was using to collect money. It was identical to the bowl Sato had frequently used in the cafeteria of the Pewter City rocket base, with a very abstract R engraved on the surface. With these two observations, it wasn't difficult for Sato to deduce that this poor beggar was, in fact, the contact he had been looking for. Seeing the person he was looking for, Sato wasted no time and approached immediately. Naturally, he made it look like he was just a kind-hearted passerby giving some money to the poor beggar. The beggar smelled awful, reeking of sweat. As a result, unless a good Samaritan approached to give alms, most people avoided him, so Sato was the only person near the beggar at this moment. Where is the entrance to the Saffron City black market? Sato placed 100 poke dollars in the beggar's bowl with the hand wearing his Team Rocket watch and quietly asked. The beggar had already noticed Sato from afar, and as he approached, a hint of caution flickered in the beggar's eyes. However, upon seeing the Team Rocket watch Sato deliberately displayed, the sharpness in the beggar's eyes softened significantly. 1,000, the beggar replied. Despite recognizing Sato as one of his own, the rocket grunt disguised as a beggar didn't immediately give the answer, but instead stated the price. Sato wasn't surprised by the beggar's bargaining. Without hesitation, he pulled out 9 more $100 bills from his pocket and placed them on top of the bowl. The beggar didn't delay either, softly providing Sato with a location and the name of a shop. After getting the information he wanted, Sato turned and walked away without a second thought, blending into the crowd and quickly disappearing from the beggar's sight. The night before, Sato had downloaded a detailed map of Saffron City using his laptop, but due to waking up early for morning training, he hadn't memorized it completely. The name of the place and the shop the beggar had mentioned didn't ring any bells. However, Sato wasn't worried. Even if he didn't know, there were professionals who definitely would. That's right, those professionals were taxi drivers. A good taxi driver must be able to take passengers to any corner of the city accurately, so knowing the city's routes was essential for them. Sato hailed a taxi by the side of the road and, after telling the driver where he wanted to go, the driver immediately knew the route. In about 10 minutes, the taxi driver successfully brought Sato to a general store located in the outer eastern part of the city. The name of the store matched exactly what the beggar had said. Upon seeing the store, Sato was convinced that the beggar hadn't lied to him. The store looked strikingly similar to the rocket team contact point he had discovered in Pewter City. It was similarly small, similarly run down, and the surrounding commercial street was just as desolate, with only a few shops still open. The rest had signs saying "for lease" on their doors. The only difference was that this shop was run by an old woman instead of an old man. After paying the taxi fare, Sato got out of the car and slowly walked toward the general store. His arrival immediately caught the attention of the old woman, who had been dozing off in the shop. "Looking to buy something? My stock may not be much, but the quality is guaranteed," the old woman said, getting up from her chair and moving to the counter when she saw Sato approaching. "I'm afraid what I want isn't something you sell. But could you tell me where I might find a place that offers good items?" Sato responded directly, showing the Team Rocket watch on his wrist with a smile. The old woman finally noticed the Team Rocket watch on Sato's right wrist, but her wariness didn't completely dissipate. In fact, her expression became even more serious. She quickly retrieved a tablet with a slot from a hidden compartment under the counter and placed it in front of Sato. At the same time, a few elderly shopkeepers from the nearby stores, who had also woken up at some point, were now glaring at Sato with a watchful eye. Each of them clutched a pokeball marked with the engraved R symbol. Despite the hostile stares from the old woman and the other elders, Sato remained unbothered. In front of them, he calmly removed his Team Rocket watch and inserted it into the slot on the tablet in front of him. Once the Team Rocket watch seamlessly clicked into the slot, the tablet immediately displayed some of Sato's personal details. Although the information wasn't too detailed, a clear image of Sato in his Team Rocket grunt uniform appeared on the screen. From Pewter City, huh? That's quite the distance. Follow me, young man, the old woman said, finally relaxing her guard after glancing at the information on the tablet. She returned the watch to Sato, her expression now neutral. At that moment, the other elderly shopkeepers returned to their earlier sleepy states, lounging lazily in their chairs as the atmosphere around the street reverted to its earlier peaceful calm. Sato put his Team Rocket watch back on without a word and followed the old woman into the general store. She led him all the way to the restroom in the back. To Sato's surprise, the old woman forcefully turned the toilet, revealing a secret underground passage leading to an unknown destination. Go ahead. This is one of the tunnels Team Rocket controls that leads directly to the Saffron City Black Market. Someone will meet you at the exit, the old woman said, her face still expressionless. After delivering this message, she began to turn and leave. Thank you for showing me the way, ma'am. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Sato nodded and pulled out a stack of bills worth 10,000 poke dollars, offering them to the old woman just as she was turning away. His gestures stopped her in her tracks. A daisy-like smile spread across her once expressionless face, and with practiced ease, she quickly pocketed the money in the blink of an eye. Her swift movements made it clear she had done this before. You're quite generous, young man. Here, take this cloak and mask. Remember to wear them when you go down there, and it would be wise to put on your uniform too. It'll help you avoid any misunderstandings later. The old woman handed Sato a black cloak with a large red R symbol and a pale mask similarly engraved, all while smiling kindly. Thank you for the advice, ma'am, Sato said, smiling as he accepted the cloak and mask. The two then turned away from each other, and as they did, their smiles vanished, replaced by the same neutral expressions as before, each going their separate ways. After entering the underground passage, the door behind Sato shut, and dim lights began flickering on one by one, illuminating the tunnel. Sato quickly changed into his Team Rocket uniform, then donned the black cloak and pale mask. He descended the stairs ahead, stepping deeper into the underworld. Indeed, the Saffron City Black Market was hidden beneath the city itself. Sato continued walking through the underground passage for about 10 minutes, and the previously narrow path gradually transformed into a broader road. The path he was on felt like a small stream merging into a larger river. For the first 3 minutes or so, Sato had been descending a series of stairs. After that, the path started to level out. By calculating that each step was about 20 centimeters high, Sato mentally estimated that he had walked down more than 4,000 steps, which meant he was now more than 800 meters underground. As he progressed from a smaller path to a larger one, Sato began encountering others dressed similarly to him. Clearly, these people, dressed just like Sato, were members of Team Rocket. However, they had entered the Saffron City Black Market through different routes, indicating that Team Rocket controlled multiple ways of accessing the black market. The path Sato had taken was merely one of many. The members of Team Rocket were all extremely cold and wary of one another. During their journey, everyone kept silent and maintained a certain distance, as if they wanted no interaction at all. Noticing this, Sato wisely abandoned any thoughts of making small talk. Like the others, he walked in silence, keeping a safe distance as they traveled through the dim and quiet underground passage. Besides the Team Rocket members, Sato also saw many native inhabitants living in the passage. The ceiling was nearly covered with Zubat and Golbat. At this point, Sato noticed that the cloak and mask he wore were proving their worth. In the dimly lit passage, the R symbol on his attire emitted a blood-red glow. The greedy eyes of the bloodthirsty bats changed instantly to fear upon seeing the glowing red R, and they dared not attack Sato or the other passers-by. After walking for about 10 more minutes, the passage ahead began to brighten, indicating that their destination, the Saffron City Black Market, was close. As they neared the entrance, Sato spotted a team of nearly 100 Team Rocket grunts stationed there. Leading them was a member dressed in a captain's uniform. These Team Rocket members guarding the entrance were undoubtedly the elite. Each of them looked extremely menacing, and the Pokémon by their sides, each a snarling Houndoom, were just as fierce. The Team Rocket captain at the front was like a savage beast, his cold, malicious gaze scanning every member who approached the entrance. Clearly, these guards were the final checkpoint of Team Rocket's entrance process. In front of these intimidating sentinels, every approaching Team Rocket member obediently followed the rules. Every Team Rocket member, including Sato, had to undergo an inspection at the entrance. The inspection was simple: remove the mask and present their Team Rocket watch. From his position further back in line, Sato keenly observed that after each inspection, the guards handed every member a numbered token, and no two numbers were the same. Sato also noticed something interesting. Some people would discreetly slip some money into the guards' hands during the inspection. As a result, these people would receive tokens with numbers closer to the front of the line. For those who didn't bribe the guards didn't cause any trouble, they just handed them tokens with higher numbers. Finally, Sato realized something odd about this entrance. He had been waiting in line for a while, but he hadn't seen anyone come out of the entrance. It seemed to function as a one-way passage. It seems that no matter where you go, greasing the wheels is essential. If you're not sharp enough, you might never make it back to the surface. Sato quietly sighed after observing the situation. Just like the old lady who guided him to the underground entrance, this place also required a little offering. If someone failed to play by the rules, they could easily get tricked by the guards at the entrance. For example, if Sato hadn't given the old lady a bit of a reward before arriving, he probably wouldn't have received the cloak, mask, or the advice to wear a Team Rocket uniform. Without proper preparation, Sato could have easily fallen victim to the other Team Rocket members he encountered, who would have been more than happy to take out an unprepared outsider. Even if he wasn't attacked by the Team Rocket members, the swarm of Zubat living in the underground tunnels would have pounced on him, treating him as a tasty meal. There were 3 inspection lines, so the process moved quickly. It didn't take long for Sato's turn to arrive. He wisely removed his mask and presented his Team Rocket watch. In his right hand, which wore the watch, he also held a stack of poke dollars worth 20,000. The Team Rocket grunt inspecting him immediately softened his cold expression, expertly pocketing the money. He routinely placed Sato's Team Rocket watch into a nearby identity-checking machine. When the screen confirmed that the image matched Sato, the guard handed him a token engraved with the number 3. First time at Saffron City's Black Market, huh? Well, this isn't actually the Black Market yet. This is just Team Rocket's teleportation transfer station. Head to room 3 and show your token. The alakazam inside will teleport you to our base in the Black Market. Remember, the token is key. The teleporting Pokémon only recognizes the numbers on them, the guard whispered as he handed Sato the token. Thanks for the heads up, brother, Sato replied quietly, nodding as he accepted the token. He then walked through the passage into the entrance ahead. Just as the guard had said, beyond the entrance wasn't the Saffron City Black Market, but rather a spacious and well-lit underground space, the teleportation transfer station. In this underground area, there were numerous small rooms, each equipped with a psychic-type Pokémon capable of using the teleport move. Once Team Rocket members presented their tokens to the psychic Pokémon, the Pokémon would instantly teleport them, disappearing from the room for a few seconds before reappearing. Inside the transfer station, many other Team Rocket members like Sato were lined up in front of these numbered rooms, waiting to be teleported according to their token numbers. From what Sato observed, he could finally appreciate the advantage of spending money. The rooms with lower numbers were clearly more efficient than those with higher numbers, as the latter all had long lines of people waiting. The reason for this was largely due to the strength of the psychic-type Pokémon in each room. The lower-numbered rooms had stronger Pokémon, while the higher-numbered rooms had weaker ones. For example, the Alakazam that was assigned to teleport Sato was level 43. Its teleport move had been honed to perfection, allowing it to transport 20 to 30 people within a single minute with almost no rest. It's important to note that using teleport consumes a psychic Pokémon stamina. The stronger the Pokémon, the more frequently they can use teleport. Due to stamina issues, the psychic Pokémon in the higher-numbered rooms needed much more time to rest between teleports. They could barely handle one teleport before needing to rest for at least 10 minutes before using teleport again. In less than a minute, Sato received the teleportation service from Alakazam. After verifying his token, the spoon in Alakazam's hand spun, its eyes glowing with a blue light. Then, in a flash, Sato vanished from room 3. After a brief feeling of being spun around, Sato opened his eyes to find himself lying on the floor of a brightly lit small room. The Alakazam that had been with him was nowhere to be seen. Seeing the familiar R symbol on the door in front of him, Sato felt reassured. He knew that Alakazam had successfully teleported him to Team Rocket's base in the Saffron City Black Market. So this is what teleporting feels like. It's really uncomfortable, Sato thought as he stood up, still feeling dizzy. He shook his head slightly, trying to clear the lingering disorientation. A few minutes later, he finally shook off the aftereffects of the teleportation and pushed open the door to leave the small room. As soon as he stepped outside, Sato was greeted by the sight of a massive stone pillar, so large that it would take 7 or 8 people to wrap their arms around it. Atop the pillar was a large, eye-catching sign, a detailed map of the Saffron City Black Market. Using this map, Sato got a rough understanding of the market's layout. The Saffron City Black Market was enormous, covering an area about half the size of the city itself, roughly equivalent to a small town. The market was divided into 4 main regions. The first region was the Pokémon Items Special Zone, located in the northern part of the market. This area was filled with stores set up by various factions and corporations. Buyers could purchase all sorts of equipment and items sold by these groups. The second region was the Pokémon Special Zone, situated in the southeast. As the name suggests, this was the place for buying and selling Pokémon. It was mostly controlled by Pokémon hunter organizations, and one could find Pokémon from all over the world here. The third region was the Free Trade Zone, located in the southwest. This area was open to all visitors of the black market, where anyone could trade freely as long as they paid a protection fee. Currently, this zone was split between 2 major powers, Team Rocket and the Golden Gang, the strongest local gang in Saffron City. However, the map showed that Team Rocket already controlled 60% of the free trade zone. The fourth region was the auction zone, located at the center of the black market. Various auction houses were scattered here, with the largest one positioned at the very center. While this auction house used to be under the control of the Golden Gang, it was now in the hands of Team Rocket. From the map, it was clear that Team Rocket had taken control of over half of the auction houses in the market. The map itself was color-coded in red, yellow, and green. Red represented Team Rocket, yellow stood for the Golden Gang, and green indicated areas controlled by Pokémon hunter organizations. Looking at the map, it was evident that the red areas dominated most of the black market, with Team Rocket's influence heavily permeating all 4 regions. From the distribution of power on this map, it's clear that Team Rocket is already in control of most of the Saffron City black market. No wonder they are destined to dominate both the Kanto and Johto regions in the future. With such a massive money-making machine as the black market, it's no surprise they'll grow even stronger, Sato thought, impressed by the red areas that seemed to engulf the entire market. At this point, it was clear that Team Rocket was primarily led by Giovanni. His mother, the original leader of Team Rocket, had fully handed over the reins to him. Under Giovanni's leadership, Team Rocket's influence had grown rapidly. The major criminal organizations in the Kanto region were already feeling the pressure of Team Rocket's dominance and were starting to fall in line. Looking at the map, it was also apparent that the Golden Gang, which once controlled the black market, was struggling to survive under Team Rocket's growing influence. It wouldn't be long before Team Rocket completely swallowed up the Golden Gang. After spending about 10 minutes relying on his excellent memory to commit the map on the stone pillar to mind, Sato followed some of the other Team Rocket members who had also just exited the teleportation rooms and began to leave the one-way teleportation hall. The Team Rocket base was quite large and heavily fortified. After leaving the hall, there was another identity check, and after passing, they were issued a new set of cloaks and masks. They were instructed that wearing these items was mandatory while outside in the Saffron City black market. The new cloak and mask weren't much different from what Sato had been wearing, except that the R symbol on them had changed from red to gold. Once Sato completed the series of checks, he followed the signs in the base's corridors and smoothly exited the base, beginning his exploration of the Saffron City black market. Perhaps because it was still morning, the black market wasn't very lively. In fact, the market only really came to life after dark, reaching its peak activity in the early hours of the morning. There weren't many people walking on the wide streets, and those who had appearances similar to Sato's, wearing cloaks and masks. Very few showed their real faces in the market. Due to the sheer size of the Saffron City black market, moving from one area to another on foot would take a lot of time. To make traveling easier, rental bicycles were available along the roadsides, and for those who didn't want to exert any effort, Pokémon taxis offered by the various factions could be used. Most people who came to the black market had a specific purpose, so they didn't want to waste time walking. However, they also didn't want to draw too much attention, so the majority opted to rent or purchase a bicycle to get around. Sato wasn't someone who liked to stand out. His goal in coming to the Saffron City black market was to find a Ditto to enhance his survival skills, so the less attention he drew, the better. Following the example of most others, Sato rented a high-speed bicycle, the kind that moves extremely fast, like in the games, and started riding along the wide streets. Along the way, Sato encountered many non-Team Rocket individuals. Anyone walking around in the Saffron City black market was undoubtedly a strong trainer, and Sato could feel a sense of pressure just from being near some of them. However, in this environment, which felt like being surrounded by a pack of wolves, Sato didn't feel much fear. His Team Rocket uniform was his biggest shield here. In the Saffron City black market, Team Rocket was unquestionably one of the dominant forces. Even in this lawless zone, members of Team Rocket were relatively safe as they roamed the market. Seeing Sato in his conspicuous Team Rocket uniform, no one dared to provoke him. They all knew that Team Rocket members were highly active in the Saffron City black market. Anyone foolish enough to attack a Team Rocket member here would be declaring war against all the Team Rocket members in the black market. To maintain their dominant position, every Team Rocket member would stop at nothing to retaliate. The Team Rocket base in the Saffron City black market was located at the intersection between the Pokémon Special Zone and the Free Trade Zone, not too far from the Pokémon Special Zone. Relying on the map he had memorized, Sato took a shortcut and, after a brief ride, successfully arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Special Zone. Ever since humans invented tools to tame Pokémon, the profession of trainer emerged. Along with trainers, another profession, driven by profit, Pokémon hunters, also arose. To official forces like the Pokémon League, Pokémon hunters are seen as a group of outlaws who disrupt world order and damage the bond between humans and Pokémon, a group of evil trainers that must be apprehended. However, to non-official forces like Team Rocket, Pokémon hunters are often collaborators. Hunters provide a safe supply of Pokémon to these dark forces, which in turn strengthens them. Of course, at times, Pokémon hunters can also be enemies of dark organizations. Always driven by greed, they may seek to steal the results of the dark forces' efforts at the last moment. For many poor civilian trainers, Pokémon hunters are seen as benefactors who help them acquire their first Pokémon. At the same time, becoming a Pokémon hunter may be a career they themselves are forced to consider due to various circumstances in the future. As the name implies, Pokémon hunters are people who make a living by hunting and selling Pokémon. In their eyes, Pokémon are nothing more than commodities to be sold for profit. Whether the Pokémon are wild or belong to someone else, As long as the buyer is willing to pay the price, these hunters will stop at nothing to capture them. It is this cold and ruthless attitude that has earned Pokémon hunters the hatred and scorn of the general public. Most Pokémon hunters are solitary figures, and having abandoned certain things in their lives, they often become extremely cold-hearted. However, when it comes to money, Pokémon hunters are always greedy. To maximize their profits, they strive to keep the Pokémon they sell in the best condition possible. As a result, the environment in the Pokémon Special Zone of the black market is not as bloodstained and filthy as ordinary civilians might imagine from the reports they hear on TV, radio, or in newspapers. On the contrary, the entire Pokémon Special Zone is exceptionally clean and orderly. The Pokémon, kept in cages, are not subjected to inhumane treatment and are all alive and well. The only thing unsettling about the Special Zone is the pervasive atmosphere of hopelessness that hangs over it. A heavy sense of despair fills the air, weighing on the hearts of anyone who steps inside. Ordinary people who stay here too long might even develop depression. While the Pokémon hunters do not physically harm the Pokémon, they do imprison them in special cages, robbing them of their freedom forever. After being caged for extended periods and treated as merchandise, combined with the hunters' harsh taming methods, the Pokémon that once fiercely resisted gradually become numb and indifferent. Like slaves that have been broken, these Pokémon close off their minds and mindlessly follow the commands of the trainers who own their Pokeballs. Those Pokémon that have been successfully tamed by the hunters accept their fate, submitting entirely to their captors' orders, becoming nothing more than slaves for sale. Because they have chosen to close their hearts, the light has faded from their eyes, and their entire beings exude a deathly stillness. These Pokémon have clearly lost their will to live. The prolonged loss of freedom has left them feeling hopeless, with no light at the end of their tunnel. As Sato walked through the Pokémon Special Zone, from the moment he entered, his once calm heart had been in turmoil. Everything around him filled him with a deep sense of anger and sadness. Sigh, this must be the darkest corner of the Pokémon world. These Pokémon spirits are so damaged, they might never trust humans again. Looking at the many Pokémon locked in cages, their eyes dull and lifeless, Sato felt a deep sorrow, but could do nothing but helplessly reflect on the situation. Sato knew that he was still too weak, so weak that he couldn't even lend a hand to save the Pokémon in front of him. If he attempted to act, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he would also be swallowed whole by the darkness around him. What he was witnessing was only a small glimpse of the world's greater darkness. The trade of Pokémon has existed in every era, and as long as injustice and the pursuit of profit remain in the world, these practices of exploiting Pokémon for massive profits cannot be eradicated. His conscience kept urging him to intervene, but Sato eventually let out a deep sigh, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the emotionally numb Pokémon in front of him. He wasn't a savior. Right now, he was nothing more than a weakling struggling to survive in the Pokémon world. He had already become deeply entangled with Team Rocket, and getting out in the future would not be an easy task. However, after witnessing the deep darkness here, Sato made a quiet resolution. He couldn't simply turn a blind eye as if nothing had happened. While he might not be able to save these victims now, perhaps one day in the future, he could rescue others like them. Why was he choosing to take on something that had nothing to do with his own interests? Sato wasn't entirely sure, but he knew this decision would allow him to live without regret. As a Pokémon enthusiast and now a real trainer, Sato knew one thing for certain: he truly loved Pokémon. This was a fact, and it was because of this love that the 4 Pokémon he had chosen to trust him. From his interactions with his 4 Pokémon, Sato understood that Pokémon were living, breathing creatures with emotions. They felt joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They were nothing like the cold, emotionless tools the world sometimes saw them as. Sato believed that those who only viewed Pokémon as tools were unworthy of being called trainers. Just as he had risked his life the night before to save that little girl, now, having witnessed the suffering around him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Unless he could completely erase his humanity, His conscience would haunt him with regret for the rest of his life. Sato's goal in this life was to live fully and without regret. A life filled with constant remorse was something he could never accept. "I'm sorry. I'm too weak right now. I can't save you, but I promise, when I gain the strength, I'll do everything in my power to help the Pokémon who share your tragic fate. I won't turn a blind eye," Sato thought to himself. His previously sorrowful eyes regained their usual calm as his heart finally settled. No, Sato wasn't a savior, but he knew he could still act within his current limits, exercising whatever small power he had. He understood that his efforts would only be a drop in the ocean, far from changing the world's current state, but it was better than doing nothing at all. As Sato's heart calmed once more, the 4 Pokeballs on his belt, which had been gently shaking ever since he entered the Pokémon Special Zone, simultaneously became still. Sato didn't realize it, but his internal struggle and decision had brought him even closer to the 4 Pokémon who could sense his emotions. With his heart at peace again, Sato resumed walking, heading towards a new shop in search of the Ditto he was looking for, continuing his search in this hellish environment. Having lost everything before, Sato understood that to protect what is important, one must have great power. Sometimes, the means of obtaining that power could be distressing, but until he grew stronger, he would have to accept the harsh rules of gaining power. Although Sato wished he didn't have to remain in this place filled with the sadness and despair of the Pokémon, he knew he had to find a partner here that would help him continue moving forward. The Pokémon Special Zone was vast. Sato had already been walking around for over an hour and was still far from covering the entire area. During that time, he had come across several Ditto being sold at various Pokémon hunter stalls. By comparing prices, he got a rough idea of Dittos going rate in the Saffron City black market, typically ranging from 4 to 5 million Poke Dollars, with the highest priced one currently at 5.5 million. Although Sato had mentally prepared himself for the steep prices, he couldn't help but be surprised by how expensive Pokémon were in the Saffron black market. It gave him a new understanding of the lucrative nature of the Pokémon trade. It wasn't hard to see that if a Pokémon hunter could capture rare Pokémon in the wild and find the right buyers, they would be rolling in wealth. No wonder so many ordinary trainers fell into this dark path. The temptation was simply too great. Currently, Sato had around 7 million Poke Dollars on hand. If he were to purchase a Ditto, more than half of that would vanish instantly. His earlier idea of heading to the free trade zone to browse for other bargains quickly faded. "I thought I had enough money to buy a lot of things, but now I realize I was too naive." The Saffron City black market is like a giant money-devouring beast. The amount of money flowing through here in a single day must be astronomical, Sato thought as he continued his search for Ditto in the Pokémon Special Zone. After over an hour of searching, Sato still hadn't found what he was looking for. Like most of the Pokémon here, the Dittos he had seen had completely lost their wild nature. Perhaps due to being caged for so long, many of them appeared to have mental health issues, with most of them looking sluggish and unresponsive. It was clear they had lost their potential. In Sato's view, the potential of a Pokémon was secondary. What mattered most was their personality. As the saying goes, character determines destiny, and this held true for Pokémon as well. Even if a Pokémon had excellent potential, if it lacked the drive to grow stronger, it would be hard for it to achieve great things. While innate talent was important, hard work and determination were equally crucial. In Sato's current team, the most ambitious Pokémon were Zubat and Growlithe. Zubat had a goal to surpass its parent, while Growlithe, as a fire type, had an intense sense of pride. On the other hand, Sato had some concerns about Bellossom and Nidoran. However, recently, Bellossom had shown much more determination since evolving, as if something had given her the resolve to become stronger. Nidoran also seemed to be influenced by Growlithe. Perhaps constantly being outperformed by its peer had stirred its competitive spirit. Lately, Nidoran had been more diligent, even secretly training its psychic powers, instead of always seeking to play around. The Ditto Sato had seen so far, however, were clearly spineless, and with their deteriorated mental states, He had no intention of purchasing one as a companion. Since he wasn't exactly wealthy, every partner he chose had to be carefully selected. He preferred quality over quantity. After another 10 minutes of walking through the special zone, Sato finally came across a stall selling Ditto, where the Pokemon's condition was noticeably better than those at the other stalls. The difference was clear. The Pokemon at this stall hadn't undergone much training or conditioning. They appeared to be freshly caught from the wild. However, because these Pokemon were still untamed and it was early in the morning with few people around, combined with the fact that the stall owner wasn't as enthusiastic as others, the stall was quite deserted, with not a single customer in sight. In reality, most of the people who came to the Pokemon Special Zone to buy Pokemon had some sort of background. They were generally from certain organizations, here to purchase large quantities of already tamed Pokemon, which would then be distributed to low-ranking members as replacements for their losses. The Ditto in front of Sato was full of wild energy. Trapped inside a specially made glass cage, it constantly transformed into various nearby Pokemon that were also confined, using different types of moves to try and break the cage. Unfortunately, the glass cage holding the Ditto was clearly designed to withstand such attacks. No matter how many times Ditto transformed into other Pokemon and used different moves, the cage remained completely unscathed. Still, this Ditto clearly hated being trapped in such a small space. After taking short breaks, it relentlessly continued attacking the glass cage in different ways. Sato even noticed it transforming parts of its body into a hammer and a knife to try and break the glass. Looks pretty good, Sato thought to himself, watching from a distance as Ditto tirelessly tried to escape. His eyes brightened. He knew this time he wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. The owner of the stall was an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in a loose black robe. He was sitting on a simple wooden chair, carving a high-quality piece of wood with a small chisel, while an old Houndoom lay quietly at his feet. This old hunter's weathered face was marked with several deep scars, making him look fearsome. Despite his age, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, watching everything with cold caution. He only softened slightly when looking at the aged Houndoom lying beneath him. When Sato approached, the old hunter merely glanced at him before resuming his carving, paying him little attention. He was meticulously chiseling away at the wood, which had already taken the rough shape of a Heracross. "If you need something, go get it yourself and bring it over. I'm too old to bother getting up to help you, young man," the old hunter said coldly as Sato stepped within 2 meters of him, still focused on his woodwork. At the same time, the Houndoom under the old hunter's chair opened its eyes, fixing a sharp gaze on Sato. Its resting posture shifted slightly, ready to leap at Sato if needed. "I understand the rules, sir," Sato replied with a nod, then quickly made his way to the glass cage holding the Ditto. At that moment, the Ditto turned to face Sato, its small eyes glaring fiercely at him. In a flash, it transformed into an Ekans, coiling its body and raising its head, mimicking a threatening pose towards Sato. Sato remained silent, but under his mask, a smile appeared on his face. Clearly, this Ditto was quite intelligent, with an impressive memory. There wasn't a single Ekans in any of the nearby cages for Ditto to mimic, yet it had successfully transformed into one. What's more, this Ditto seemed to have a deep understanding of Ekans' behavior, perfectly mimicking its threatening stance, capturing the very essence of how Ekans intimidates other creatures. Seeing the Ditto in front of him transformed into an Ekans, bearing its fangs and claws, Sato's blue eyes flashed as he utilized the system's detection ability to scan the Ditto. Ditto's data. Pokemon. Ekans Ditto Transformation. Level 15. Type. Poison, originally normal. Ability, Limber. Gender, none. Known moves, Transform, original move, Wrap, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Leer. What a fascinating Pokemon. It really can possess the skills of the Pokemon it transforms into. However, the Ekans that Ditto has transformed into can only use the skills available to a level 15 Ekans. Does this mean Ditto can't learn moves from transformed Pokemon through other means? Sato pondered, contemplating the system's displayed information on Ditto. Due to the incomplete data collected so far, Sato couldn't draw definitive conclusions and needed to observe Ditto trying to transform into other Pokémon to arrive at an accurate assessment. In this novel, it is established that Ditto can only inherit the moves of the Pokémon it transforms into that are available at its own level. For example, if a level 15 Ditto transforms into an Ekans, it can only use the skills a regular level 15 Ekans possesses. Inherited moves or those learned through other methods cannot be acquired. While Sato was lost in thought about the wonders of Ditto's transformations, the Ditto, still in the form of Ekans, noticed Sato standing in front of it. With its already foul mood, it chose to take out its frustration on Sato, opening its mouth wide as a barrage of thin purple poison spikes shot out toward him. Of course, since it was enclosed in the glass cage, Sato could only feel speechless at Ditto's outburst. However, Sato found himself liking this Ditto even more because its persistent spirit contrasted sharply with the majority of nearby Pokémon that had already chosen to stay docile in their cages. "Please stop attacking me. You should feel that I mean no harm." "I can take you with me," Sato said softly, leaning closer to the glass cage to communicate with the Ditto, which had reverted to its original form. Transforming into other Pokémon clearly required a lot of energy. The Ditto, now back to its original form, was panting heavily as it looked at Sato, its small eyes reflecting deep suspicion. Upon hearing Sato's gentle words, the originally wary eyes of the Ditto squinted slightly. To Sato's surprise, it transformed again, this time into a Ralts, inching closer while keeping its sharp eyes fixed on Sato. Meanwhile, the small red horn on its head began to emit a faint glow. Ditto didn't sense any malice from Sato, but it remained distrustful. The other trapped Pokémon had warned it that humans were treacherous and untrustworthy, so it needed to verify this for itself. Ditto had encountered Ralts before and envied their teleportation ability that helped them to escape, which was why it had chosen to transform into them long ago. However, Ditto was disappointed. Despite transforming into a Ralts, it was never able to teleport, and even using Psychic-type moves was quite difficult. Note: the strength of psychic power is a crucial factor in determining the power of Psychic-type moves. The threshold for training psychic power is very high. Only those with inherently strong psychic abilities or awakened psychic powers can cultivate them. Impressive. It can even transform into a Ralts, and it seems to be able to slightly utilize Ralts' ability to sense the emotions of other beings, Sato thought, astonished by the Ditto currently transformed into Ralts. There was no doubt that this Ditto's transformation aptitude was exceptional. At this moment, the Ditto, in the form of Ralts, was using Ralts' ability to sense Sato's shock, and a hint of pride appeared on its small face. However, besides sensing Sato's surprise, the Ditto also picked up on Sato's thoughts regarding itself and the other nearby Pokémon, and its expression shifted from pride to surprise. The Ditto reverted to its original form, looking dazed at Sato, with its wariness now gone. "It seems you've sensed my true thoughts through Ralts' innate ability. So, how about you come with me? I hope you can help me," Sato said with a bright smile beneath his mask, leaning closer to the glass cage as he spoke softly to the Ditto. The Ditto's mood calmed. Using the temporary abilities gained from transforming into Ralts, it realized that Sato was not a bad person and that he genuinely wanted to help them. Ditto, since it understood that Sato was not a threat and also didn't want to remain in this dreary place, the Ditto nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Old man, I want to buy this Ditto. How much is it?" Seeing the Ditto nod, Sato immediately lifted the glass cage containing it and brought it before the old hunter, eagerly asking for the price. The glass cage was specially made and difficult to break. To take the Ditto out, Sato had to get the key to open it from the old hunter. In stark contrast to its earlier anger at Sato, the Ditto shrank into a corner when it saw the old hunter, trembling in fear like a mouse in front of a cat. In truth, the Ditto was afraid of the aging Houndoom beside the old hunter. The once lethargic Houndoom now radiated a formidable aura, revealing the terrifying intimidation of a hellhound. This not only sent shivers down the Ditto's spine, but also made Sato feel a chill run down his body. From the data he had previously gathered through his system's detection ability, He knew that this Houndoom was at least level 60. Now that he looked closely, even in its old age, the Houndoom's power remained quite formidable. Ditto is quite the catch. This little fellow isn't easy to grab, and its talent isn't comparable to those other worthless Pokemon you've seen. However, since it hasn't been tamed, I won't charge you too much. Let's say a flat price of 7 million Poke Dollars. I won't sell for anything less, the old hunter said, pausing his carving work to address Sato in a nonchalant manner. In truth, the old hunter observed every one of Sato's movements and noted the entire process of the Ditto's change in attitude toward Sato. He understood that Sato was determined to acquire this Ditto, so he deliberately raised the price. However, the old hunter was also aware of the market value. The average trading price for Ditto in the black market of Saffron City was about 5 million Poke Dollars. Since the Ditto hadn't been fully tamed, he didn't raise the price too high to avoid losing Sato, a rare customer. Still, now that he had set the price, he was determined to see it through and wouldn't accept anything less than that. Spending 7 million Poke Dollars on a Ditto was still a deal worth considering for Sato, especially since the amount was within his budget. After thinking for a while, Sato transferred the 7 million Poke Dollars to the bank account specified by the old hunter through an anonymous transaction. Although he was clearly paying more than market value, he was also aware of the fact that he might not encounter another Ditto like this one again, so, in the end, Sato decided that acquiring a Pokemon that fit his needs and standards was much more important than saving some money which he could quickly end up making again. Here you go, it's yours now. Upon seeing the money transferred, the old hunter didn't say another word. He expertly took out a key, opened the glass cage, and retrieved a Pokeball to collect the Ditto, then handed the Pokeball to Sato. After achieving his goal, Sato wasted no time lingering in the Pokemon trading district and quickly rode away on his high-speed bicycle. Having spent a significant amount of money to purchase Ditto, Sato's funds had now reached a dangerously low point. As such, he decided not to stay any longer in the black market of Saffron City and headed directly toward Team Rocket's base. To be honest, Sato had considered selling his Pokeblocks in the free trade zone of the black market. However, after some careful thought, he decided to abandon the idea for safety reasons. Although Team Rocket had a strong influence in the Saffron City black market, they didn't completely dominate it. The local force, the Golden Gang, still controlled about a quarter of the black market and was known to have a deep hatred for Team Rocket. Thus, if Sato were to sell the highly profitable Pokeblocks on the black market, he would be exposing himself to a high level of danger. Moreover, the black market of Saffron City was full of hidden masters, and even an average person could easily outclass him, a novice trainer who had only recently started his journey. Until his strength grew, Sato decided it was wiser to keep a low profile. The journey back was smooth, and with the protection offered by his association with Team Rocket, Sato safely returned to their base. He used the services of a psychic-type Pokemon stationed there to teleport back to the surface of Saffron City. The teleportation hall in the base only offered one-way service, and this time, the number card Sato had been given was collected by the Alakazam that teleported him back to the surface. Being a trainer really makes money flow like water. 7 million Poke Dollars gone in the blink of an eye. What a shame. I was hoping to buy some useful TMs from the black market, but I guess I was being too optimistic. That amount of money isn't nearly enough, Sato mused as he emerged from a quiet alley, now wearing his usual trainer outfit. He gazed up at the clear blue sky, reflecting on his recent expenditures. Although he had only been in Saffron City's underground world for a few hours, returning to the surface felt like seeing daylight after a long absence. The warm sunlight on his skin made him feel unusually comfortable. The underground world had been too oppressive, a place where staying too long might make one sick. Upon returning to the surface, Sato immediately took the Pokeball, which was vibrating intensely on his belt, into his hand. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to release Ditto, allowing it to enjoy the sunlight and fresh air of the outside world. Ditto, as expected, Ditto, who hadn't seen the sun in quite some time, was extremely excited. It instantly transformed into an napalm, climbing onto Sato's head and chattering loudly. The nearby pedestrians gave Sato and Ditto curious looks. At that moment, Ditto noticed all the humans around them, and its expression grew serious. It glared warily at the passers-by. "All right, Ditto, we're back on the surface now. No need to worry, no one will try to capture you here. If you don't want to attract attention, how about transforming into this hat? That way, you can stay outside and won't draw any unwanted attention," Sato suggested, quickly guiding Ditto back into the alley as he spoke. After being confined for so long, Ditto was eager to breathe freely and enjoy the warmth of the sun. At the same time, it was still quite wary of anyone besides Sato. Ditto happily accepted Sato's proposal, glancing at the cap in Sato's hand before transforming from an napalm into an identical hat. "Great, let's go then, Ditto. Let's take a look at the world outside. Soon, I'll introduce you to your new companions," Sato said with a smile, placing the Ditto-turned hat on his head. He then walked out of the alley again, following street signs and asking a few people for directions as he made his way slowly toward the nearest Pokemon Center. As Sato walked, the Ditto, transformed into the cap on his head, subtly opened a pair of tiny eyes to observe the surroundings. When it saw the colorful scenes around, especially the various delicious foods being sold at street stalls, its little eyes sparkled with longing. Noticing that the people nearby had friendly and peaceful expressions, very different from the tense atmosphere of the black market in Saffron City, Ditto's wariness began to fade. Sato, of course, was fully aware of the movement on his head. Taking the hat off briefly and seeing Ditto's small eyes fixed on a nearby barbecue stall, he immediately understood what Ditto wanted. Soon, Ditto transformed back into an napalm, sitting happily on Sato's shoulder, munching contentedly on a grilled corn cob held in both its hands and tail. Based on directions he received by asking around, Sato knew he was now in the western part of Saffron City. This meant that after visiting the black market, he had traveled from the eastern side of the city all the way to the west. After walking for another 20 minutes, Sato finally arrived at a Pokemon Center. The time was now 11:43 a.m., almost noon. Upon entering the Pokemon Center, Sato returned Ditto to its Pokeball, now a handmade Pokeball, and asked Nurse Joy to give it a full treatment. While Ditto was being treated, Sato found an empty spot in the public hall, took out some snacks, and rested for a while. He had been busy all morning without much of a break and was starting to feel quite tired. As Sato rested, a number of other trainers had gathered in the public hall. They grouped together in small clusters, happily chatting. At a nearby table, a few trainers were discussing something that immediately piqued Sato's interest. "Have you heard? A week from now, Bruno of the Kanto Elite Four, the Fighting-type Master, and Lorelei, the Ice-type Master, will be coming to Saffron City to hold an exhibition match." "Yeah, of course. That's all over the headlines in today's Poke League Daily. Who doesn't know? Too bad it's only for those who qualify in the pre-battles. Only the top 2 finalists get a chance to battle the Elite Four." Exactly. Even though it's an exhibition match, getting the opportunity to face the Elite Four is so rare. If someone manages to defeat one of their Pokemon in battle, they could instantly become famous. Who knows, they might even gain the favor of Bruno or Lorelei. Wow, I'm thinking of joining the pre-battles. What do you say? The registration deadline is tomorrow, so it's not too late. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not about to embarrass myself. I've seen tons of powerful trainers sign up. Most of them have collected gym badges already. I even heard that Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, has joined as well. Yeah, with so many strong trainers competing, people like us, who haven't even collected a single gym badge, would probably get knocked out in the first round of the qualifiers. An exhibition match with 2 members of the Elite Four. This is amazing. Even if it's not their full strength, just being able to gather data on their Pokemon would be a huge advantage. Listening carefully to the conversation between the chatty trainers nearby, Sato's eyes lit up with excitement. The title of the Elite Four and the champion is a mark of both power and supreme honor, and in every region governed by the Pokemon League, only 5 trainers can earn this prestigious title. These 5 trainers, without exception, have climbed to the very peak of their journey as Pokémon trainers. Their strength far surpasses that of the average trainer, and they represent the strongest force under the banner of the Pokémon League. Most trainers who earn the title of the Elite Four, or the Champion, have achieved extraordinary feats within a specific Pokémon type. In these areas, they can rightfully be called Pokémon Masters. However, in the Kanto region, there are currently only 4 individuals who have attained the Elite Four title: Dragon-type Master, Lance; Ghost-type Master, Agatha; Fighting-type Master, Bruno; and Ice-type Master, Lorelei. As for the title of Champion, the ultimate trainer in Kanto, it has remained vacant ever since the previous champion, Red, voluntarily stepped down. The reason for this vacancy is largely due to the fact that no one has been able to successfully defeat the Kanto Elite Four. Likewise, none of the current Elite Four members have been able to overcome the others, leaving the champion's seat empty. Despite not having a reigning champion, the Kanto League is still widely regarded as the strongest league. Even without a champion, the Kanto Elite Four consistently ranks first in total points at the Regional Elite Four tournament. In short, the current Kanto Elite Four are each so strong that they could easily earn the title of champion in the other regions. Now, with 2 of these incredibly strong trainers coming to Saffron City for an exhibition match, it presents a rare opportunity for all aspiring trainers who wish to become stronger. Even if someone could have the chance to battle them and ends up losing, it would still be an invaluable experience, providing deep insight into the gap between themselves and the top-tier trainers. Of course, even if one doesn't get the opportunity to battle them, simply being a spectator and watching the match up close would be an enormous opportunity to gauge their own level compared to the elites. Great! If I can get a sense of the gap between myself and the Elite Four, that would be an amazing gain. I'm definitely entering this pre-battle tournament, Sato thought to himself as the light in his eyes grew brighter after reviewing everything he knew about the Elite Four champions. Sato's goal in this life is to live brilliantly, and challenging the Elite Four champions, something that the whole world pays attention to, is naturally a part of that. Having the chance to face off against the world's top trainers is, by itself, an incredibly exciting prospect. With this in mind, Sato decided that even if the typhoon in the Hoenn region clears, he will temporarily stay in Saffron City, waiting for the arrival of the 2 Kanto Elite Four members. He wanted to witness their strength firsthand, to better understand the gap between him and the top trainers. After all, once he completed the trial mission given to him by Team Rocket's higher-ups, there may not be many chances to personally witness such Elite Four exhibition matches in the future. It's an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Before long, Ditto's treatment was complete. Sato went to the counter to retrieve Ditto, releasing it once again. As soon as it emerged from the Pokeball, even before the white light faded, Ditto quickly transformed into an Aipom and climbed back onto Sato's shoulder. Sato then made his way back to the service counter. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" Nurse Joy, still maintaining her professional smile, asked as Sato approached the counter. "Yes, I'd like to enter the pre-battle tournament for the Elite Four exhibition match in Saffron City. Here's my ID and the 2 Pokémon I'll be registering for the competition." Sato got straight to the point, placing his ID on the counter and informing Nurse Joy of his intentions. Based on the conversation of the chatty trainers earlier, the entry requirements for the Elite Four exhibition pre-tournament are quite simple. Anyone can participate, regardless of whether they are a league trainer or not. As long as you register successfully at any Pokémon Center in Saffron City, you can join the pre-tournament. However, unlike league trainers who can participate for free, non-league trainers must pay an entry fee of 10,000 Pokédollars. Since Sato is currently a league trainer, even though he's not from one of the main branches, he qualifies for free entry. The whole process went smoothly, and after learning of his request, Nurse Joy quickly helped him register for the tournament. The pre-tournament will be held 2 days from now. It will be a one-on-one elimination format, and you can only use 2 Pokémon. Now, please bring out the Pokémon you want to register for the tournament. Nurse Joy explained after completing Sato's personal information registration. Sato didn't hesitate much when choosing his tournament Pokémon. He immediately registered his strongest team members, Zubat and Bellossom. After completing the registration of his 2 Pokémon, Sato also requested a single room from Nurse Joy. Once he received the key, he headed off to his room. It was now noon, just the right time to get some lunch. Entering his single room, Sato began preparing meals for all 4 of his Pokémon. Since Ditto had already eaten 2 grilled corn earlier, he didn't prepare lunch for it. Everyone, come on out. Once the food was ready, Sato released all 4 of his Pokémon. In the next moment, amidst a flash of white light, Zubat, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe appeared in the room. Let me introduce you to our new companion, Ditto. Everyone, let's get along well from now on, Sato said, smiling at the 4 Pokémon that had just been released. At this point, Ditto, who had transformed into a palm, curiously observed the 4 newly released Pokémon. Sensing their friendliness, it quickly jumped off Sato's shoulder and headed straight for Growlithe. In Growlithe's surprised gaze, Ditto transformed, using Growlithe as its model, and changed from an Apom into a Growlithe. It then greeted the original Growlithe cheerfully. Seeing Ditto suddenly transform into a fellow Growlithe, the real one was naturally quite surprised. However, happy to see another of its kind, Growlithe immediately started playing with Ditto. After successfully befriending Growlithe, Ditto began changing its transformation targets, turning from Growlithe into Nidoran, then into Bellossom, and finally into Zubat. Although it seemed unbelievable, thanks to its transformation abilities, Ditto quickly bonded with all 4 of Sato's Pokémon. Moreover, Ditto seemed very pleased to have made new friends and began to show off its impressive transformation and memory abilities. It transformed into a total of 9 different Pokémon in front of Sato and the group. In the end, Ditto still preferred to remain in its Apom form, returning to that shape to interact with the others. With Ditto, the shape-shifting Pokémon, in the room, the atmosphere was lively and full of joy. After lunch, the 5 Pokémon were playing happily in the room. At the same time, Sato was enjoying a delivered meal of pork cutlet and rice, eating contentedly while watching Ditto entertain Zubat and the others by showing off its transformation skills. There was no doubt about Ditto's excellent memory. From what Sato had observed so far, Ditto could recall at least 15 different Pokémon transformations. Among those, its transformations into Sandshrew, Pidgeotto, and Apom were the most refined. When Sato referred to Ditto's transformations as most refined, it meant that when Ditto transformed into those Pokémon, it could mimic not only their appearances, but also their habits and abilities, using their skills with great flexibility. For example, when Ditto transformed into Apom, likely due to its similarly playful nature, it mimicked Apom to perfection. The Ditto-turned Apom was almost indistinguishable from a real one, fully adapted to Apom's body, and even skillfully using its tail just like a true Apom. It became apparent that for Ditto to fully utilize the abilities of a transformed Pokémon, the first step was to adapt to the new body. If you think about it, it's the same for anyone suddenly placed in a different body. It would be hard to use it fluidly right away, let alone master the new abilities or techniques that body offers. Once adapted to the new body, the next step was to understand its unique traits, such as the special abilities related to that Pokémon's body or attributes. Without grasping these, Ditto would be far from achieving a perfect transformation. For example, Apom's unique trait is its highly flexible tail, while Ralts possesses the ability to sense emotions through the red horn on its head. Sandshrew, on the other hand, excels in digging, a standout ability among ground-type Pokémon. After mastering the body's characteristics, the final step for Ditto is learning to use the abilities granted by that body. When Ditto transforms, it inherits the physical form of a Pokémon, essentially acquiring a body driven by instincts passed down through its bloodline. This means it can only use moves that the Pokémon would have naturally learned as it levels up. However, any moves the original Pokémon learned through other means, such as TMs or tutoring, are inaccessible to Ditto, as it lacks their memories. This explains why, at the beginning of a transformation, Ditto typically starts with just a shell of a body and limited moves. The idea that Ditto could instantly master an opponent's moves, as seen in games, is far from reality. Ditto is only copying a body, not the memories or experiences tied to it. Due to these limitations, it's rare to see Ditto used in battles, not only because of its low base stats and limited battle capabilities, but also due to the practical shortcomings of its transformation ability in combat. For Ditto to achieve a perfect transformation of another Pokémon, it would need to spend a significant amount of time training. However, if Ditto lived alongside the Pokémon it wished to transform into, it could observe and mimic them, which would greatly shorten the time needed to master the transformation. In some cases, breeders even use Ditto as a partner for rare Pokémon to produce healthy offspring. Those Ditto, however, are always ones that have achieved perfect transformations of a specific Pokémon. Currently, although Sato's Ditto shows great promise in terms of its transformation talent, its overall strength is still quite immature at level 15, and even its 3 most practiced transformations haven't reached perfection. Nevertheless, Sato never expected Ditto to have overwhelming battle power. He valued Ditto for the strong disguise abilities it could provide instead. In Sato's current team, Zubat handles scouting, Bellissum manages support and healing, Growlithe is the squad's main attacker, and Nidoran, the future ace, delivers powerful, consistent damage. Ditto, in comparison, fits more of a supporting role without excelling in any one area. Ditto's main role within Sato's team was as his disguise assistant, crucial for enhancing Sato's survival skills as the team's absolute core. As such, Ditto's role was extremely important. Based on Ditto's current transformation abilities, it was clear that it was capable of taking on the disguise role for Sato. Transforming into simple objects was much easier than turning into Pokémon for battle. Of course, if Ditto excelled in its disguise role and had extra energy to spare, Sato wouldn't mind letting it join battles. Sometimes, transforming into a Pokémon that could counter the enemy and providing interference on the battlefield could be quite useful. Alright, it's time for a nap. We still have skill training in the afternoon, and we can't afford to be tired then, Sato said, standing up after taking nearly half an hour to slowly savor his pork cutlet rice. He addressed his 5 Pokémon, who had been excitedly playing in the room. Seeing Sato speak, Zubat and the other 4 Pokémon obediently quieted down and returned to his side, ready for Sato to recall them into their Pokeballs. It looks like you're getting along well with everyone. Even though you're new, you'll be joining the training later too, so rest up in your Pokeball, Sato said, smiling as he patted Ditto, who was still in the form of an Aipom, on the head. Since the other Pokémon were returning to their Pokeballs to rest, Ditto naturally had no objections. It nodded and allowed Sato to recall it as well. With that, the room finally quieted down. After tidying up the slightly messy room, Sato pulled out a berry mixer and began making some Pokeblocks. Since he had sold some Pokeblocks earlier in the morning, his stock was running low. Additionally, after purchasing Ditto, his funds were nearly depleted. He needed to produce a batch of Pokeblocks quickly and find some buyers to sell them to. After about an hour of work, Sato had produced over 200 high-quality Pokeblocks and more than 1,000 mid-quality ones. As usual, he would keep the high-quality Pokeblocks for his own use and sell the mid-quality ones. By now, it was almost 3 p.m. After eating a gem-level Pokeblock to recover some energy, Sato changed into a clean trainer uniform and left the room. The preliminaries for the Elite Four exhibition match were only 2 days away. Sato was eager to see how far his strength could take him in this elite competition. Aside from the opportunity to battle the Elite Four, there were plenty of valuable prizes up for grabs. Even if he didn't make it to the finals, just breaking into the top 100 would earn him a year's supply of premium Pokémon food for 6 Pokémon and a prize of 2 million Pokédollars. That reward alone was enough to drive trainers crazy. It wasn't hard to imagine that the number of participants for the preliminaries would be overwhelming. This meant that as long as Sato kept winning, he'd have plenty of strong opponents to provide real battle experience. This would give him a chance to improve his skills and gain valuable experience for his future challenge at the Battle Tower in LaRousse City, Hoenn. After all, Saffron City had earned its reputation as the City of Battles. In this city, there was no shortage of trainers willing to fight. You just had to decide whether you wanted to battle or risk getting defeated. Intense Pokémon battles, I can't wait, Sato thought to himself excitedly. The key to winning a Pokémon battle doesn't just rely on the excellent performance of both the Pokémon and the trainer, but on the consistent training that tilts the scales of victory in their favor. Currently, in Sato's team, Zubat was at level 26, Bellossom was at level 27, Nidoran was at level 12, Growlithe was at level 15, and the newest addition, Ditto, was also at level 15. From the levels, it's clear that the more experienced Pokémon in Sato's team are Zubat and Bellossom. Meanwhile, Nidoran and Growlithe are still quite young and have had less training, so their strength is not yet fully developed. But aside from their lower levels, Nidoran and Growlithe also lack proficiency in their own abilities. Compared to Zubat and Bellossom, who have already mastered stable offensive tactics, it's not going to be easy for the two younger Pokémon to win a battle on their own. As usual, Sato began his Pokémon skill training around midday. To improve the efficiency of their training, he had spent 3,000 Poké to rent a training room for 2 hours at a Pokémon training facility near the Pokémon Center. These training facilities were similar to the Rocket Team's paid training grounds, offering well-equipped training rooms. However, this was just a standard facility and didn't have the high-tech equipment used internally by Team Rocket. The temporary training room Sato rented was spacious, about 70 to 80 square meters, plenty of space for his 5 Pokémon to train. The room was also stocked with basic training equipment. Zubat was currently training by attacking a small metal puppet that moved unpredictably at high speed within a certain range. He was practicing his air cutter move. Based on Zubat's current performance with air cutter, he could control 4 blades of air at a time, with a maximum of 9 blades being released in one go. Zubat was now at level 26, but it seemed his growth had hit a bottleneck. His physical development and progress in skill training had slowed compared to before. However, Sato wasn't too worried about this. If his guess was correct, Zubat was nearing its evolution. It was clear that Zubat's current body was reaching its limits, and it would need to evolve into a new form for its strength to continue growing steadily. While Zubat's growth had slowed, Bellossom, who had just evolved from a Gloom, was experiencing rapid improvements. Bellossom had already reached a high level of control over Grass-type energy, and after evolving, it had learned 3 powerful Grass-type moves: Magical Leaf, Leaf Blade, and Leaf Storm. As Bellossom continued to refine these moves, her strength was increasing significantly. In terms of battle power, Bellossom was undoubtedly the strongest member of the current team. Right now, Bellossom was practicing her Magical Leaf move, also attacking a fast-moving metal puppet as per Sato's instructions. Magical Leaf is a Grass-type special move with a power of 60. It releases enchanted leaves that can track the target and are guaranteed to hit. As Bellossom danced gracefully, several leaves, formed from emerald green Grass-type energy, appeared around her. Under Bellossom's control, the leaves seemed to cheer her on, making her elegant dance even more captivating. In about 2 seconds, the number of emerald green leaves multiplied, almost completely enveloping Bellossom in a dense cloud of leaves as she danced. However, Bellossom wouldn't allow these overly enthusiastic spectators to steal the show. Suddenly, she pointed with her small, green hands toward a wall about 10 meters away. The leaves quickly gathered, transforming into a small emerald dragon that charged fiercely toward the wall. Midway through, Bellossom's hands glowed with emerald light, and she rhythmically moved them from side to side. In response, the emerald dragon of leaves twisted and turned, becoming even more fearsome as it advanced. In the end, Bellossom's magical leaf hit every target without fail, landing on the high-speed moving puppet near the wall, adding even more scratches to the poor training dummy. While Magical Leaf only has a power of 60, Sato believed it was an outstanding move for Bellossom because the number of energy leaves Magical Leaf can generate has a very high upper limit. The standard number for a basic magical leaf is 60 leaves, and for proficient, it's 120 leaves. With the help of his notebook's infrared scan for quick calculations, Sato saw that the first time Bellisum used magical leaf, she only produced 68 leaves, which barely formed a sparse circle around her. However, as Bellisum became more familiar with the move and increased her proficiency, the number of energy leaves she could generate had reached 128. Thanks to her superb control over grass-type energy, she could wield these 128 leaves as if they were an extension of her own limbs. Although 128 leaves weren't enough to perform miraculous feats, they could combine to create simpler objects, like the small leaf dragon from earlier or even a small shield. Additionally, thanks to Magical Leaf's guaranteed accuracy, Bellisum could dance gracefully while constantly sending out the energy leaves to attack her enemies. This made Magical Leaf a versatile move in Bellisum's hands, capable of both offense and defense. Of course, Bellisum had only just begun training this move as per Sato's guidance. She hadn't yet fully mastered combining the large number of energy leaves effectively. The Magical Leaf shield and dragon she created were still somewhat rough, with their defensive and offensive power not fully realized. But Sato believed that, with Bellisum's excellent control over grass-type energy and the high recovery effect of high-quality poke blocks, she would soon master these techniques. When that time comes, in addition to her primary offensive move, Energy Ball, Bellisum would also have a move that could both attack and defend. Combined with Grass Knot, Bellisum's fighting style would become even more diverse. Moreover, if Bellisum could train her dodging dance steps to the point of moving freely at high speed in a figure-8 pattern, she would undoubtedly become one of Sato's trump cards in the upcoming preliminaries. It's also worth mentioning that besides focusing on Magical Leaf, Sato had Bellisum practice Leaf Blade and Leaf Storm as secondary moves. Leaf Blade would be her weapon in close combat, while Leaf Storm would be her trump card for turning the tide in desperate situations. Leaf Blade, a grass-type physical move with a power of 95. It slashes the opponent using sharp leaves like a sword, and it has a high critical hit ratio. Leaf Storm, a grass-type special move with a power of 120. It unleashes a storm of razor-sharp leaves at the opponent, but it sharply lowers the user's special attack after use. When using Leaf Blade, Bellisum would pull 2 leaves from her leaf skirt, which would regrow instantly, infusing them with intense grass-type energy. The leaves would harden and sharpen, becoming as lethal as sword blades. Since Bellisum's speed wasn't exceptional, and she wielded the 2 swords with both hands while still able to dance, Sato had instructed her to use Leaf Blade only when an opponent came too close. Unfortunately, Bellisum still hadn't learned Swords Dance. If she could combine Leaf Blade with Swords Dance's fast spinning technique, it would become a fearsome move that blended attack and defense, turning her into a dual-wielding dancer. For now, Sato was working on having Bellisum incorporate some fast, spinning dance moves while using Leaf Blade to better deal with close-range combat situations.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.